Worldviews. Welcome to another exciting educational show from the College Genesis, aka called Thanos, also known as a culture critic, the geopolitical pundit, your favorite historian. Folks, tonight is a Sunday night sermon. Should have wrote that in the description. My Sunday night sermon. What do I mean like that? This is my message tonight. And I'm gonna really drop some jewels tonight. People, you do not want to miss this show tonight, because what I do is I give out free education, and the reason why I do this is because I realize something, right? The world, black, white, whatever, half the world is not really educated. Then again, sometimes I think the powers that be want it like that, because the less you know, the less angry you're going to be, the less discontent you're going to be, the less. So sometimes I really do think maybe knowledge isn't for everybody to know. With that being said, that's what we have institutions for. That's what we have people of higher learning, the gentry. People could take the time and think and ration and reason, and then present something that's for the layman to follow, and guide. I really believe that, and what the problem with the black race is, we have way too many people, right? And we don't have institutions to the point where, let me put it to you like this. When you have an institution, right, the state, the laws, the society, the culture, that's like a guide or a blueprint to follow, right? So the laws are going to be in place. The customs are going to be in place. The talking points, the verbiage, the narrative is going to all fall in line. Unfortunately, Black America does not have that power, right? This is going to be key in what I'm talking about this topic tonight, to create their own narrative. Our narrative in America is basically based on what the dominant society decides we are. You understand? If we control our in order for you to have your own narrative, you have to have your own space. You have to have what we call reward and punishment, and you have to have because it is clear to everybody what to do and how to follow the rules. If you can't be a rule maker and force people to follow it and so like that, you don't have a society. You don't have anything, right? And so it gets to the point tonight when I'm just saying I'm gonna revisit that throughout this broadcast, right? The little known rival between the Black Americans, African Americans, and the so-called Americo Liberians who settled Liberia. They have a long history together. But people don't know, but there was rivalry and tensions between the two groups. I'm going to talk about several different times this happened. There was also rivalry and tensions between Liberians and the United States. People don't tell that history. So people like to conflate Black America and Americo Liberians as one group of people. That's not the case. That was never the case in history, right? You didn't become a so-called Americo Liberian or whatever like that just overnight. It's something you had to be born into and something you had to adopt by being in a situation. For example, as I studied, I realized, I said, see, the average Black American, right, was Pan-African. We didn't see ethnicity, color, and background and nationality and stuff like that. Everybody who was Black was Black. Why do you think some of our prominent leaders came from the islands in the Caribbean and West Indies and rose to prominence in Black America? We never made a distinction between who came from where, what kind of like this. You got people who come from the rural South, right, could rise to prominence and everything. Some people come from the urban North, right? So we never really made a difference in everything because we didn't think that was necessary. What was important was we were all Black. And no matter what's unique about Black America is that people were on code no matter what your income level was, no matter what your skin complexion was. You could be high yellow, near white, or you could be blue black. You still saw yourself as part of this one group of people called the American Negro or the Black American. Understand? That was not the case when you stepped out of America. When you go to the island, there were people out there they referred to as mulattoes or elite, whatever like that. So that's why when people come here and they talk about, oh, Elijah Muhammad was a light skin. Look, he was just as much as Black America as anybody else, because that's our culture. You know, somebody could almost pass for white, and he's like this. We don't care about that in Black America. It's what's the culture, who we are, the lineage. If you suffered as slavery and you in the Black culture, in the community and everything like that, you're one of us, no matter what you look like. And also, we have always accepted people from other parts of the Black world into our culture as one of us. You know, Sidney Poitier, famous Black American, he's called an African American actor. He was born in the Bahamas. He was not born in the United States. Harry Belafonte, same thing. Calvin Lockhart, you know, Biggie Smalls, he was from Barbados. My point I'm trying to make is that we never had a distinction between who was born in the islands, who was born where, because that's the thing. Now, and dealing with Liberia, a lot of our people didn't understand. They heard about this idea that there was these American Liberians, well, even though the term wasn't really used, that was so-called oppressing the natives there. And the majority of Black people in America has some sort of natural kinship with the native Liberians, not knowing anything. They just basically had a natural kinship because they saw them as fellow poor people, fellow oppressed people, and fellow powerless people, right? So when they came to Liberia, there's people think, oh, you came to Liberia, you were supporting the American Liberian. That wasn't the case. Most people Black Americans identified with the underdog. We always did that, right? Until, right, this is very important, until they actually moved to Liberia, right, settled there, right? And then they saw the reality on the ground. Then they had to choose a side, you know, and they basically understood, well, geez, we came over here believing in this we call pan-Negroism or Pan-Africanism, but we come here and we got people that want to kill us, people that don't want to make any progress. You know, people that don't want to see the world where they don't want to see the white man as the common enemy, you know. So therefore, that was the divide right there. See, once you basically went there and actually saw what was on the ground, that, you know, in the early part of Liberia, that you had people that are still engaging in human trafficking and the slave trade. So therefore, people quickly said, you know something, these American Liberians were absolutely right, you know. But the people stay back in America, they always had this thing like against Liberia. I realize now there was always this tension between Black America and Liberia, because I think because Liberia represents success, it represented power, and Black people's struggle in America is not based on that. It's based on the struggle. Like we say, yo, you don't have the struggle, you know, the struggle. Well, Liberians were born into, and I realized this, right, and I've been studying this, right? I was like, when did people start thinking differently, right? It was right around the time when the first president of Liberia was born in Liberia. The first 8 presidents were born in the United States. The first president of Liberia was Hillary Johnson. He was born in Liberia, right? He was born there. So therefore, Liberia, by the time the 1930s, 20s rolled around, you had almost 90 years of 90 years of Black men making their own decisions and stuff like that. 90 years of them basically being a peer to some of the powers of the world. American Liberians or Liberians saw themselves as the equal of the British, the Portuguese. They were a proud members of a republic that was recognized in the League of Nations, one of the old imperial nations. Liberia saw itself as, we're going to get into this tonight, right? And like I said, I'm going to say some stuff tonight that's really going to shock a lot of people, right? Okay. GT Million says, listening to Elvis speak 2026, I understand why they did what they did. They got, yeah, Elvis don't know what the hell he's saying. You don't ask for that. Well, the reality is this: you can't just come to a country and you're going to build a civilization, right? And you got people here who don't know not anything about civilization. You see it right now in Liberia. That's why I throw my hands up. You got people who still, after all this time, don't understand what civilization requires. What's the arresting effect of a civilization? The arresting effect is that there's things that you're not going to be able to do. There's things that you got to hold back. There's things that you got to give up. That's when you want to build a society and you want to build civilization. But when you're a savage, you just go by your carnal instincts and you think everything's supposed to flow, this, that, and the other thing. You just, oh yeah, blah, blah. No, it don't work like that. Civilization will work. That civilization takes time to build. It takes discipline, right? It takes understanding, right? It takes recognizing hierarchy and all these things. It takes rule of law. It takes a social contract. It takes something like, and it takes basically people biding their time, making sure that the society as a collective, and you don't see that in Africa for the most part. There's no plan for the it's all about me, myself, my individual self and everything. And they're not thinking about long-term things. That's what you see in South Africa right now with the immigrants right there. You understand the long-term effects of tens of thousands of people coming to your country, working legally under the table and whatnot, stuff like that. Yeah, it's going to do something to the civilization that you're in. It's going to damage it, So, like I said, civilization, is something that a challenge that the Black, not just Africans, but Black America too. We don't understand civilization. Like, we don't understand how the world works. We refuse to understand how the world works. That's why everywhere, like in America, there's somebody white that rules over us because they're tasked with making those hard decisions about who, what, when, where, how, and why. That's what civilization is all about. There's got to be people entrusted with the future of a society to make those difficult decisions, to build a society. And it's not going to always be pretty. You're not going to hear everything you want to hear. Most likely, someone who's building civilization is going to tell you like about 75% of the stuff you don't want to hear. It's easy to tell somebody, oh yeah, we're going to build this. So anytime somebody tells you all the good things and they don't tell you, well, what's the bad side? What do we got? What is this going to cost us? Run from you like you would a rattlesnake. That's your future dictator. He's not going to tell you the challenges ahead. He's not going to tell you got to delay gratification. He's not going to tell you all things. He's not going to tell you the sacrifice you got to make, how the society got to pull together and discipline themselves for a common goal. He's going to tell you, as particularly most opposition in Africa, they're going to say, oh man, why don't we have this? Why don't we have this? And like I said, when I've been in Liberia, I got really frustrated with this, right? I said, I see this government doing the best it can to build a society. And you got people out there, why don't we have this? Why that? Well, excuse me, you guys spent the last 20-something years destroying your country, destroying the infrastructure, destroying your name, destroying everything. And you want somebody to build your society overnight and whatnot. You're not contributing anything. You're not building anything. You're not properly educating yourself. So these things right here is something that the so-called Americo Liberians knew, about building a civilization. The Black people that was in America had this dreamy eye, oh, we're going to build this utopia and that. But the reality is they said, no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. When you get on the ground and you see the reality of when you got 99% of the native population that can't read and write, that don't know anything like that, that's what you have. That's what you're up and dealing with. You got people that basically, if left to the thing, If left to their own devices, native Liberians would have sold their land to the French and the British, and Liberia would have disappeared as a republic. So they had to take measures to make sure that any sort of contact between the broader society out there, white society out there, and them had to have them as in charge and overseeing everything like that, because the native did not have the ability to make those sort of decisions and everything. And so therefore, when people will say, oh yeah, well the natives, and I'm not trying to take the American Liberian side, but I'm just saying, as a Black American, I'll probably be like, okay, yeah, we're all Black. We're not, let's bring to the natives to the table and let's do it like this. But that's not reality. That's not reality. And American Liberians knew that. The Black Americans tried to discredit Liberia from a long time. They tried. There was a lot of people who, like, even in the Garvey movement, who tried to discredit Liberia by saying they're oppressive regime, they're the natives are being exploited, blah 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 blah, and they didn't understand. Okay, well, how do we put money in the treasury? How do we basically stop the French and the British encroachment on our land? How do we do that? How do we control the interior if we don't have a frontier force? How do we do that if we don't have don't have an army that could back up our will by force? So therefore, there's a lot of Black Americans who didn't understand the reality of Africa. They didn't understand the reality of Africa until they actually went there and lived and experienced that. Then basically said, you know something? Yeah, we gotta survive here. See, it's easy if you just go there for a visit and move, come back to America and say, oh, because at first W.E.B. Du Bois was the same way. Then when he went over there and saw the reality on the ground, it was like, okay, I see why things have to be done the way they are. I see why we have a strong central government that basically, like, it is what it is, and so it is what it is. And so therefore, I believe that my personal opinion was the tension and rivalry was this. Now, most of the institutions in Liberia at the time were built by Black Americans. The Tuskegee Institute, the Booker Washington, Tuskegee, Booker T. Washington Institute, the College of West Africa, the Ricks Institute, the Cuddington Institute were built by Blacks from America, right? The modern University of Liberia was built by Black Americans. It became an HBCU. It was a Liberia college, right? But Max Bond created and built it into a university. So with all this contributions that they were making, they thought that they were equal partners in Liberia. And they were like, the Liberians like, no, you guys are still Americans. You're over there. You cannot come here and tell us how to run our country, right? And there was some people that even during the Garvey time, there was some Garveyites, UNIA people, were openly talking about overthrowing the government of Liberia because they said it was an oligarch controlled by a few families and whatnot. They need to be overthrown. Garvey didn't approve of that, but that was a sentiment of a lot of Liberian people who joined the UNIA. I'm suspecting that those Liberians who joined the UNIA came from Native background, and a lot of them came from, the Caribbean and stuff like that. And they really thought that the ruling elite, the True Whig Party, were oppressive, and they wanted to overthrow them and create a new government. Yeah, that was on the table, And then what happened was C.B. King, the president, stopped Garvey people from setting up shop and gave the land they were going to give them to Firestone, because Liberians at the time felt threatened by the large. People say, why didn't Black people go to Liberia? Because there was the ruling elite in Liberia felt more threatened by large numbers of Black Americans coming there than they did the Native people. They did. They really felt that, that the power that they had over natives in the country would be gone if these people came from the United States in large numbers, because they feared they would empathize and link up with the Native people, as a fellow oppressed group. Think about what I'm just saying. The Black people in America, coming from America, saw themselves as part of the oppressed group. Now, that sort of thinking has blew up in our face. It blew up in our face in Vietnam, right? When Muhammad Ali made a comment, he said, "I'm not going to go there and fight more poor people." Now the Vietnamese have came up, and they're most racist people on the freaking planet. See, when we identify as Black Americans as people who are oppressed, we see another person of color, and they're poor and oppressed, we automatically think there's some sort of natural kinship. But that only lasts until those people pick themselves up. Then they're looking at the same native Liberians or whoever, Vietnamese, will come to America like, man, why y'all ain't got your shit together? You know, where you're like, well, I thought we were all in this together in this poverty struggle. We're all in this together. And so therefore, maybe the American Liberians were right. You cannot build a movement based on your situation. Same thing going on in South Africa right now. Black people are shocked that the Black South Africans are acting the way they are. I'm not shocked, because after they were oppressed during apartheid, right? And they were oppressed, we were oppressed, but things have changed. So if things improve and change, attitude, they're not going to, people, when they are oppressed, right, they'll remember that for a short period of time. Once you have like a revolution, it happened in Spain, happened everything. When you have a revolution and then people started getting prosperous, they forget the struggle. And then you got these old people that'll come out. Remember the struggle. Remember such a Viva, such and such. Same thing happened in Argentina, everything like that. People will easily forget the struggle once they start getting prosperous. The spirit of the revolution dies when people start getting prosperous. It happened in Russia. It happened everywhere in the world. And it's happening in Africa too. I believe as African countries make progress, right, they're going to friggin' leave the struggle and the struggle behind. So if Black America thinks the only thing that they have in common with anybody is a so-called struggle, they're going to be left alone, because other people are trying to move forward, right? You cannot build a movement forever based on struggle. That lasts when the struggle's over. When the struggle's over, then people are looking at it like, okay, that's why you think Black people are upset when they see all the Chinese in Africa, they see the Indians in Africa, the Lebanese, and all the other people, and they're saying, well, geez, what about us or not? And they're like, people are like, what about y'all? The Lebanese are coming here bringing investment. The Chinese are coming here building infrastructure and stuff like that. We got to basically, we got to move beyond the thing. Because a couple of years ago, a clue was this. Former president of Ghana, I think he was the first president following Jerry Rawlings. His name was John Kufuor, I believe. You don't quote me on that, right? He made a speech in front of a bunch of Black Americans, Caribbeans, and everything like that. And the thing was all about Ghana being a Pan-Africanism, whatnot. And he basically said, something like, because he was good friends with George W. Bush. He said, look, we can't always basically be rooted in struggle. We got to move beyond this and whatnot. I start thinking differently. That was a clue to me to tell me that John Kufuor was ready to engage the West, ready to engage the United States as equals and stuff like that, and put the whole Kwame Nkrumah era behind them. You understand? A lot of Black people in America are still stuck on Kwame Nkrumah, the struggle, and all stuff like that. And the bottom line is this, that Pan-African stuff is dead. It does not work. Because as Africans, it sounded good back in the days, we're going to come together Pan-African, but it's not working anymore. People are basically looking for success. They're looking for prosperity. They're looking for new alliances. You got people building alliances with Russia and everything. So it's like this, Yeah, I know that. Most South Africans are talking about building the middle class. They're not thinking about the damn struggle. You come in there with they say, man, take your struggle and ass the fuck out of here. I get it. See, I get it. I understand what's going on. And the bottom line is all these people coming there are bringing down the quality of life. They overuse the services. People come there, they got to have homes. They got to use public services. They got to use healthcare. That's a strain on what the resources there. Yes, it's more to it than letting somebody in your country. You know, you got people out there. I was sad was this lady kicked a girl out of a hospital. She's about to give birth. She's like, "Well, you got to go back to your own country and give birth and whatnot." I just sad that it has to come to that. But when people feel desperate, like, well, geez, man, we're paying up the yin yang for healthcare, and we got all these people coming here who aren't citizens, using our healthcare system up and whatnot. That's what it is. So, and it is what it is. But so this tension between Black America and Liberia foreshadow what I'm seeing right now going on in South Africa. As things that come, as African countries achieve success, right? They're less likely to join you in the so-called collective struggle. All they know is they're getting investments, they're getting jobs and everything like that. They don't care, They say, okay, yeah, we remember the anti-apartheid movement. Remember the friggin' sanctions and all stuff like that. We appreciate that. But we've moved on. We're trying to build a life for ourselves. We don't want to hear about this forever. We don't want to be held hostage to. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. What they're saying and everything like that. Because, like I said, I'm not going to browbeat them South Africa so much. I get what they're in a bad situation because you got a whole continent. Got people in the Congo or not. The Congo should have been developed, and so all these countries should have been developed by now. South Africa and okay, you got European settlement there. That does a lot for a thing, but it just, a real sad situation. Real sad situation. I don't know. Like I said, people are relying too much on Black unity and stuff like that, and I just think, I don't know. Don't think it's going to be worth it in the future, to tell you the truth, But yeah, it was always a rivalry between Black America and American Liberians. It's always been that. There's rivalry because the bragging rights on both sides. Black Americans felt like they were tethered to white America. They stayed in America. They gained from the civil rights movement and all stuff like that. They integrate into American society mainstream. The American Liberians their bragging rights was that they were builders of their own civilization. And a lot of American Liberians will tell you this is the best place in the world. Liberia is the best place in the world because they feel that when they look outside their country, they say, this is ours. We don't have to share this country with nobody. We don't have to apologize to somebody. We don't have to talk about racism. We're like that. So there's a trade-off between American Liberians and Black Americans, right? And so therefore there's all that tension. And then a lot of Black Americans have always tried to downplay the significance of things. American Liberians used to tell them, yeah, but try to get involved. Now Liberia did a lot. And this is what I'm going to break it down to you right now. We do my first hour. Liberia were pioneers. They were colonists. They were builders they were settlers. They were builders of civilization. They were builders of a republic. So that was their outlook on life. They were an imperial power, imperial culture. They felt like it was their right and their manifest destiny to bring civilization and enlightenment and modernity to the dark continent. You look at the flag of Liberia, the Lone Star, the light on a benighted continent. What does that mean? That symbolizes the way they saw themselves. It wasn't even just Liberia, right? They saw themselves as the rightful rulers and the civilizers of Black Africa. Whereas the Black man in America, right? Our whole thing was we're trying to struggle and be accepted into a white society. It's two completely different mindsets. So when a lot of times Black Americans went to Liberia, they didn't understand the thinking of the Liberian, right? The Liberians thought it was, they weren't coming to the rest of Africa like, oh, it's our Pan-African struggle, blah, blah, blah. Even though Kwame Nkrumah, like, and Nami Azikiwe loved Liberians and everything like that, the Liberians in their mind felt like that's why that it was up to them to bring Africa into independence and bring Africa up to civilization. They believed that they were the chosen race of people to bring civilization to Africa. And that really, they felt like they were the children of God because they were born, they were Black Americans who came out of bondage, but they were born on African soil. So they saw themselves as like the Israelites and the people that's going to save Africa and save the Black race, right? Whereas Black Americans, it's like, okay, they refused to recognize that. And they thought that, all Black people are saying we're all oppressed. When Liberians like, no, our relationship with the United States is different. We have diplomatic relationship. Our relationship with France is different. We have diplomatic relationship. Our relationship like this. The Black man in America has no government, has no diplomatic ties, has no anything like that. So Liberians thought that they were superior to their brothers and sisters in America. They really did. And the Black Americans thought that they were superior to the American Liberians because they lived in proximity to white America. So there was always that tension there between the two groups. Always that tension between the two groups. It was rivalry. One group of people, because they were like, the thing was, Liberians also, they did not see any difference between them and the Black American, as far as like the institution. Liberians had access to all our HBCUs. They had access to our major church, the AME church, and all these Black institutions in America, right? They had equal access to all these institutions in America, so they feel like they didn't really need the approval of Black America, because they were like, hey, we got access to the same thing you got. We got access to the U.S. government. We got access to all your institutions, your churches, and everything like that in America. So what do we need you for? And so therefore, it was really interesting take on life. There was many different incidents where this tension flared up between the two groups of people. Americans were the first African nationalists who inspired. Yeah, the American Liberians who led Africa to the modern age of republicanism. Now, what is a Democratic Party, Democratic-based party, and a Republican-based party? It's two different things. I'm dropping jewels tonight, my Sunday night sermon, right? A Democrat, basically, while we had the Democratic Party, Dixiecrat Party, whatnot, they're based on populism, tradition, culture, and populism, whereas Republicanism was based on institutions, the rule of law, institutions, the rule of law, and creed. This is what we believe the Republic stands for and everything. And so therefore that does not change. It's ironclad, stone. That's what Republicanism is. They believe everything can be changed and everything can be maintained through institutions, right? That's why the Republican Party has always been a party of institutions, whether it's financial institutions, whether it's cultural institutions, whether it's education institutions, whether political institutions. Everything is built around institutions. The policies, but whereas the Democrats are more populist, it's based on, I would say, it's more likely to be based on populism, hucksterism, and emotion, culture, and stuff like that. Oh yeah, we like this. But the Republicans have a guideline. Whatever is constant. Republicans are more likely to follow the Constitution to the letter. So therefore, we have to look at the same thing. Liberia was inspired by the Republicanists, because the first political party in Liberia was a Republican party. They believed that you could form a republic, right? And that republic eventually will give all the people, whether native or indigenous people or American Liberians, equal rights under the law. You know, there was never really any populist movement among American Liberians. It was not really popular. It was just like the republic. That's the republic. You know, the law says this, the Constitution says this. You know, so therefore, Liberia was founded on a good principle of republicanism. You know, the idea of the republic, the strong state. You know, not populism, right? Populism is dangerous because it allows people to get in power who could sidestep the Constitution, sidestep the rule of law because something is popular at the time. Something is hitting at the time, but it goes against the law. But when you have a thing that says this is a Constitution and we're strict constitutionalists, right? You don't go beyond the Constitution, no matter what the situation is, no matter what the culture says, right? And like in the South, right? The reason we had Jim Crow laws was because that was popular. That's populism. Jim Crow laws, in the North where you did not have that, you had Republicanism, that basically that's why Black people felt like we're more likely to hitch our ride with the Republicans because we believe that the Republicans are going to uphold what? The law. If the law says we're free, then you got a political party that says we're going to uphold the law. But that didn't really work out always like that because the bottom line is populism. Populism was powerful, and to do so, after the Civil War was over, to do so where populism was so strong, and that racism in the South overrode any sort of laws that the Republican North tried to impose upon the South. They really came to the South and tried to rewrite the South, to try to re-civilize the South. They tried to do that. Thaddeus Stevens and all these other people said Black and white's going to live side by side and whatnot because because the law says this. It didn't matter what the law says. When you got populism like that, populism won out. And that's why Reconstruction ended. So what tells me is when it comes to race in America, you cannot rely on, even though I believe in America, they tried their best to make it this like a society. Those are people don't realize this. Even in the early stages of America, there was people in this country that really thought about the day that Black people would get their freedom and become full citizens. Those people actually talked like that. Places like Massachusetts, places like New York, when there were people in the Northeast that really thought that America could one day free Black people and they would become citizens, right? But in the South, that was considered sacrilege. You got to be crazy. Those people that actually thought America could provide a place for ex-slaves. That's why the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment was written. Because they really thought that Black people could become members of the society. But there was another side to that, which is a thing, Jesus said also the issue of populism is valid. Yeah. The populism is basically, the uneducated people go by what they know. Populism is good for people who are uneducated. It sounds good, blah, blah, blah. But when the reality hits in, what the people did, like Donald Trump, he was a populist. He said a whole bunch of stuff that, it's not panning out right now. That's populism. There's populist movements in America that's popped up, some of the labor movements, stuff like that, and sometimes it works, what populism works is, okay, if you have a populist movement, right, you never get a populist person to run office, right? What you can do is get some people who believe in institutions to say, let's look at the concerns of these people in the populist movement and let's write it into law, make it like that. But you cannot have raw populism because raw populism is what led to what you call prohibition. That was a response to popular. Oh man, alcohol is now we look at it now. That was the dumbest fucking thing we ever did was pass prohibition. It led to the gangster movement and the crime wave we saw in this country. That was populism. The prohibition. So this is what it is. It's a delicate thing when you talk about building civilization. And you talk about building a society. Sometimes you go through trial and error. You go through trial and error. You got to have foresight and everything like that. So when people come up and say, "Oh, somebody should have did this," you weren't living at the time. You don't want to live at the time. I could say I can't judge the American Liberians, because they were only living in the time that they were dealing with. So I can't deal with this. I say, well, why didn't we do this back then, man? We should have did this, blah, blah, blah. We don't know what the people were facing back then. I don't know what people are facing 100 years ago in America and throughout the black people throughout the world. We don't know. So you just got to look at things now, say, what can we do now and for the future, Getting emotional now about what happened in the past is not going to do anything by any good. Now, like I said, we look at South Africa right now. That's a serious problem. I had no idea there was that many people there in that country illegally. I had no idea. I know we got millions of people here in America illegally here. It's look. The problem of immigration is a real problem in the world. Now, some people say that the global capitalist elite, right, like that, right? They don't have any use for nation states. That means the fact that people are building their economy around their population and stuff like that. Yeah, what you call populism works when you have a homogeneous society. When societies are homogeneous, right? Populism can work because everybody's on the same page. So you cannot have populism in a society that's stratified because the populist people will always dominate because they have numbers. That's more like mob rule. I still think all the time, I think Republicanism is the best form of government. A hell of a high where I think constitutional republicanism is the best form of government. So I don't believe populism and stuff like that, democratic values are the thing because, I'm like this, for perfect example, what I'm talking about is this. When I first got on social media, right, I used to have debates with people about weed legalization. I thought it was stupid, I thought it was dumb. I said, look, there's many things right when Obama got elected, right? And you had people out there because of social media kept pushing this thing about weed legalization. I thought it was stupid. I said, look, of all the problems we had, why are we talking about fucking marijuana? Who smokes marijuana? What, 2% of the population? But they did such a populist campaign, right? With singers, actors, everything like that, flooding social media. And next thing you know, you had Colorado who started fucking talking about weed. You got people I was literally shocked. But people are like, oh, yeah, well, because when you let populism get out of control, and all of a sudden they didn't think of the effects of that, right? People are getting high, driving, crashing vehicles, stuff like that. It was just like whole after thought. But it was popular because people were saying, this is how they did it. I was all for decriminalizing it, right? But I was never for legitimizing it. That means I believe if you're in your house, right, under certain circumstances, in your residence or whatnot, and you smoke, whatever, but you cannot operate a vehicle for at least 10, 20 hours, something like that, right? There was no compromise. And next thing you know, people are driving down because of populism. Oh, we're like, okay, why don't we go for decriminalizing it, right? And then work on other things. You had people driving around and I saw it. People driving around, even states where it was still illegal, smoking, passing blunts inside their car, driving, swerving all over the damn road. Well, because it was popular at the time, legalized weed, because of the rappers like Snoop and all the and singers like Willie Nelson and all these other people, and idiots like Bill Maher, whatnot, Bill Maher, who had lit up a joint on his show. It was a populist thing, right? So I'm saying to myself, I said, what else could become populist that we got to accept? Next thing you know, we have men trying to wear skirts and go inside a girl's bathroom. We have people saying, "Oh man, there's more than one." I saw this one thing where they infected Morehouse College, right? Morehouse College. Why Morehouse ain't the strong college for black men no more? They had a man. I saw the video. They had a man up there talk about we have to get to the point where we got to understand there's more than two genders and all that. I said, what the hell has that got to do with fucking what we thought was building a strong institution, that was there for a purpose. An institution has a purpose, a singular purpose. Boom, we're going to do this, right? But when you basically bring populism in there, right? It's like anything comes across the desk, we just go, oh, yeah, this is popular. Let's just do this, man. Let's just decide that, men can be women. You saw that Ketanji John Braxton, that lady, that buffoon went at Supreme Court. I can't tell you what a woman is, whatever like that, because I don't want to seem like I'm politically incorrect, whatever. And so that's what you have right now in this country, right? At some point in time, the society got to put its foot down and decide what is the rule of law, what is right, what is wrong, and how they go. And I think, what I see in South Africa is they are putting their foot down and saying, something, we as, you may not like it, but, I think about that, man. You got like Ghanaians alone. There's 20,000 Ghanaians illegally in South Africa. That is incredible. I thought Ghana was this friggin' up and coming prosperous country. Isn't what they were telling us? What's 20,000 Ghanaians doing in South Africa, right? And and when we talk about South Africa, right? Let me tell you something. South Africa, I thought this was going to change over the years, right? When I was a kid, I learned about South Africa. It says South Africa produced like half the African continent's electricity. I did a chat BTBT today, right? Do you know after all these years, South Africa still produces half of Africa's electricity? Half the power generated on the continent is in South Africa. I think they sell to other countries or whatever like that, but half the electricity in on the African continent comes from South Africa. You know how much comes from Nigeria? 4%. So you got all these disparities, and you cannot have a continent where one country has infrastructure and development and whatnot, because and the rest of the continent undeveloped. How do we develop the whole continent that we basically could keep people in their own countries and they could survive, And it gets back to what I was talking about Liberia. Let's see, Liberians knew that back then. They're like, we got to develop the continent for everybody and stuff like that. And that's what you have right now. People didn't want to listen back then, and be honest with ourselves. We have to be honest with ourselves. The black race was not ready for independence when it got independence. I'm just be honest with ourselves, right? Kenya wasn't ready. Uganda wasn't ready. I really don't think Nigeria, Ghana, I don't think none of these countries were ready for independence. I don't. Guinea wasn't ready. None of these countries were ready for independence. Had it been like another 20 years of development, education, and stuff like that, the continent would not have a migration problem that you have right now. All these countries basically prematurely got their independence. And when people say, um, people always use Liberia as well, Liberia got independent. Yeah, but Liberia had a head start on the rest of Africa. Liberia had the most exceptional black men in the world that settled there. Some of the best minds. So therefore, like I said, and I always look at this, right? And I studied like all the people that Liberia got. They got E.J. Roy, they got Edward Wilmot Blyden. They got this guy named Drayton. They got F. Ford McGill. They got some of the powerhouses, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, right? Elijah Johnson. They had some powerhouse black men. Black men that, if they stayed in America, could have really built Black America. We were left with really nothing, because Liberia got most of the top minds in the black world. We didn't have people that was smart leading us. We didn't. You had to take somebody like Marcus Garvey coming from the islands. Whatnot. Black America was in a mess. We didn't have who we had, Frederick Douglass. You got to be kidding me. We did not have the minds that Liberia attracted. And that was the thing. Black America is always like, oh, we did not have the mind, the academia and the stuff here in Black America to build based on what we're trying to do. I don't know what we were trying to do because, as Garvey put it, he said the people he met with some of the elite black people, and he says all these people they want to be white, while the masses of people are groping in the darkness. Yeah, we were living in literally darkness. Remember something, we were living in mostly darkness. There was no light. There was no education. There was no anything like that. Then we entered the 20th century, the 20th century, and we're like, what were we doing? We were playing jazz. We were doing jazz. We were playing baseball. That was a big accomplishment. Jackie Robinson. We were not making any damn progress. As a race, we were not making any progress because we didn't have the mind. We didn't have nobody freaking, guiding us or leading us. But how can you do that? And somebody, but the thing about Liberians, see, they had to make their own way. There was no white population there. They had to figure all these things out themselves. They had to figure out how to maintain their government, how to build roads, how to build buildings, how to build infrastructure, how to have trade, how to have all these things, how to maintain all this stuff like that. No, the Liberian experiment did not fail. The FBA experiment was a fucking joke. That's what I'm being sick and tired of. The FBA is a joke. Because the FBA bringing people are tethered to white America. You guys call yourself, tell everybody else to tether. The FBA movement is a tether to white success in America. That's all it is. So it is what it is. You Negroes in the chat room, y'all just don't get it. Y'all don't get it. The FBA is actually on the bottom of American society. The Africans come here and they socially are above you. The FBA movement is on their bottom. They never got to that level yet. The highest ideal among anybody is nationhood. The American Liberians built a nation. They built a republic. The FBA never built anything. So I love these FBA people coming here with their friggin' nonsense and their foolishness, but that's okay, man. I'm gonna have to spank some FBA ass tonight. But there was always a rivalry. Oh, what are you talking about? I was saying this for days ago. I said I'm disappointed in the fact that American Liberians lost power in Liberia. Right? Look. Here's the thing. Right? The only way American Liberians would have stayed in power if they became the majority. Right? At the same time, right? The American Liberians were fearful that the Black Americans, let me be honest with yourself, the people like Rico Miller and stuff like that coming from the Carolinas, they realized that they were not much different than the native Liberians. They were like on the same level, you know. They were like on the same level, you know. You take a Negro from North Carolina, South Carolina, he ain't too far from a native African, you know. And so, therefore, the American Liberians represented the elite, the cream of the crop in the Black race. They saw the world in terms of being colonizers, being rulers, being builders, and stuff like that. With the Black men in America, the FBAs and whatnot, these are people that are perpetual servants, perpetual slaves. They're not going to understand the nuances of government, the responsibilities of government, stuff like that. It takes a generation because, like I said, the ones who came over there, you know, they were bucking like, oh man, blah blah blah. Then after a while, they're like, oh, okay, I get with the program now. I get why we do what we do. So it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. American Liberians were definitely in many ways superior to, definitely, without a doubt, superior to the Black American. You know. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I like. You're right about that, GT million. You know. Yeah, what you call the FBA's never had a nation. They had never had anything. You know. There's nothing. Look, every group of people on the planet, right? I've studied this, right? And I want to learn something, right? You know, well, I know what I'm telling the truth, right? And I know we're in this matrix right now, this psyops and matrix, right? Every situation, there's never been a group of people that's been taken to another whole another continent and live as a minority group in another race, so so it is what it is. Sit down, DK. My, there's never been that situation, right? So our situation in America is unique. But at the same time, right? At the same time, I have never seen anybody in history that pledged allegiance to a country that enslaved them and were made to believe that they are the same, a part of a country that enslaved them. That's never happened in history. The proper response to anything that we're going through in America is in what we call a Black nationalist or African nationalist response. That's what America did. America responded to taxation without representation with war. You know, uh, America, Russia, the czars. And the Bolsheviks. Otto von Bismarck and Germany and whatnot, Prussia. All these things, right, showed you in history. Robespierre with in the French Revolution, then Robespierre, the Reign of Terror. Everything is about friggin' being free and self-determination. No other group of people have ever submitted to another race of people in history. Never. No matter what the cost was, right? No matter what the cost was, The Haritans of slaves, what you call it. So no other group of people have ever submitted to the authority, and just because somebody wrote down on a piece of paper that, oh, you're a citizen now, that doesn't mean it. Every other group of people always wanted their own independence. They wanted to pull together. That's why I respect the American Liberians. They went for themselves, So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. So it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. We got the usual suspects in the house tonight: Rico Miller and everybody. Yeah, the world America understood the world system. By those America understood the Americans. So yeah, Booker T. Washington are not celebrated because they believe in freedom. Yeah, so yeah, the American Liberians understood how to work because they were on the world stage. They were one of the original members of the League of Nations. The Haritans are the black slaves. They have no power in Morocco. They will have no. They will have the Haritans or the Black Moors have no power in Morocco. They have no power. They're still Mauritania. They're still seen as slaves. Do you want that? No, I don't want that. I can't use these fucking dirty, dusty third world people for my thing. Please stop mentioning fucking some Africans to me. You know. So yeah. So like I said, even to this day, right? There was like like this. Yeah, Afrodamas come from a slave tribe. Well, like I said, but here's the thing, Rico Miller. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm glad you said that because I knew you would probably say something like that. So that's why I had something prepared for you. You know, um, when I'm driving in Liberia, right? I was staying on Duport Road, right? And then you go out to Jamaica Highway, and all that highway links several of the settlements interior, Bensonville, Carriesburg, Brewerville, all these other places like that. Caldwell, all these other places like that, right? And when you look at uh, Liberia, right, these were cities, right, with modern way of life and everything like that. Of the American Liberians. Now you say the American Liberians are gone, but their way of life that they built, that everybody follows, that everybody follows, right? It's still there. The pattern, the roads, the buildings, everything like that, right? Liberia is like the least, the least, I would say, tribal, least. I don't want to say the wrong word. It's probably the most modern country culturally among native people in Africa. It probably is. Because all the native people basically adopted the modern way of life. That means, although you may say the American Liberians was this, but the native people themselves have become so-called American Liberians just by the lifestyle that they live. They don't live like the traditional Africans. They live in houses. They live with indoor plumbing and stuff like that. So the bottom line is that they became so Liberians. Whatever their background is, it doesn't really matter. The culture of the American Liberians, the society they built is a thing, I'm not gonna use words like primitive, but they have a modern way of life, So who brought that there, who brought that there, So even though you may say American Liberians are gone, yeah, pretty much. Most of them live overseas. I know a lot of them. They live in places like Australia. They live in Germany. They live all over the place, man. They come to Liberia once in a while, but they ain't trying to fucking be in this nonsense. How am I double talking, Rico? Tell me how am I double talking? How am I double talking? What am I saying that's double speak? I would like Rico Miller to tell me that. I'm just telling you like it is. I still love Liberia. I still love that country and whatnot. But same time, it is what it is. They got a country there, and I believe the native Liberians, that train. All the native Liberians have to do is understand how to manage expectations. You're coming from a rural area, different culture, right? And you're trying to adjust to a modern society, right? Not easy to do, right? It's not going to happen overnight for you. It's not going to happen overnight. People think, oh, I'm a Liberian or whatnot, but if you go to like the Congo, right? The people know they ain't going to never have no damn running water. They're never going to see no damn electricity, right? So don't get complained when LEC in Liberia go out for a few hours or whatnot. Oh, really? Look, you understand you're in Africa? I can think a lot of Liberians don't understand their fucking Rico, sit down, sit your ass down. You know, that's why I said people. Oh, it's been 100 years, Colin. Okay. But it is what it is. So it is what it is. Liberia's getting there. But it takes time. It takes damn time. Everybody's like, that's what people do. Is like, it's disingenuous. You're like, well, why haven't it done yet? It takes time to build shit. Shit takes time. Look, it takes time. Look at fucking most of Nigeria. Nigeria, uh, look, I did my research, right? South Africa produces 50% of the African continent's electricity. Nigeria produces less than 4%. That's sad. A country that brags about having the richest black man. The country that got oil, energy, got natural gas, whatever like that. And it only produces for the produces 4% of Africa's electricity. That's sad. I was not bashing Liberia, right? But I will say this. Right? Well, I'll tell you, since you asked, Rico. One of the things that disappointed me this time when I went there, right? When I went there, was the day I went to the embassy. I talked about this. The day I went to the embassy, right? And I could not get into this thing. See, my government, which I'm a citizen of, right? Because the line was so long, they were like this, and you got this stupid white ass chick there, like the way she was like, "Oh, come on," like she's doing everybody a favor. All these Liberians with U.S. passports, right? And I'm saying to myself, why the hell do you have a United States passport? What's the point of that? What's the point of having all these Liberians that had U.S. passports, right? And I'm saying to myself, you're in your country. How come? Where's the fucking pride? And they were coming in there like, and the way the U.S. people in the embassy were acting like they're doing you a fucking favor and shit like that. I'm looking at this lady like, you act like you're doing me a goddamn favor, bitch. I'm like, the hell are you talking about? I'm a fucking citizen. I was like, basically, I am not one of these Liberians who fucking just happen to have a U.S. passport. I am a fucking American citizen, like you are. But these guys were sitting there just, oh yeah, and I'm saying to myself, man, this is ridiculous. That's why they think about our race is inferior. You see, they're coveting the white man's passport. When I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Show me some goddamn pride, man. And that's what angered me. Well, the bottom line, it is what it is, bro. I'm still, I travel until I have a nation of my own, and that happens, which I have probably doubt it'll ever happen. I'm a United States citizen. I am not going to be stateless, Rico. It is what it is. I'm not going to be stateless. I don't give a fuck what this country did to my ancestors, or did to me. I'm like, so you try to be like this. America has an obligation to me, whether they like it or not. I'm not going to be stateless. You want me to be stateless? I'm not going to kiss America's ass, but I'm still not going to be stateless. No, it was just one friggin' line. It was one friggin' line. Because it's like they don't make any damn distinctions. No. I'm saying that like you don't want to leave America at all. If I find a way how to get out of America, I'll do it. I'll do it. That's why I said I'll do it. You have no intentions of leaving here. That's the difference. But if you want to stay in America, that's fine. But I personally don't. One thing I will say is this: the time you spend in Liberia, that freedom you feel that little bit of time, that freedom you feel, you're never gonna have that in America. That freedom that you basically have in America. I mean, in Liberia, that time period, despite all its problems, man, you do feel free. You feel what it's like. You feel like, gee, man. You say to yourself, what would it be like to have a world where most only black people are in? You know, it's really really nice. If you haven't really thought about that one time in your life, there's something wrong with you. You know, I mean, even when we watch old movies and whatnot, they used to always give us old movies like The Wiz, like that. What would like to be in a black world and whatnot. Even a lot of our black exploitation movies, we avoided fucking white people. Keep blaming black women for not wanting to leave that aren't any good. Yeah, that's the whole thing, DK. That's what I'm frustrated about. I realize the reality is that Liberia, just like most of Africa, is not ready for black Americans. I know that. I know that. So Rico Miller is just singing to the choir. I know most African countries are not ready for black America, you know. Bloody Vamp, please don't troll me because you will be out of here. One more stupid comment and you're gone. So I know for a fact that I'm gonna try. Like I said, next year I'm going to Angola. I'll see what's going on. Yeah, they expect me to be stateless, right? Stateless. It is what it is. That's the whole thing. We should have our leaders. That's why I don't have a respect for any so-called past leaders. We should have had other options besides America. We should have been building Africans all over the African continent. Places for us to go to. If we needed to. So we should have had that. We should have had options. Yeah, there's a lot of black Americans moving to Thailand. I don't know about Vietnam, but Thailand. And then I'm not telling you to be stateless. Look, Rico, I am not telling you to be stateless. I don't want nobody to be stateless. You're in America, stay in America, do your thing. I get that, get that, I would say visit Africa once in a while, but statelessness is not an option, That's unfortunately, it's not an option, Yeah, you got a lot of black Americans moving to Thailand, I see them moving to Portugal, Spain is open, Germany, you got a lot of black Americans moving throughout the world, and having peace and happiness, especially the black American community in Thailand. They're like they got it going on over there, They got their own jazz clubs, their own restaurants and shit like that, man. You're like, oh, like, wow, man. Black community in Thailand is doing good, man, I don't want anybody to be stateless, stateless. And right now, as much as I have this idea for Africa and African, whatever like that, unless we build an African, that means that we take one state or two states, right? And we're building like territories and city states that could bring up to the level of the first world, whatever like that. Yeah, America is it. Because we cannot go and live in a third world situation. I just can't do it. We can't do that. We'll die. I'll be honest with you. We can't do that, we could visit, but that's all I'm saying, Yeah, yeah, there's a lot I don't see. I'm really concerned about Mark Blanton and stuff like that, stuff like I really don't know, because the bottom line is this: the violence in there. I had no idea that the problem of immigration was that bad, in South Africa. I was like, holy shit. I had no idea. I thought there was a few Zimbabweans here and there, but I had no idea there was West Africans there. What the fuck, Now I want to say something, right? So yeah. I know. Look, I know if we had a real place, an option, or not, people be fucking. I know Black America would go there. I know that. I'm not no doubt in my mind. I think people, you got racist people in America working with stupid idiots in Africa to make sure that never happens. Got Africans are behind blocking the Afghanistan. I know that. I have no idea. Got a whole goddamn continent out there. 95% of it is unoccupied and whatnot. And the whole thing is that all Africans talk about what they can get out of us and shit. The thing is, DK, as I'm saying there looking at what's going on in South Africa, and I'm saying to myself, okay, now here's the argument that people will say, like people like Elvis will say, right? Elvis is a fucking open border type of guy. He's a clown. He's an open border. African Americans in South Africa are not seen as immigrants. They're expats. There's a real difference. There's a real difference. Black Americans have been going to South Africa for like almost 150 years. That's all. We're not economic migrants. We're not there. Open up shop. We're on a different level. That's some of the privilege you have as a Black American in South Africa. I'm not worried about that part. But nobody still wants to look out their door and see that shit. Even though wouldn't be affected by it personally. Look. They always say, West Africans always say, oh, who's the rightful owner of the land when it comes to them? Listen to this, DK. Tell me if I'm right. They always say, who's the rightful owner of the land? Elvis will say, oh, the native people are rightful owners of Liberia and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. But when it comes to South Africa, he sat there the whole night telling Lozi how it's a white man's country. Isn't Lozi part of the indigenous thing that he talks about? So West Africans are always talking about who's indigenous, who's the rightful owners. We're the Sanchi Charlewis, the Sanchis, we're the Khan, we're the Crew people, we're this, we're that, whatnot. We're the rightful owners and whatnot. Blah blah blah. The Edo state or with Kidola, but suddenly when it comes to South Africa or whatnot, suddenly they're not indigenous no more. Suddenly, South Africa belongs to everybody. That's all hypocrite. That's why I don't feel sorry for them. They've been telling everybody all the time how this is their land. You can't even own land in Ghana. This is not your land. You're a foreigner and whatnot. Just saying, we're going through hell in places like Ghana. And so therefore, when they go to South Africa, they want, oh, we're all black now. Suddenly, we're all black. That's our black brothers and sisters. Get the fuck out of here. So, well, the difference about Afroform and stuff like that is this. Black people in South Africa know they're on the side. They can't do nothing. They can't do nothing on the side. But Afroform actually uses other black people to discredit black people in America, South Africa is not a rainbow country, bro, They try to use black Africans against the black majority in South Africa to discredit them. Afroform is behind this immigration shit. So, yeah, West Africans always talking about fucking how indigenous this is the rightful owners, whatnot, But yeah, miss me with that shit. Now they go to South Africa and suddenly nobody's indigenous no more. We're all Africans now. We're all entitled to fucking bum rush everybody else's country and shit. But I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. I'm ready for anybody tonight. I'm ready. You got Kala Thanos tonight. I'm ready. Yeah, but the bottom line is this. I don't think Afroform really has a thing. The bottom line is what Afroform wants, they're never going to get. They're never going to succeed from South Africa and form their own state. That's never going to happen. That's what they want. So they can talk all they want. Their whole idea is to discredit the ANC and the black government. That's all they do. They're behind a lot of the sabotage in the country. And people are starting to see that now, People are starting to see that now, I had a run-in with Afroform years ago. I had a run-in with these motherfuckers years ago, and they basically told me, "You Black Americans need to stay out or stay." I said, "I'm only talking online. You guys need to stay out of South Africa's business." You know, I said, man, shut the fuck up. You know, these fucking racist motherfuckers. You know, I had this one guy, Johan, whatever his name is. This guy been trolling me since Blog Talk Radio days. You know, he was saying that he goes to Angola and he got land in Angola and he got all these young Angolan girls as his concubine. You know, he's a fucking racist. He said he fought in the Angola War. You know, and so like I said, man, you deal with these fucking clowns, these Afroform clowns. They're fucking a joke, man. You know. Go ahead, Kidola.
Oh yeah, Tyler. Tyler, I just wake up, just kind of chill in my head. I've been listening to you, Tyler. It seems like you put flip flop on Africa sometimes. Those that
What do
come
you
and
mean?
say,
How
"Oh,
am I flip flop? How am I flip flopping?
We have Pan African and whatever it is." When you come to
I
guidance,
know, Kidola.
hold up.
I am not a Pan Africanist. I never told
One
you.
day you were Pan African when you were Dana show where
I
you
was
when you were
never.
the
Hey, look, look,
single,
look. I
you
was
the
look,
dude
look,
really
look.
that.
I think back in the hold. On, let me say this. Let me say this before you go on. Right, the understanding back then, right, was we're all. When I say Pan, I mean we're all black. That's all it means. We're all black. Africa's our mother continent. We're all like this. But over the years, you guys have made it clear that you guys don't want that. People like Afrodamas, you, and other people have made it clear that you guys only care about your tribe, your people. So that killed that. You know, you guys made it clear that you guys are not interested in that. You guys don't see color and race. We're race conscious in America. You know, so we thought our Pan thought that, oh yeah, we're both black. We all both love Africa. We want to see Africa do better. We want to build Africa. You guys absolutely made it clear you don't want us in Africa. You don't want anything us to do anything in Africa. So that killed the Pan African in me. You know, killed in all of us. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
that's
You talk about South Africa. South Africa. Uh, when you, I don't know if you've ever been there. I've never been there, but my people who live there for years, who been there and everything. I don't want to go there. I'm nothing there. I'm not interested. When your country is being controlled economically, landly, 80% belong to the other side. There's no difference between South Africa white and the white Americans that all United States. Then they allow you to have some political power. Then other people are not coming in. You see, South Africa's I can't say every of them. Yeah, it's supposed to be like any other African country with a tribal they are indigenous to that place. You know, but they also very push instead of indigenous in that area, they also push to a corner as a small zone where they operate as indigenous. You know, and you know what they do is sometimes I feel sorry for them that they lash it out because people have been paying them to lash out. You know, it's
who
not just they just want to do
who's
it themselves.
who's paying them.
Oh man, the white people paying them, paying
No,
society politicians.
I think it's just the opposite. I think whites enjoy this because it creates a sort of discrediting of the blacks. Say, "Oh, look at the blacks! Look what they're doing to fellow blacks." And they white people, white South Africans got their foot all over the African continent. How do
The
you think they ever
South,
did?
South Africa in the long run will be divided. In the long run, that's what these Negroes doesn't know in South Africa. In the long run, the white people will cut. The white people don't like the South Africans. That's just 100%. First of all, the Negroes that take over power in South Africa, they run down the country. Do you really blame them, or they just allow these
Let
Negroes to
me
be
ask you a question. Let me ask
corrupted
you a question. You
themselves?
said the blacks blame the country, but if when South Africa was controlled by whites, you know most of the people that the people live in the country, right? They weren't on the grid. Now most of the people in the South Africa is on the grid. You got formal employment and stuff like that. So how do you say they ruined the country when obviously over the last 30 years, despite everything, you got a huge black middle class there.
The, the South Africa, South Africa leaders are like any other leaders in the Africans who are very, very corrupt. Were
Yeah,
you running? Were you
yeah,
running?
they're corrupt though, but they got a per capita income of like $7,000.
Well, be controlled by the. Now, hold on. This is the problem. Be controlled by the white. The political income is. Look, all this investment South Africa is doing everywhere is the white companies that are doing it.
Yeah, but hold on, but
It's not the black.
they hire black
It's not,
South Africans as a front.
there with less because it's like you have D whatever DIY whatever you have it there to employ, but still they have less skills to operate it. Will you blame them? No, you can never blame them because they were ruled for more than 400 years. It will take under 300 years for those blacks to come up like the white South Africans. It will take another years like that. It's not going to be fixed just at once or 30 years or 40 years because they are very, very backward. Majority of them, look, when you start feeding people with spoon every month, you give them $20. All these South Africans that are rapping everywhere, running everywhere, saying this is this, they give them social every month, right? They don't work, they don't have no job. They give them $20 every month.
Who do you think works in the gold mines, the diamond mines, the platinum mines, and whatnot, and stuff like that? Like that massacre that had happened a few years ago at the mine and whatnot, where South African workers were killed. Who are those people out there? It's black South Africans.
Well, because those South Africans that they okay, you understand they are alive years back by their own police and everything. Who do you think own those mine companies?
You said they're not working. You know,
yeah, because
South
because it's mine.
They got the largest labor union on the continent.
Yeah, look, these are labor unions that started during the apartheid time. They're already there.
Most of the members, most of the workers, almost all the workers are black.
Yeah, but these are because during the apartheid time, it was during the apartheid time for that 300 years or 400 years, it was the blacks they were using. And if you check it, these blacks were not too far from the mines. They were living in a shanty town. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you say blacks don't got jobs, they are working. The majority of work in South Africa is still done by black South Africans.
South Africa, majority of South Africa have no job. The Indians.
Hold on. Let me say this. They have a high unemployment rate. You know what that means? That means people who are unemployed, right? Unemployed. That means they're seeking benefits, but you don't know if they.
If you visit,
they have a job.
I sit with a guy that went there for a visit, right? I said, man, how's the country? He said, bro, right from the airport, it's being controlled. You see that, okay, you came in, it's like almost look like a white country, but when you sit in these hotels, lodge in these 5-star hotels, you can see a little bit sprinkle of the black people doing service. Mean to say they're doing maybe the room service or the cleaning things there. Then when you start seeing properly, you start, it's just different. It's just totally different. Look, the Indians are far more powerful. This what they're doing, right? The Indians are far more powerful there. The whites are the top. You understand me? The Indians, the second ones. Then the colored, the third ones. The Negro ones, I say far behind. They control 2% or can say 2% of society's space. But the space are not really booming like that. South Africa needs other people like Zimbabwe who are already there about businesses to teach them. But this is where the problem comes from. These people that are paying these politicians to sponsor this, some of these people attacking other foreigners, they don't want South Africa to know how to do a competitive business. For you to strive as a country, as individual in that country, or as a group in that country, where you have multiracial groups already dominating you for 300 years, you need to have a space to compete with them, either mini businesses or middle large businesses to the top level businesses. What is South Africa importing? The Negro ones, nothing. Did they own company, 5-star hotels? Maybe a few of the elite that ANC. Kala, you have to understand. South Africans is far more. You can see when they say, "Oh, we don't want these Africans." These black South Africans were far more isolated for years. The elite were the one collecting the billions that work everywhere and collect all this money. They never go back after the apartheid time or whatever.
Let me ask you a question. If you say what you say is, are they justified saying, "Well, we don't want other people here competing with whatever little we got"? Are they justified?
If they look, what I'm saying, you don't need to analyze anybody if you don't want them in your country. If you go to Western world,
I haven't seen anybody got unalive. I mean, years ago.
How do you know? How do you know? Hold on, Kala. Don't play that game, Kala. These people are killing people. They're burning people.
Oh,
don't do that.
Have you seen anybody get killed? I've seen people beat up, but I didn't see nobody get
killed.
No.
Sometimes you think they are not laughing Nigerians. Nigerians are very far from where these people are doing all this is. Tanzanians, you know, if you talk about say Analafi people in South Africa, Nigerians are doing Analafi their own self there with their businesses, or some of them doing some ruthless business they're doing there. But say Analafi ordinary people with their cash on the street, sometimes it's the Analafis, Zimbabweans, Tanzanians, and everything. You see a woman that was selling on the street, that was selling food, that a South African guy came to buy food, but he was hitting at this woman's daughter. This woman said, "Hey, back off. Back off." What did the guy did? He don't want to pay for the food. What did the guy do? He brought out something in those things that police hold, and unalive the woman and said, "It's a Zimbabwe woman." You know, so what is that? Because they don't see themselves as fellow black. Like the other was,
South
you blame them?
No. Are very violent.
So my man, you just behind. You're behind. You have to look for other groups that will help you to come up. And that's where
they need. Let me ask you a question, right? And you got your fellow West African on the panel right here, Elvis. Let me ask you a question, right? Do people have a right to protect their indigenous land?
What indigenous land you talking about? The one in Johannesburg?
No, that's all African land. You know,
Tyler was the one that was saying there's no such thing as indigenous land in Liberia.
Look, I'm saying that you guys have always been preaching to me about the indigenous people.
It's like United States.
Aren't you in Edo State, Kidola? What if somebody came to your land and started taking over, setting up shop? What would happen?
Because we're the one that set the rules and the games there, right? But in South Africa, hold on. In South Africa, the foreigners are not going to the villages where these chiefs have power. They're not going there. They're going to where these white people dominated a lot.
No. They're actually in black areas. They would not.
Which area?
You would not see no white the people. They're going to the black areas. They're in the black areas. That's what
which black area? Those areas are not. Those kings. Those kings do not rule. Those kings do not rule from there. Those kings do not rule from there.
No white people around. They're not in Hillbrow, Sandston, and places like that, or even in Cape Town. They're in areas around Johannesburg, Soweto, and all that. You know, Orlando and all that stuff like that, the former townships and all that stuff like that, Limpopo and all stuff like that.
Those areas also be
there with where the poor black people are.
They're fighting because those buildings, what you call project in the United States, they also have those shanty towns, but those are towns that Mandela built.
We don't have shanty towns in America,
bro. There's no difference between South Africa and some part of the United States.
Let me come in here, right?
We don't have shanty towns in America, bro.
Let me come in here, Carla. I heard you talking about GDP per capita. The way GDP per capita is measured is the total, the gross domestic product, and then you divide it by the population.
Yeah.
So the majority of the producers who are giving, South Africa such a high GDP are, quote unquote, non-Negro people, right? The Indians and the whites.
You divide that by 50 million.
So hold on now. So they're driving up the GDP, but the It doesn't mean that the average
Hold
South
on.
African is
Actually,
making $6,000 a year.
if you actually just take the white South Africans and Indians, the GDP per capita would probably be like six figures.
No, but that's not how they. That's not how they do the GDP per capita. Wait, stop saying. Hold on. Let me just speak. Why can't I let me say? Why can't I even have a sentence, Carla? The point here is that's an average. They divide it by the entire population, but that does not mean that there's a middle class that's making $6,000,
I never said
a year. You
Yeah, but
give a stat. You say that the middle class make like $6,000 a year compared to other African countries.
Compared to Nigeria's per capita, it's like $800.
Right, but I'm telling you, the people who's producing are the Indians, the whites. They're the one that's giving them a high GDP, right? And if you divide it, most of them are not getting $6,000 a year. But I'm happy for them.
I never said that, right? I never said. But when you look at the aggregate of the country, right? You have to admit that South Africa produces half the electricity on the African continent. Half. Half of the electricity on the continent, right? Yes.
When you say South Africa, who are you talking about, Carla? I mean, don't
South Africa, the whole country of South Africa.
Who's producing the electricity?
The Republic of South Africa.
No, the white power companies are producing the electricity.
You can't just scapegoat.
Okay, show me the black power company that South Africa has, Carla.
There's black-owned power companies in South
Africa. Show me them.
Eskom is owned by black people in South Africa.
Oh, okay, all right.
You got black-owned power companies in South Africa now, and you got white-owned power companies in South Africa right now.
It does not exist.
That's like we talking about Black America, and you're giving us the United States of America statistics.
What I'm saying is this. So you got to admit, right? South Africa is basically the black South Africans are blessed. Whatever happened in history, however it happened, they're best. They're a continent that generates half the continent's electricity. Nigeria, guess how much? Guess how much Nigeria? Guess how much electricity? Guess how much electricity does Nigeria produce for the African continent?
Yes.
I'll use that same talking point on you, right? You've said it before, so I'll regurgitate it. African Americans are blessed. You say that you thank God that your ancestors came on that boat and came into slavery and had to be had to be enslaved for all those years just so you can have adjacency to the white man. So by that notion, you're blessed, and the South Africans are also blessed.
No, it's just basically. I let be honest with you, man. To be not just Black America, right? I'm glad I was born where I was born at. The family I had, like that. I'll go any further. I'm glad whatever lined up. However it happened, I'm glad my life turned out the way it did.
I'm also blessed. I'm also blessed.
I'm blessed not to be enslaved. My ancestors not to be enslaved. I'm blessed too for that.
However it happened. Like I said,
I'm also blessed when I look around every investment. You see, Ghana is also much like that. If you look at Ghana have no single investment in Nigeria, right? But the noise that these fucking Ghanaians are making on everything, Ghana doesn't have anything. The banks the banks in Ghana, if not Nigerians, Ghana will not even be running what's the international bank system. Importation in Ghana, they then make all this noise you see now. Some of this, they're big that be produced, is being done by Nigeria to them. So when you cannot do anything, you hate the other side. When you have to learn how to bring anything. Ghana have no single investment in all that country. All those big mouth of, we're big, we go leave our country. You got to look at their gold mine. Their fishing is being controlled by the Japanese. Have you ever seen Ghana? You have to learn how to be there. When the British colonized us, we did allow the British to be the source. We tell the British, be in the port, we bring the goods to you. You pay us. The women are riot. Women fought the British for that. That's why we don't have some of these people control our fishing. When ShopRite came to Nigeria introduced a competition, that type of large-scale shopping mall against ShopRite. That's why some certain states in Nigeria, ShopRite are closing. They're leaving. If you bring a restaurant like KFC, we'll have our own Chicken Republic. You feel me? When MTN came to Nigeria, we have what called Glow. When MTN satellite came to Nigeria, we have Glow satellite. We made sure we go to total with you as if it's to contribute money, make a large-scale group of people establish companies to encounter those companies. That's what we use to competition. We don't scatter of it. From the minimum for the
Anything
low
South
one to everything.
Africans do, Kedola, is always with an asterisk because they have the adjacency to the white people there, right? Look, I'm happy that there's a protest that's going on and they're trying to petition their government to prioritize South Africans, which is a great thing. That's their real problem. That's what they need to do. Let their government go against the white power structure of their country and put them first. Put their job.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Can you finish your sentence?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let their government do their bidding. Let them go against the DA. Let them go against those white, investors and corporation owners in their country, and prioritize the working South Africans. That's what we
DA
want.
is building a wise.
Go ahead,
DA
Tyler.
is building a private. DA is building a private. DA is building a private university just for white people alone, say to protect their culture.
Right.
What I tell you is that slowly, this South Africa you see now, right, will be divided in a way one day. A few years from now,
The white people still want apartheid. They want apartheid bad.
A guy that came from Britain is saying Cape Town should be divided, right? Let me tell you something, Carla. People that made it don't get jealous. Have you ever seen a white man saying, "Oh, what are these Nigerians? What are they doing here? Why?" Because before the Nigerians in South Africa came to that level, man will not even exist. But some of them.
I Kedola, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing, right? Now, when you're in I study the situation, I want to be very unbiased what I'm saying right here. There is a truth that the Somalis and all these other people open up small shops and everything like that, right? Small shops, whatever like that. And it's really good. And also, what I'm hearing now is that a lot of these people, not just Somalis, but Indians, are selling substandard foods and whatnot that's unchecked and unregulated. People are dying, because they're just selling anything to the public. Now, do you think that's right? So in other words, basically,
What?
In America, before you could sell, your food has to go through the Food and Drug Administration. There's challenge. So that's why when they say, well, why don't you open up a business? Well, a South African open up a business, he has to follow certain rules and guidelines and stuff like that. Same thing in America. Foreigners open up a business right there. They just open up a shop and say, look at my business or not. But you're not doing it the right way. And so therefore, people are right to say, hey, look, we know you don't have it like that because if you're not here legally, you couldn't have got the clearance to open this shop. So therefore, your goods have never been inspected. You're selling to our people, but not people getting sick because you're selling outdated stuff with a contaminated product or not. That's a legitimate thing. Why is it that you guys are just looking at one side? Oh, they opening businesses. No,
Why don't you open the business like them? Why don't you? If you drive them, replace them with your own businesses. You feel me? If you drive them, come up with your own business. But
you understand something, right? Now, in South Africa, this is a modern country, right? You can't just open up a friggin' business just like that, You have to basically have certain things in place. It takes substantial investments if you do it right. Now, what you're asking the Black South Africans to do is do what the foreigners doing, but just open up ragtag big shops and whatnot. This, that, thing. Okay, if you want to bring the South Africans down to that level, that's fine. That's your argument. Just you go like this. But the thing is, though, if you got a country where that said that we're trying to that made an honest attempt to build a modern society and everything like that, right? And for example, when we talk about the Kedola is this. In California, years ago, I watched this program, right? Where they had a bunch of Mexicans, right? This is before the whole illegal alien thing started popping off, right? This is the reason why it happened, right? There was a lot of Mexicans and stuff like that who did good work, roofing and stuff like that, but they were not properly licensed. They were not vetted. They were not unionized. They were not doing all stuff like that. That basically that the other people who are unionized and paying dues and had to have workman's comp and stuff like that. I had a business before here. You got to have workman's comp, all those regulations. They were just bringing their crews in. They were getting work done. Now people will say, y'all just hating on the Mexicans. No, we got if you have a society and you got standards, right? And the foreigner comes in and he's not abiding by the rules and whatnot, yeah, that's gonna cause tensions. You know, I mean, that's just elemental, you know.
Like the Chinese, let me just for a few seconds I give to every. Like you see what the Chinese people did, right? When the Chinese said our country is open for business, right? What happened? They allowed the white people to come in to start doing business with them, right? The white people want to dominate. What the Chinese people do? They start fighting to dominate certain aspect of the business for themselves. The war now they occupy. The Mexicans, you probably complain about in California taking over California. Then they come there to play. They came there to dominate society aspect.
Yeah, I know, but
You
the whole thing is, if you're not
said there's nobody going to be waiting for you to say, take this, do that.
Look, you can't just come up to they come and dominate. It don't work like that, bro.
They take over. They're already there.
It don't work like that, because that's why in California years ago they all got shut down and got deported.
Even now, my half brother told me now in Houston, you're not seeing Latinos partnering with African restaurants, joining businesses together. Whereby if you come there to eat, you can eat.
If you're doing it legally and you got your paperwork,
it's legally, so you have to. You don't need to complain. Fight for your own self.
Right?
Look, let me tell you something. Let me say, hold up, Elvis. Let me tell you something. And here in America, we're not thinking about immigrants. Black people in America are not thinking about fucking immigrants. You guys have nowhere near. You're never going to catch up to us. So the bottom line is, we're like, you do your thing. That's fine. That's fine. The people who really hurt by this is these white contractors and stuff like that, who do a lot of stuff like that. And I really believe, like a couple of years ago, I really said a lot of it has to do with these white contractors are overcharging for a lot of stuff they're doing. That's another case, right? So the Mexicans will come in and cut the price in half, because I did contract work and I used Mexicans before. Matter of fact, I got a Mexican crew now working on my windows, and they work for cheaper. That's fine, but my point I'm trying to make is, okay, nobody's sitting there saying, oh, Mexicans can't do this, whatnot. I got no problem with Mexicans doing work. They do good work and everything like that. But the whole thing, and everybody, cuts a couple of corners. Look, we all did it. Mexican guy comes over here, cuts down my tree and whatnot. He's gonna charge. I know the motherfuckers all kinds of here illegally and shit like that. We sort of look the other way, and I know, they do work. We look the other way, and that's how it is here.
Let me get a tidbit. Look, laws are made to protect and to empower the people. The South Africans, like I keep saying, if your country have laws that protect you, that inculcate you from certain things, and they empower you in terms of employment, in terms of economic prospects, once an African go there, certain opportunities will be limited to them, and they will be, in abundance for the South Africans. They have to take, legal and legislative, actions to empower their people and protect them. If they're not doing that, you can't blame the African for going there. If the Africans follow your law and immigrate to your country, and they're working and they're doing business and they're doing whatever your country allows them to do, you can't be mad at those people. If they're there illegally, your immigration services should be deporting them. You can't take the law in your own hands.
But my thing is, like I said, I don't agree with them taking the law in their own hands. But these seem like a last apple of desperate people. Like I said, I don't know what it's like to be a South. Because look, this is what it is. 32 years ago, this month, Nelson Mandela was elected president of the Republic of South Africa, right? There was this fanfare back then, I remember, right? And I really looked at the situation in South Africa. It was really abysmal, And so therefore, a lot of Black South Africans, even a few years into Mandela's presidency, saying, why don't I have a new house? Why don't I have this? I don't have that, right? They said there's still a lot of people in Soweto and places like Soweto looks better now. There's been a lot of improvement, right? But there's a lot of Black South Africans who are like, they thought that in a generation they would be at the same level as the whites, right? And so therefore now they figure, okay, we're gonna get to that level by eventually like that. But along comes a lot of black immigrants from West Africa, right? And then the white people in South Africa are saying, you know something? You guys need to stop talking about black economic empowerment, stuff like that. Look at these black immigrants, these African immigrants from West Africa. They ain't complaining. Whites don't take in consideration because they don't care, because you are not going to open up a legal business inside the white area. You're not going to do that in Cape Town. You're not going to do it in parts of Durban. You know, they will let you set up shop. That's why a couple of years ago, when you had those Somalians being killed, shop owners being killed, and they all left, you know, because the bottom line is this: they were deliberately forced into black areas, and while you had a high unemployment rate, no economic opportunity and whatnot, and so, and I never justify murder, but what I'm saying is if you don't understand that the whites are using these people, using these black immigrants, right, to say, hey, look, you know, look at these people here. You guys didn't like what you guys were doing, because before, remember something, years ago, it was black people that was selling informal stuff and doing stuff like that, what the black immigrants are doing. You know that? It was black people that were selling shoddy products to survive and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing. But the black South Africans figure, okay, they want to be part of this miracle called South Africa. And the whites are telling them, you know something, you need to go get a grip on it, right? And look at these black immigrants and whatnot, you know, because that's what you are supposed to be. That's it in a nutshell. You know, it's the whites. The whites are like that because the whites have no intentions of giving up their position, because right now you're on a precipice, right? If black people keep moving further, it's going to be less for the whites. You know, that's just how it is. You know, if you take away, white people own 80% of the land and whatnot, and you start building black businesses and stuff like that, it's going to take away from the whites. So how do you do that? You have the blacks friggin' relegated to the margins of society. You know, how do you do that? You create a model. Hey, look, you know, these black, in other words, basically black South Africans basically are outliers in their society. You know,
Carla, if you go to South Africa, the colored have their own area, well maintained buildings and everything.
Yeah, the apartheid
everything, right? It's a very big. It's a very big city, right? It's a very big city.
He didn't even start speaking yet, man. That's why sometimes a lot of people don't come on the show anymore. You let people speak,
you know,
bro.
Apartheid government set that up. Go ahead.
The blacks, these black people, Kala, there's nobody gonna look, Kala. You have to create a law that will benefit you. The white people, they create a law that benefit them, right? You have to, the black people have been in power for almost 30-something years, 31, 32 years. Why did they create rules, at least, that will allow their own people, these guys that are holding, carrying these things out, to have space for them to grow? They have rural areas in South Africa, which these people control. That's where most of their kings are, right? Why they cannot, okay, give us space? It will be very difficult. South Africa will be very difficult because they're far big. The color there also, that's like a buffer zone. The buffer zone inside a buffer zone. Indians are buffer zones. You understand me?
Adola,
The color
if they dare make a law that explicitly benefit black people, those white people will do the same thing they did with Trump. They will come to the West and cry to that daddy that they're being, discriminated against. The blacks are taking everything and giving it to the other blacks, and they're taking their riches and their opportunities away. That's the fear in South Africa, and the South Africans don't want that because they don't want those people leaving in mass. They don't want.
No, they will not even leave. Elvis, those people are so embedded, they will not leave. They will divide the country. They have the power. They have the power to divide the country. These black South Africans, they only go after black people. They dare not Indians. They dare not even the color people. Because those people will just unalive them. The Indians unalive them in a riot.
The white South Africans have mercenaries that rival the South African army. They have so much firepower, you wouldn't believe it.
They're ready for it. They're very scared of the white people. Very, very scared. So that they're surprised how the other Africans can relate with the white people like that, face to face. When you have a country, that's what I said. I'm happy I'm from Nigeria because when Obasanjo give MTN monopoly, what happened? They create a law for other people to challenge MTN. The Glow was being all of the contributed money for Glow, not just Glow alone. Airtel,
That's
Airtel Network.
Mike identical company, right? Glow.
Yeah, Mike, that Mike Adenuga. After Obasanjo refused him alone, other Africans, rich people contribute money to a Qatar MTN. Then Airtel came in also, Airtel Network. So you cannot really drive in to fight hard. That's what we see Ghana now protest. Nigeria must go. Nigeria must go because you don't even control your fishing company. Fishing company is being controlled by the Japanese in Ghana. You have to
One of
fight
the
for
things
your
to
right.
Kadola, one of the things people forget is that there are also laws. There are regional laws that govern certain regions within Africa. Like in West Africa, we have ECOWAS. Their freedom of movement. What that means is that a person who is a citizen of that region can live in any of those countries, freely and work it. They have a freedom of movement and employment in any of those countries. That's the regional laws that those countries agree upon. I don't know what it is for SADC, in the South African region, but there are laws. And the Zimbabweans and others and those other South Africans that go to, Southern Africans that go to South Africa, they are probably following the laws that govern their economic zones. So I don't get it. It's just like change the law if you want to be protectionist. Change the laws.
Elvis, that's what their music is not internationally because their music that be controlled by the blacks, they cannot take it out of South Africa. Even their entertainment is behind the scene be controlled by white people.
Oh, yeah. And no offense, Kadola, their movie industry there is really well, well ran.
Yeah, because
I like movies. I don't watch Hollywood.
Yeah, because it's being controlled by white billionaires. So they tell you how you want to add that movie. You understand me? So it's not like they're the one benefiting from it, really. They pay you. It's just like Netflix came to Nigeria, asked some people to start producing movie for them. What happened? Those guys look at it and take Netflix money and start producing movie for them. But behind the scene, Nigeria start having their own company too. You understand me? If not for Nigeria, Amapiano will not even leave South Africa because they don't know how to market it. They don't do much to market their business.
The thing about it, which is a beautiful thing actually that I do like, they sing all their music either in their, the original languages, Zulu, Xhosa, whatever, and it's beautiful, right? But again, it may not translate with a lot of, diaspora and black people because the Nigerians at least put a little bit of English in their music, and their musicians are accessible. They speak English. They can, they can see them. And South Africans have some of the best singers on the continent. They're very great entertainers also, but for some reason they don't really cut across.
Because we target the white people. We target the white people. Go to France when Burna Boy hold the concert there. It's all white. Then somebody said, ask Kiss Daniel, why are you hugging this white person? Kiss Daniel said, these are people coming to my shows. It's about money. It's not about black power. It's just about money.
When you're looking at parity and you want to compare, on an even playing field, it's always difficult. And I'm not taking anything away from the black South Africans. I'm sure if they had their country and they were the vast majority that was running the economy, they would still be doing relatively well, but certainly nowhere near what they're doing now. And that is because, of course, those white people are. Some of them have, like, they have connection in England. They have connection to the United States. There's a lot of South African billionaires who are in this country who also have business interests back home, and they use the United States lobbying system to protect themselves, to make sure that laws are in passed. You saw what happened at the White House. That was just one that we saw in the open. Those kind of conversation happens in the background all the time, where they're telling the white politicians here in America that their people there are being, slaughtered. There's a risk of genocide against white South Africa. All those kind of stupid shit that Kala, made sure about. White South African businessmen are doing that continuously to fearmonger so that the Western, power will protect them and protect their interests in South Africa. They're well protected, man.
What about the topic, Elvis?
I
So
just got on the topic, a little
I said,
known.
hold on. No, I'm just saying. I'm saying. I want you to answer your input about the topic. I said there's a little known rivalry and tension between the Black Americans and the American Liberians, and I broke it down the first hour how that tension, how that spilled out and played out international. I studied that real thing. There was definitely a tension. We
Look,
did.
Kyla, I'll tell you this, right? And you study it now, you're getting a little idea of it. And again, the American Liberians were great. A lot of them, the original people that came, they were great men. They had great intentions, but they certainly felt a certain way about those who decided not to leave.
Well,
Hold on, Kyla. I mean, you asked me. Let me give my opinion. I'll give you a quick example before I even get back to this topic. Amongst the Gribble people in Liberia, right? The Gribble people is a tribe. There are certain people called the bush gribbles and the seaside gribbles. The seaside gribbles think that they are superior to the bush gribbles because they traverse the ocean to settle on the coast. And the bush gribbles were too afraid to go over the ocean. And that's why they call them the bush gribble, because they stay more in the interior and they didn't traverse from the western part of Africa to come down and settle on that cruise coast. So they're saying that they're more superior. They've had more interaction with travelers and white people, so they see themselves superior. So my point that I'm making is that the American Liberians took a leap of faith. They took that leap of faith. They left the comforts of the United States, even though it wasn't comfortable in terms of slavery and segregation. But unlike Frederick Douglass and other people who said, "Well, we'll cast our lot here with the white man, because we don't want to go back to the savage continent, the dark continent." Those people took that leap of faith. They went there and they established, built, maintained. Even though they excluded other people, but certainly by themselves they maintained and sustained a civilization. So to sell themselves to be self-sufficient and risk takers and people who wanted to forge their own destiny, whereas African Americans who stayed wanted to be under the white man.
yeah.
So there is a bit of a rivalry there between the two
That was
groups.
my point exactly, because when I knew the FBA people come in the chat room and they said, "Well," I said it's not even a comparison, because simple fact of the matter is, by the turn of the 20th century, that started to change. Because before that, most of the people in Liberia had this idea that all good things came from America, right? All good things came from America, and up until Hillary Johnson became the first Liberian president that was born in Liberia, right? The whole idea was we're just transplanted American blacks in Africa. And then after a while, right, the Liberians, right around that time period, became a member of the League of Nations. Think about it. Psychologically, what that means is you got all these white powers: Portugal, Spain, England, France, everything. And I think Haiti was a member. You got Haiti and Liberia were the only members of the League of Nations as people of color, right? Uh, the Liberians basically saw themselves as there's two different things. We're talking about liberation of Africa, right? And I think this was going to eventually come to a head, but it never did, right? The Black Americans saw themselves as part of the oppressed struggle, right? American Liberians saw themselves as the light, the chosen people, bringing civilization to a benighted kind. Look at the thing, light to a benighted kind. What does that mean? That means that they felt like their civilization was going to uplift Africa. But the thing is, though, what they did was they inspired little American Liberians all over the continent. That means different groups of people said, "Hey, if they could do it, I can do it." The next thing you know, Kwame Nkrumah emerged, Nami Ezekiel emerged, and whatnot. That inspired something on the African continent. Oh yeah, we could rule, blah blah blah, bring civilization with education, stuff like that. But the Black American was still, even up into the 70s, stuck in the whole idea of this POC, people of color, third world struggle thing. And that's what I read some things where there was actually real discussions between American Liberians where they're like, no, that's not how we how to see the world. In other words, basically, you have people like Jesse Jackson, people like that went over there and stuff like that, and they were like, oh, and the Liberians are like, well, we got to look at it from a standpoint of the way you see America, the way we see America is different, right? We need American investment in our country. We need American diplomat. We got diplomatic relationships with Adlai Stevens in the Congo. This guy George Padmore, right? So they were looking at it from a standpoint of being statesmen, right? But the Black Americans always took the side of, like I said, we don't know clearly, what I knew the Liberia did the right thing in the Lancaster Agreement, right? And the struggle for Namibia's independence, right? They did the right thing there. I'm not quite sure, where Liberia fell in the Congo, and I knew though they took Angola's side in the Angola War. I do know that, right? So they were on the right side of history, right? Right side of history. But the Black American, basically, the whole thing about the Black American is they basically, even to this day, we try to talk about nation building and stuff like that. And you talk about, like even when we deal with Africa right now, right, Ghana, right? People are always like, why has Ghana got U.S. bases there? We don't know. Black American don't understand why countries do what they do, why you don't do what you do, because you don't have a country. You don't have the vantage point of a nation state. You don't have the vantage point of feeding a group of population. You don't have a vantage point of protecting borders. People say, Traore, blah, blah. And then when they find out Traore signed a deal with the United States for healthcare, they're like shocked. I can't believe that. I thought he was a messiah. Yeah, but the thing is, though, he's still a statesman. He got the acting accordingly as a statesman, right? He had to make decisions based on statesmanship. And that's the difference between the American Liberians and the Black American. The Black American is dangerous because he has a lot of wealth and he has a lot of institutions. But the thing is, we're still a subordinate, second-class suburban race in America. And that right there is going to be in conflict with people who are actually in charge of their own nation states. So what Black people always say is this, like Tariq, it doesn't matter, white supremacy is everywhere. And we put this idea out there that all Africa is still being controlled by the white man. So in other words, we project our powerlessness on the African continent all the time. I see it all the time. They're always like, well, Africa is being controlled by Chinese now. Africa, you heard it before. Africa is controlled by the Chinese, blah, blah, blah. And Africans like, look, if the Chinese are there, it's because we invited them there. We're doing business there that you don't freaking understand, And that's what the American Liberians were going through back then with Black America,
Yeah. And Rico, our friend Rico, is saying that the American Liberians are extinct. They're not extinct. Let me say this to you, Rico. The Y chromosome of your father, those are American Liberian men who have many kids. A lot of them still live in Liberia, but you won't see them. Because they're not as pronounced as before because they were the ruling class. But there are a lot of them still there in the country.
The culture
so they're not
of
extinct.
The American Liberians is still the dominant culture in Liberia. Everybody, like I said, you go to Carriesburg, you go to Benson, Bensonville, Bentall, whatever. You go to all these places like that, and it's like, it's amazing. It's like you really do see what Liberia could have been. It's a modern Black society that was introduced onto the African shores, So, yeah, even though you might not see American Liberians pure there, the culture, the DNA, and everything like that is still exists. Say, how can you charge of your nation if you need subsidies from the white? Look, see, this is what I'm talking about. See, this is what I'm talking about. See what I just said? How can you charge your nation? What are you talking about? What are you talking? You still running nations, 90% of what goes on in Africa is on the responsibility. Yes, some African countries get foreign aid and stuff like that. But the bottom line is this: they still got to make their own way. They still got to create their own jobs. They still got to have a balance of trade.
But listen to that, Carla. Rico would rather be under the white man complaining about racism.
That's what I'm talking about. You don't have to worry about racism, Can we focus on America and all this African stuff? No, I'm sorry. We're talking about Africa here, bro. Don't like it, get the hell out of here. We're talking about
Carla, America, Liberia still have their land in Liberia. They can come back. Those that went to a United States, they say they have their land there.
No.
They
Yeah,
can come back.
it's Liberia's a different culture. Nobody gives a shit about land in Liberia.
But
Really.
kind of
Who tell
let me
you
say
that?
this, right? If the American Liberian wants, right, they can do it the other way around. They can do it the smart way. And what is that? They can formulate a block of people, a group of people or a block, and do politics and be able to put people in strategic. They're still representing, but really, if they really want to come back and take the country again,
I mean, I don't think anybody really wants that, because the bottom line is this. Well, like I said, when I'm in Liberia, right, it's like I said, everybody I know is American Liberian want is the government to function. That's all. They don't care about being in power.
no,
They
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that's what they want, but I'm just saying the point is that
Travis,
Rico
how
is
many
making it
percent of
seem like,
American Liberia that live there now?
yeah, Rico is making it seem like they can't be part of the country anymore because they're not on top. They
Rico has never been there. I'm gonna tell you right now, even as a Black American, African American, right? When you go to Liberia, as soon as you land there. When you see the culture, you see the land, even the way the roads are built, everything like that. Yeah, you're still part of Liberia. Black America is still part of Liberia. And nothing's changed, Colin, you need details, the purpose of having a nation. You need U.S. military. Who needs U.S. military? What are you talking about? What are they talking about? What the
Well, they're
hell?
talking about those little instances where the British had to come in and give support to Liberia, to fight certain wars, or like where they had some food programs where,
Liberia had its frontier force. Liberia never had U.S. or British troops on its soil,
or
So
like you said that one show, Colin, but Firestone and Harvey Firestone being there helped Liberia to keep its sovereignty before the British invaded.
the only reason why is because the British basically had Liberia stranglehold in debt, right? And so Liberia was about to basically go. This is what they do all over the world. Have you studied history? How do you think they got Venezuela? How do you think they got Guyana? They got all these countries. The only countries that didn't fall for that country like Thailand. Thailand was never colonized because the bottom line, what saved Liberia was the fact you go to Liberia, you go to Monrovia. Unfortunately, they never really built a port right on the coast, right? Until Freeport was built. So therefore, if you have to go into Monrovia, you have to drive, sail up the Messerada River, and that's very narrow, so no large ships can go in there. See, before the British would show up to your shore with this big British ship when that dock on your port, and next thing you know, they're taking over. That's how they did it, That's how they took over Hong Kong, all these other places like that. They docked away. Liberia didn't have that. So they're pretty much safe from a direct takeover like that. So therefore, what they tried to do was strangle Liberia with debt, and it were working. The British pound became the legal tender, right? And then just when Liberia was about to negotiate, it's about to give up and say, yeah, okay, we're gonna go in receivership, right? That's when Firestone appeared, right? Firestone appeared, and they said the Liberian told the British, well, we're gonna talk to Firestone first, blah blah blah. And the British tried to stop Firestone from coming there. What that did was delay the inevitable. Firestone said, we're going to give you a loan, right? They didn't ever give the loan, but it was enough money. When they start earning the money, they was able to get back in the red, So they outmaneuvered the British, by keep delaying. And Firestone gave Liberia diplomatic cover because Firestone basically made it clear that if the British invade, that would be a provocation with the United States. That's what gave Liberia diplomatic. Had it not been for Firestone, yeah, the British would have taken the country over. They was about to. They was at the border at Sierra Leone. They're about to just come in and take the country over. Had it not been for Firestone and delaying that for like another 10 years and whatnot, and then next thing you know, Edwin Barclay said, "No, we're gonna go our own thing," and then next thing you know, World War II broke out.
So, Carla, what do you think? We've asked this question ad nauseum, but again, right now, people like Rico, and I like Rico, he's a cool dude, but people like Rico and those who have the same sentiments that they're better off in America than starting their own nation. You think if they had an opportunity right now, right here, with a plan to start their own nation from scratch, or from a little help, but to start their own nation and be their own people and leave the white man shadow, you think they will take that opportunity?
My whole thing is this. This is what I said. Now, and like I told you, did you hear my analogy about the difference between Republican and Democrat, right? Okay, the Republicanism, right, which black people initially believed in, right? We took it as Republicans are all about Constitution, founding documents, institutions, rule of law, things like that, right? Black people have said all the time that through education, right? That's what Garvey and them disagree with E.B. Du Bois. Through education and enlightenment, right? Both races could live together in harmony because both have an ideal to live up called America, right? Populism is based on, a democratic system is based on populism, culture, tradition, and just emotion. In other words, basically, the prohibition was populism, right? Oh, alcohol's bad. Let's pass it. Then becomes a law. Amendments restricting alcohol. That's based on emotion. Jim Crow laws. That was culture, right? It doesn't matter what the law says. Jim Crow laws said, we're going to do it like this. Black people have basically thought that by America winning, America was on their side. That's the whole thing. Black people, up until I think now, right, have always believed America was the good guy. America was on their side. American laws, Americans' creed was going to prevail. Now we see a lot of black people start to see now that America's a good country, but you're still dealing with human nature. And human nature does not change based on time. We've always thought gradually things will change. Gradually through integration, through education and understanding, things will change. Now, with the growth of MAGA, a lot of black people have given up on that idea. Will America come back? Right? It'll come back and black people start believing in America again? We don't know. But right now, when we see the number of racist incidents right now in America, we see black America being persecuted in the media and whatnot. You see more and more people on TikTok saying the N-word, and it's almost like white. We thought that our music and all the stuff like that, them knowing us, would carry us. Now you look at it, it's like, geez, I thought you guys listened to our music. I thought we had an understanding. I thought we played sports together. Some of y'all, we went to high school together. I thought we had something going on here as Americans. And a lot of black people are starting to doubt that. That being said, you asked me the question with somebody, Rico, if given a chance to do it all over again, right? And you knew it was going to turn out like this. Now, if you say, no, I'm going to catch my leg with the white man, you're a freaking fool, right? You're a freaking fool. You're a freaking fool, right? Because the American experiment, as far as black people are concerned, failed. So 1770 Doofus says power's overrated. Yes, spoken like a freaking fool. Power's overrated. The monkey king of a country doesn't take care of it. So shut up. Hey, DK, you feel about that? The bottom line is this: if you have a chance to build a nation from scratch, right?
Carl, let me ask you a quick question before you go on. There's an old African, parable that says, and again, some people may laugh at it. I'd rather be a lion in the jungle than be a dog in the city. And what that really means is, I'd rather have my own agency, even if I'm not as successful or well developed, than to be a peasant, to be an underclass in a developed place or in a city.
Or there's another saying is like you have an elephant. You said the elephant in the rope analogy. You take a chain. My father taught me this. He was a preacher. My father was like the most educated man as ever existed. My father read books. He knew Greek. He could read Hebrew, Greek, so many different languages. And this guy was incredible. My father was incredible. He would love to read, whatever. Anyway, he had this thing where he was showing me these pictures, where his Sunday school lesson, and he was a preacher. He said, look, he would show a picture of an elephant in a chain, right? He said, you put that chain on an elephant when he's young, right? The elephant trying to break it, he can't break it, right? By the time that elephant grows up, right, you could take the chain off and put a little string on there. he won't even try to break it anymore. You see what I mean? That's what the black man in America is, right? The chain on his mind, right? The white man doesn't have it. The white man knows you ain't gonna go nowhere because you don't believe that you could do anything outside of him, you know? So that's why people, they always talk about Africans flee. How they look, people might come to this country, right? And this is what the tension is going to be in America, right? As Africans come over here, and I'll be honest with you, right? And they don't have to go through, if they're successful without having to go through the pain and struggle of Black America, right? They're actually becoming true Americans because they're living the American promise. Where Black Americans, right? We paid a huge price for whatever we have in America. You know, we had to watch as our ancestors, think about it. We are asked to pledge allegiance to a country that enslaved our ancestors. The African immigrant does not have that relationship. So, like, again, there's a tension between that because of situation. We don't know what it's like to live in a country where you could actually say, like I said, a lot of Africans, they come here, and like I said, I was a little upset when I saw all the Liberians with U.S. passports, but I was like, well, I'll be honest with you, I was like, who are they? You know, I'm an American, blah 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 blah. You know, and my Americanness came out of me. You know, I was like, who the hell these people think they are, man? I'm in line and whatnot, I can't even get in, and these guys are just basically like. But the bottom line is this: it is what it is. You know, that's what happens when you cash your lot with something that's not real. You know, anybody can come to this country and become an American, and they don't have to go through the whole thing. They don't need their own Martin Luther King. They don't need their own Malcolm X. They don't need all that stuff like that. They can just come here, assimilate into the culture, and become an American. That's what it is. In Black America, it's starting to present that. You know, so like I said, if you ask a question like this, what sane person would want to go through that? What sane person, knowing what happened in our history or whatnot, want to go through that again? You know, I prefer to live in developed country. See, like I said, this is the mentality. I prefer to live in. See, the bottom line is this: it's like a fool who wears the emperor's clothes. You're never gonna be the emperor, bro. You're never gonna be the king. You know, wearing the king's clothes. You know, you're just a ward in the king's court. You know, that's good and everything like that, but you're never gonna know what it's like to have the real power. You know, what thing I love about the American Liberians was they created their own reality. Come hell over high water, they left a mark on the world. That republic is still standing there. You know, you go to J.J. Roberts Monument, it's still there. You go to Masonic Temple, it's still there. All the marks of a people who built a civilization is still there. And so therefore, and it was there on their own, you know, without any help and like that. They built something. They left something in the world, you know. So so it is what it is. So when people say, "Oh, I'm in America," but what do you have? You know, what do you have? What do you have that the white man does not can't take from you or can't appropriate himself? You know, I look at right now. You know, right now we have a serious problem between Black men and Black women in this country. It's getting worse. There was another Black girl found dead in the University of Missouri. They said, "Gosh, she'll date with some fucking white guy with a bald head, looking like a skinhead." I'm saying to myself, you got more and more. We don't even have our own women no more. Our women don't respect us. Our children don't respect us. The immigrant doesn't respect you. What do you have in America that is so like you trying to hold on to? I don't get it. You know, Africans don't want to be in Africa. You know, look. You know, Rico. The thing is, though, you know, if somebody comes to America, right? Rest be assured, man. Those people, there's a lot of people who travel back and forth to the continent. You know, they travel back. I don't see any African that I know who just stuck in America. They go back and forth. You know, they invest back in their country and they do all stuff like that. But you have no other place. You know, I at least basically put some roots down in another country. You know, I said I didn't want to be just pigeonholed to America. That's why I did what I did with going to Liberia. I just wanted that experience. I wanted something else besides America, to go there. So bottom line, so what? So what? The bottom line is this: you could do that because the law says you can come to this country, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. They can come to this country, brag about their country back home, tell you how you don't have a country, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't stop them. You can't stop them at the airport. You can't do nothing about it. What can you do about it, Rico? Nothing. Go ahead, Dave.
Panel, good evening, Kyle. How you doing, man?
What's good? What do you think about the topic, bro?
Of course it's gonna be a beat. You know what I mean? The Americo Liberian looking at the black American like a punk, man. You a punk.
Yeah, I know.
You know
And
what I
I
mean?
get,
You a
I
punk,
kind of
bro.
get that when I talk to
You know what I
American
mean? Why
Liberians.
why should I rock with a punk? Why you not taking no
I
real?
get that from
You
a
know what I
lot
mean?
of American
So it's like,
Liberians.
let me back
They're like
off.
they're
You know
like
what I mean?
they don't understand Black America. They don't understand like they're like, man, they're like, you had all this whole country over here that you rejected, right? You had a whole entire African
Help us, you know what I mean? It is what it is,
so
So I mean, of course, I would if I was in America, I'd be like, man, these guys are punks, man. They still talking about communist revolutions and stuff like that. Rainbow revolution. Get out of here,
yeah,
man.
and also, Dave, like I said earlier, I said when the tension between American Liberians and Black Americans is every time, I mean, I think American Liberians are being nice because we were connected together and whatnot. But when the conversation came up, right, the Black Americans basically didn't understand geopolitics, Africa, and stuff like that. You can't just, why do you have this? Why are you doing this with with the United States? Well, okay, this is what we have going on and stuff like that. We got this strategic thing. They had to watch every word they said. They had to watch. They had mastered the science of governing. They couldn't use emotion.
Yeah.
Black America, we don't have leaders that understand geopolitics at all. Liberians were making brokering deals all over the continent. They brought the English and the Zimbabweans together for the broker the Lancaster Agreement. Tell me what agreement that we ever broker in Black America internationally.
But a lot of our leaders, they didn't really look at Black of America as a nation within a nation, and it wasn't really, a lot of them wasn't Black nationalists,
Yeah,
So,
but yeah, I know
they're
that.
not really
Even
looking at it from a perspective of, okay, if I'm governing a country, how do I do this? Or they're not looking at it from that perspective.
yeah,
So
how in the world could the Black American think that he's possibly be the American Liberian's equal? That's what I could never understand.
yeah,
Because remember something. You know something? Do you remember what Jesse Jackson? No, was it Jesse Jackson? One of them. Oh yeah, it was Jesse Jackson. Made a comment about the American Liberian. No, it was Andrew Young. You
yeah.
remember what Andrew Young said about the American Liberians?
No, I don't remember that. I don't
Oh,
recall.
he said, oh man, these are they sound like white men, the way they talk, whatnot, because they were like, because he was in the UN at the time, whatever, like that, under Carter, I believe,
Yeah,
He said they're a bunch of Uncle Toms, they sound white and whatnot. The way they look at the world, whatnot, they don't understand. Andrew Young who was Andrew Young? Nobody. He was a mayor of Atlanta,
yeah,
whatever, and living off the white man's dime and whatnot. These guys we always have leaders who we always looked up to, but these leaders never had no damn responsibility of running a nation. You can't compare Andrew Young to Talbert, That's what he
no,
was talking about, He's like, yo, you talk about somebody who had the world, on the world stage, and a statesman, that dealt business with the Israelis and all these other people like that, the British. He had to navigate all that. Who did Andrew Young have to? Nobody.
yeah, I get what you're saying. DK saying Tarver got punked. Tolbert was
Tolbert
was trying to integrate everybody.
Yeah,
So you
Tolbert
know
was
what I
a
mean?
good man.
He was a
Tolbert
good
was
guy.
a good man. But the bottom line is, here's the problem with Africa, right? It's like that to this day. Liberia, I think, forgot one thing, that they're still on the African continent. You can create this civilization on the coast of Liberia and say we're going to do this because, yeah, Liberia did catch up with the rest of the world as far as infrastructure and development, and on the coastline at least, right? But the thing is, you have to understand, how do you bring people from the hinterland to that same level, right? And you have to explain to people, look, we understand that we got a little bit right here. Like it happened in Nigeria. There was an elite group of people in like Nigeria that had money, but the masses of people still was suffering. Same thing in Ghana, same thing all over Africa. There was all over Africa. There was a elite group of people that were connected, whatever like that, educated, whatever like that, that had a lot, and the masses were still living in another century. That was all over Africa. But instead of Liberians saying, look, this is our African reality. There's going to be some people that have this, right? How do we close the gap, right? And that has to be clear, right? You cannot let it open-ended like this is the way it's going to be forever. We got to understand something. You're going to come up when the rest of Africa comes up. I'll be honest with you like that. That's what we're seeing right now in South Africa, Dave, right?
Yeah.
The South African blacks are very advanced as far as like their infrastructure, their standard of living, and everything like that. And the people that's coming there, like the one they said, you come from the Congo. Congo has been in war for 50 years, It's not developed.
Yeah.
Naturally, people are going to come to where the development is, right? And so, therefore, how do you get Africa to the point where everybody got a basic standard of living? That's the question we need to be asking. How do we get to the point where everybody has running water, electricity, a basic education, basic healthcare, basic paved roads, and stuff like that? Everybody should have that as a birthright. That's my philosophy.
Kala, I think what you look, Congo. We talk about Congo fighting war for 50 years. Have you ever go to a place called Goma where they say they're fighting now? It's just all fake. You see multimillionaires. You hold on.
Congo's a
You
mess.
see no. You see multi-million buildings there. People are making money there. People are living their life there.
Kidola, you don't get it. I said that. In every African country, you're going to have millionaires. You ain't telling me nothing new.
Because people say, Congo is a mess. Congo is a mess. Congo is not a mess.
Hold on. Kidola. Every African country, you're going to have people who got nice, tall buildings, condos, everything like that. But you don't judge them by them. You judge them by your middle class, how the middle class.
Yeah, but
you can't have refugees.
All this is being done. That's what I said. The Goma they talk about, you can go to the rural area whereby they're fighting for maybe some bit of things there. I was surprised. I saw Goma on YouTube by somebody that came from that area showing his community. I'm like, whoa, there's a war is here. But man, these people are living just their life, doing businesses, running things and everything. We should not just.
You're always going to have those pockets of people like that. But you got to understand how the masses live. The masses are what count.
Yeah, but
want the masses to have basics. You see how
you can't have like, you got, and that's what you just said was the African mentality, right?
Yeah,
people got rich or not, hold on, like you got Banana Island overlooking Makoko. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Kala, I don't have nothing to say much. But what you should understand, we have the mentality we build up slowly from it. From my town 20 years ago till now, from my town 22 years ago from now, I've changed seriously. People are doing things.
What I'm trying to make what Liberia was that okay? It developed fast, whatever like that. But how do you get the masses of people in the hinterland who don't have anything, who are poor and everything like that? And that's why you had that coup in 1980. They were not ready to wait.
Kala, you cannot move everybody. You cannot move everybody for the people have to be farmers to feed the society. People have to be different things to feed the society. Everybody cannot just be city boys.
That whole 1980 coup was a lie, man. That was all built up.
You know, that would be sponsored by the American.
I would say like this: if the problem was with Tolbert, he couldn't articulate. Look, give it another decade, Liberia would have been on its way. Another one more decade, it would have. But the thing is, though, when you got people who don't want to delay gratification and say, "I want it now," and you got people saying, like, "Well, look, just like we got Yeke Koloba, right?" I want to know what is his Elvis. I've been listening to this guy. He's in a room all the time yelling and I would like somebody, maybe Elvis could tell me.
Sorry, I dropped off. Who's the guy you're talking about, Carla?
Yeke Koloba, what exactly? I've been listening to him all week, right? Every week. He's blah, blah, blah. What exactly does he want? And also, like I said, the president sets the agenda, right? The bottom line is this, Liberia has a budget like that. The president is the one with the legislature who sets the priority of development and stuff like that, right? Look, everybody in the country is not going to friggin' get free data, stuff like that. Electricity and LEC is not going to suddenly go down overnight. There's time, LEC, they're working on LEC now. It's getting much better,
It's getting better now because the rainy season is upon us.
But the point I'm trying to make is this, though. When you set unrealistic expectations, right, and people act on that, that's...
Well, listen, Carla, I don't want you to get mad. Let me say this again, right? I was on these talk shows, during the elections on Liberia Public Radio, on Focus on Liberia. We was there during the campaign season. And the president made certain promises, and Yeke Koloba was one of his biggest supporters. He campaigned all over the country for him. He bought motorbikes, the Pem Pem, the road. They went to Banga, they went to Margibi, they went all over campaigning for him. So he's invested both, in terms of his time and his money, invested in his. They're both from the same county. That's his traditional uncle. They're both in the same traditional society. They're not enemies. But what he's saying is that what the old man said he would do, he's not doing that. He's showing corruption. He's showing nepotism.
Yeah, hold on. Let me stop you right there. Now, people will say, "Oh, he said he's going to do this." What specifically? Give me something specific.
Okay. So he, at the time when he was not the president, he criticized, former President Weah for building those homes.
That's politics, right?
I'm saying this, and you want to argue with me. I don't right now.
Politics.
Right, I hear you. Right now, I'm a bit detached from Liberian politics. We're taking a bit of a sabbatical, but I'm just telling you that this is why he's saying what he's saying. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what the background is to it. So the point here is that the first thing the president did before he even became president, before he was even sworn in office, he went to the National Retirement Agency, where we have our Social Security service, if you could call it that. He sent his Minister of State at the time, the late Sylvester Grisby, to take out $600,000 to prepare for the inauguration. $600,000. And what they did with that money, they spent $300,000 of that money as thank you for all of the people who supported the president. That was nationwide news. So pretty much they took that money and patronized those people who supported him from the different counties. That was corruption. Yeke came and was angry about that. That was the first thing. And then he orchestrated the removal. Hold on, Carla, one more thing. He orchestrated the removal of the Speaker of the House, who was convicted by his fellow, lawmakers. He gave certain lawmakers vouchers for free furniture from some Lebanese guy's store. Yeke Koloba brought the vouchers out and showed it, and other people came and buttressed what he was saying with their own vouchers. That was something that the president orchestrated. He put them up in a hotel in the robbers. What is that? Kenneja. Put them up in Kenneja for like almost a month, so that they can't be persuaded by the other side. He pretty much isolated them, and they removed the speaker illegally. The Supreme Court ruled against the action, and the president read a speech to the nation that he's going to go with the majority because even though the Supreme Court said what they were doing was ultra virus, was out of bounds, but he's going to go with the majority of the people that's doing the illegal act. So a lot of things he did made Yeke and others turn against him.
When I hear Yeke call about, dog, he never mentions any of this.
Right, these are some of the things that happen. That's what I'm saying. He's not going to lay it all out, but these are some of the things that happen. And he spoke on these issues individually when they happen. As they happen, he was speaking on them throughout the last few years.
Speak whatnot. He's talking about a lot of stuff like that. He's saying vague. So like, look, my whole thing is this, right? When George Weah was president, right, there was people who accused him of eating the
COVID funds, that similar things like that.
But at the bottom line, hold on, it blew over, whatever, like that. This, that, thing. Okay, that's fine. But what I'm trying to make is this, though. Do you understand that? And instead of saying, something, what is going right in the country right now? What right? You see, like that, when you criticize somebody, you got to give the whole picture. What is going right in the country right now? I look at the highway they're building on Tubman Boulevard, right? It looked like when I was the weeks I was there, right? It looked like by the time next year I get there, it's going to be complete. That's how fast it was rolling, right? The road from RAI Highway to going to the airport is completely almost paved, really nice, like 6 lanes. The airport looks much better. You go around the country and whatnot. You do look. You see more and more people driving nice cars. You see more and more people. When I first got there 5 years ago, I seen a lot of poverty and stuff like that. You don't see that much there now. Like the quality of life of the people, and the people generally seem like they're happy on the streets. When people laughing and playing and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, right? So you got to look at the whole entire thing right now. Okay, is there something going on? Maybe you're right.
Carla, you did a whole show about giving up on Liberia, and I don't think there's hope for it anymore.
Elvis, let me say this right now. I can basically criticize what's wrong. There's a lot of stuff I saw was wrong, right? But if it comes down to it, right, I'm firstly going to give the benefit of the doubt of what's right. I did that with George Weah. My first visit to Africa, he was my first African president. I went to Liberia 2021, right? And basically, there was some problems with that, but I was saying to myself, something, I'm going to give Weah the benefit of the doubt. The country's not all that bad and whatnot. I had a good time, but like that, I hope they can figure it out. That's what I say. I don't know all the intricate details, whatever like that, but I'm just being an honest assessment of what I'm saying. What I see too many times is this, right? It seems like no matter what's going on, you cannot have a situation where you're just like, oh, this guy got to go. And he threatened the president with a damn cutlass. He said he's going to, Boca is going to fill his cutlass. You don't do that, And with the Boca, was making...
Except you can't, Carla. Anything that the law say in chamber is protected. It cannot be prosecuted for.
He didn't say that in chamber. He said,
where did he say that?
He said, I heard him, my own eyes said, one day Buckeye is going to feel my cutlass. He said that.
I don't know where he said that, but...
Okay, Dave, did you hear when he said that, Dave?
I'm not saying that he didn't say it. I don't know where he said it. That's what I'm saying.
He said it on the street, And so the bottom line is, because I saw it was on camera, right? And then I said to myself, the mistake, and that was like a year ago. I said the mistake Liberia's making, right? Same thing they made with the rights and whatnot, right? They got to get a hold to that sort of talk, because I see some of those guys out there protesting and whatnot, and you want to talk to them. It's like, I want to get them on camera and like that. But what exactly? And I'm saying to myself, a lot of these young guys standing out there and whatnot, they sit out there all day and all night, with signs that somebody made up for them, whatnot, this, that, thing, challenging the police in front of the freaking cat. And I'm saying to myself, you could be doing so much better with your time. Young men should be doing so much better with their time. Take up a skill, take up farming, take like that. That's what Yeke should be doing. He said, let's go back to the rural areas and start building roads. Let's clear out the freaking...
Carlos, Yeke is a lawmaker. He's an insider, and he has exposes all the things, the shady things that goes on in the
Hold
legislature.
on.
How
A
they
couple.
take like
You,
$50,000 for retreats and all kinds of crazy stuff.
hold on. Acarius Gray spent $50,000 on his wedding. You
He
know,
got voted out. He got punished for
I
that
I
action.
know, but I'm saying this guy is making a push to come back. You know, he's involved in politics. He's with Yeka. You know what I'm saying? So, and then Yeka the other day was bragging about all his properties. I got properties in the U.S. I got properties in Dubai. I got properties in Ghana. I got properties in Europe. Whatnot. He's bragging about all his properties that he has all over the world and whatnot. You know, and I'm saying,
Colin, he was serving his second 6-year term. A lawmaker make about $500,000 in that time frame in
what I'm
Liberia, so
trying
he
to
can
make is
afford his properties.
what I'm trying to make is this, right? Even if you got a poor country like Liberia, right? Poor country like Liberia. What the hell is anybody in that country making that sort of money?
Elvis, are you co-signing corruption, Elvis?
Did you hear what I said, Dave? The
No, you're
salary of the
co-signing
lawmaker.
corruption.
That salary,
No,
yo,
no,
that's
that's their base
salary.
salary.
That doesn't add
Hold on.
up.
And this is another thing, Dave. Check
Do
this
the
out.
math.
Man.
That's the
You
base
cannot,
salary.
hold up. You cannot basically accept a salary like that and then even have the word corruption come out of your mouth. If I was him, he had any dignity, he wouldn't even take a salary. He said, "I'm just doing it for the people. Just give me what I need. Give me my free car." And so basically, I'm not going to take a salary.
Paulo, what's being the conversation that's being held right now, and the president is pushing. They want to add like 72 more seats in the House of Representatives.
Oh,
They want to add more seats.
I would say like this. That would have to like this. But the bottom line is, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Like I
It
told
was never
Gary,
about suppression, Kyle. It was about power. That's all it was.
yeah.
It wasn't
So
about
it's like
I'm
this.
oppressed.
You got people.
They're
You got
ruling
people
over me.
that
It's about power.
everybody wants power, right? And everybody wants power. And bottom line, this is what I figured out, Dave. Now Sam is like, "Oh, we should do this, Colin." And whatnot. I said, "I don't want to get like this." He's like, "Well, we should get our own NGO here, and whatnot." Because look. If I get this NGO in Liberia, I could be fucking corrupt too. Because let me tell you something, Dave. Right? Most of everything you see in Liberia, you see these Liberians, Dave. You saw the cars they're driving now, right? You see these cars. You see. When have you ever seen fucking what's his Jeep Rubicons? Rubicons. You know, you see Toyota Tundras, Rubicon, brand new.
Paulo, these people, there are people that live in the United States of America who import those cars back to Liberia, who export them to Liberia.
NGOs and stuff like that. And the bottom line is, all you see all over Liberia is people.
Paulo, now you're just making stuff up. Please, we're having a good conversation. A lot of people import cars back home from here. A lot of people going back home to live.
Elvis, a Rubicon costs like almost $60,000.
Yeah, Liberians can afford it. What you think we can afford a Rubicon?
So please don't talk to me about no damn corruption, bro. You know, don't let that come out of your mouth, man. You know.
Paulo, there are Liberians here right now driving Rubicons, driving Maybachs.
I was born.
We know some of them.
It's co-signing corruption.
Yes, sir. I was born at night, but I wasn't.
I don't know what you see, Dave. You always start this with me. You don't listen carefully to what I'm saying.
One of you, the motherfuckers, are corrupt.
I said the lawmaker salary.
It's not even a salary. These guys are taking payoffs from the Lebanese. They're taking payoffs for everything.
I hear you, Colin. The president you're praising, right? He made over two. Hold on. Let me just, Colin. Can I speak? Why can't I speak? Our current president now, when he was vice president for 12 years, his base salary, that's excluding any benefit, he made over $2 million United States dollars in base salary. That's not a corruption. That's his actual legal salary that's allocated for him through the Constitution or through the laws that was made for salaries. And then he got gas slips, he got other perks and per diems as he traveled.
Let me ask you a question, right? Now, what kind? I don't think any country, like let's say, something, the United States, like Val Thomas telling me, the United States is watching all this. They're watching all this. And
Colin, why can't they put their salary towards national infrastructure?
They're watching. The United States and these stakeholders are watching all this.
Your man George Weah, right? He's still paying these guys for 6 years. The law representatives. He proposed a referendum to drop it to 4 years. The country didn't pass it. It didn't reach the threshold of 60%. So he wanted to take the president down from 6 years to 4 years, from senators from 9 years to 6 years. All of those things didn't pass.
Nobody in Liberia has any right accusing somebody else of corruption. None of them.
Nah,
None of
but they
them.
have a right. They have a legal,
No, no.
constituted right to criticize people who they think.
Do is politicize the other side. Oh, he's corrupt. He's corrupt. What? Like the Bible says, before you can get the mote out of your brother's eye, get the beam out of your own eye. And so the bottom line is, like I said, is corrupt. The country's corrupt.
Yeah, of course.
Corrupted, whatnot, because the whole thing is like there's no national spirit. There's no
national plan. There's no national policy.
There's nothing to rally people
don't give
around.
a fuck about
Nothing.
That's the president. The president's in there, and he's continuing some of the same corrupt practices.
It starts with grassroots organizations.
Or it doesn't. The fish doesn't rise from the head. It starts from the bottom, right, Carla?
Hold on. The president is only a manifestation of what's already there. Okay. But the bottom line is that
see, when you think you support somebody, you can't criticize them.
Hold on. Look. The bottom line is this. I told you, right? You guys have all these accusations of book up, right? All I'm saying is, as an outsider looking in, right? I look at things from a outside looking in, right? If I go to the airport, okay, I like the way the tarmac is paved and whatnot. Is better, much better. Last year was a little bumpy. Paved. The airport is much better, Dave. Right? You notice how you could check your bags in and you can leave the airport now instead of people shake you now. A lot of stuff has changed over the last year that I've been there. It's a lot for the better. Right? The road from the airport to Monrovia is basically all paved. Looks nice. It's gonna be like 6 lanes. Looks nice. Real nice ride. To the you get to the airport really fast now. It don't take you fucking 5 days to get to the damn airport anymore. You go into rehab area or whatnot. Real nice area. Real nice. Rehab's nice. The Elwood Junction right there. That is freaking beautiful at night when it's lit up. It's beautiful. And so therefore you see the traffic, the roundabout, and everything. It's beautiful. Beautiful aesthetics. You drive down Tubman Boulevard, you swear you're in Manhattan. So basic things like that changed over the years I've been there, right? I said, okay, I don't know all the like that, but as far as like also there's an overall peace in the country. I
got a question for you, and this is Miller question, even though he asked it in a different way. Are you a Liberian diplomat?
Am I a diplomat?
Yeah.
I'm not a diplomat of a country. No.
Okay. So why do you have a diplomatic visa?
Oh, because I brought a tour group there, and I'm a member of the tourism association. And I promote Liberia. And they know I promote Liberia. So
that's not what the diplomatic visa is for. So I'm telling you that you benefit from the corruption, and you brag about that same corruption.
Hold on. I had my diplomatic visa when I brought a tour group there 2 years ago. And so therefore, all they do is renew it every time I come there. And
that's what I'm telling you. You're not a diplomat. Have you done any work with the Liberian Tourism Board?
Well, it's like this. I got a diplomat VIP. It's called diplomat VIP. You could say it's a / diplomat VIP visa, right?
You have that again. You don't deserve that visa. No harm against you, but I'm just telling you, it's a form of corruption.
Hold on. If the tourism association, right, believe that,
so you're saying you're gonna defend it. If they believe you're this and they give you and you think you should take it because they give it to you. There you go.
Look, I don't think I did anything wrong.
Okay, there you go, Kyle. That's the Liberian way.
If I really wanted to, I could just get a regular visa. It don't matter.
Yeah, if they're offering you something that you don't really deserve, take it, right?
It's my guy Ross, right? He works for the government, right?
And so he went and got you that visa.
Yeah, the bottom line, all these people there, they know me.
That's how it works, Carla. That's the form of corruption.
They know me. And also, Elvis, let me say this, right? I'm like one of the unofficial ambassadors to Black. Reaching out to Black America is very strategic in Liberia, right? Me spreading good news about Liberia is very important,
Diplomats are official people, Carla. They get a letter of accreditation from the president.
Elvis. It's like
stop calling my name, Carla. Don't do that.
I am not a freaking a person from a foreign.
So you're not a diplomat then, right?
Well, I don't know. They gave me a
Well,
diplomatic visa.
Tyler, you see, why you
You know,
beating around the bush? You
I,
know if you're a diplomat or not. You're not an ambassador.
I guess
You're
I'm
not. You're
technically,
not accredited.
I guess I definitely am. You know, but I don't know.
Okay, Tyler. All right. See now, we can't even go down that route.
I'm a diplomat for Black America. How about that?
Oh, okay. Who letter of accreditation made you a diplomat from Black America? Did you get it from Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton?
Yeah. So the bottom line is this: so they must have thought enough of me to give me a diplomatic visa, right?
No, it's that you have a buddy who knows how to get a diplomatic visa by saying you're this guy and you're that guy, you're doing this, you're doing that. They say, okay, fine, give it to him. That's what happened. It's a form of corruption.
He's not the one that signs it. It's the Ministry of Tourism that signs it because I'm a member of the Ministry of Tourism.
When you're working at your office, are you doing work for the Ministry of Tourism board?
Bottom line is this. Hold on. Look,
In 11 months out of the year?
Elvis, I brought 20 people there on a tour, and I'm promoting the country. Right? We're going to do another tour soon, too.
Okay.
So the bottom line is this. If you do stuff in your country, they'll give you a diplomatic visa, too. Simple as that,
That's what Rico is saying, man. And that's the thing with Liberia. Anybody can get anything. Once you know people, you can get what you want.
I really don't think so because there was only like 4 people in the diplomatic line at the airport. I was only one.
You must not know. We had a big old scandal about people selling our passport and our visas to cartel members, to drug dealers, to people of less, reputable characters.
Elvis, I do not have a Liberian passport.
No, I'm just telling you, passports, visas. They were selling it to people who shouldn't have it.
Oh, check this out, Elvis. They took my visa, right? They stamped my passport in a special place, say diplomatic visa. It's on my passport, right? What can I do?
You can say I'm not a diplomat. I'm going to travel on a regular passport, a regular, visa.
Hold on. I went through customs. I went through immigration, everything like that. How did I get in the country then?
Yeah, you benefited from something you shouldn't be benefiting from. It's a form of corruption, Kyle.
I benefit. I didn't benefit. I could have paid a regular.
You brag to us how you got a diplomatic visa. You're a big man, even though you're not a diplomat.
Hold on, Elvis, why don't you try to get a diplomatic visa?
I wouldn't because I'm not a diplomat.
You know what I'm saying? So hey, look,
I'm not looking for fixed status to be a big man when I know I'm not.
If you was somebody, look, Bomani got one.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's not for me, Carla. I'm a regular Liberian citizen. I can travel to my country on a regular visa. I'm not a diplomat.
Elvis, I got Bomani and 20 people diplomatic visas.
Are they diplomats?
No, but they were special.
Okay, that's a form of corruption. They're not diplomat, and you got them visas when they're not diplomats.
Anybody who basically say it's all right for somebody to have that salary and whatnot in a poor.
No, that's not what I said. I said that's the salary that they're making based on what the Constitution said. I'm not defending it.
Hold on, I had to pay for that. I didn't get it for free. I had to pay
for it. Oh, you paid for it. That's even more corrupt, Carla. You have to go pay for a diplomatic visa that you're not qualified for.
What's more corrupt? The fact that you're supporting people who
I didn't support anybody. I was going to give you background history.
That relies on foreign aid. They're getting fucking salaries higher than the salaries in America.
Hey, that's what the Constitution said, Carla.
What Constitution? You guys could pervert the Constitution.
They rewrote the Constitution in 2003 with the peace settlement.
Hold on. The bottom line is this: like I said, the country was set up recently, the last Constitution, to be a cash cow for a bunch of connected people.
Hey, I agree with you on that point, Carla.
That's why I say, the bottom line.
Yeah, but it was rectified the House of Representatives and put into law, and it's the law now.
I said, look. You asked me why wouldn't I move there, whatever. I said, look, I'm looking at the corruption in the country and whatnot. It ain't going to the country. Honestly, I like the way it is right now. That's as far as I think. I think Liberia is doing as best as it can right now for what it's got. Other than that, its country is just too freaking corrupt. And the bottom line is, nobody has any right to point.
And you added to the corruption by taking the diplomatic visa.
Corruption, because if I was corruption, I had nothing to gain.
No, what you had again was the flex to come and tell us I have a diplomatic passport. What do you have? That was the flex.
Hold up. Having a visa is nothing to gain. That's not. I didn't gain.
So why do you brag about it?
I'm not bragging about it. I'm just saying.
You bragged about it multiple times that you have one and I don't have one.
I just say I fly.
You just said it just now.
That's when I go to Liberia, I got a diplomatic visa. Simple as that.
Yeah. Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing of distinction? If you
So why not? Why not? Why not say that? You know? Why not? I say,
you're
yeah, I got.
corrupt, Kyler. You like to act like you're not corrupt, but you've been corrupted, Kyler. You've been compromised.
Elvis, right? Elvis. What you need to do is focus on your country, and you know, I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not.
we got to clean people like Kyler from the country from
I am
getting
not.
fake
I am
visas
not
that
Liberian.
say they're a diplomat when they're not.
I'm just like a Lebanese or anybody foreigner.
Yeah, okay, Kyler. All right.
You know? I'm not corrupt and whatnot because I fucking I'm not part of your system. So how the hell can I be corrupt?
You were part of. You know what you was doing. You pay that money so Ross could get you that diplomatic visa, Kyler.
Look, I got a legal visa, right? Illegal from a government
By him saying that you were some kind of tourist and you're selling Liberia to Black America and doing all those things.
I got a legal visa, right? If there was not legal, I would not have it. And I
Okay, those guys are getting legal salaries. If it wasn't illegal, they won't have it.
Hold up. The bottom line is this. I am not taking no money from nobody. And look, I said, if you guys talk about corruption and shit like that, all you want to do is circumvent and scapegoat all corruption is not the damn same. You know, you got people robbing your country blind, right? And they always look at, oh, we got no money to this. You got kids that can't even go to fucking school over there. You got kids sitting down.
Yeah, Kyler, they're poor. There's poverty there.
You know, you got kids.
You know, the main thing too, Kyler, the Americo and Liberian get all the blame for everything.
Yeah, they'll blame American Liberians.
Oh, boy, Dave, we've been getting along. Why you got to come back and bring this whole America? That's not even the conversation tonight, Dave.
What do you think about Yeke Kolobaz thing talking about the Congo people? He blames now. He's talking about he's being persecuted by the Congo people.
Yeah, Kyler, really? Did he say that, Kyler?
Dave, tell him.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
That's what he said. He said the Congo people, and then he had some other stupid ignorant lady talk about, the Congo people ain't never gonna they
I want to see the video, Kyler. You got to play it. I haven't seen it.
They think all the stuff Boca's doing with cleaning up the city, tearing down these shanty towns.
You just went back there. You said the city was dirty. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is. You know, but the city is trying to clean the place up because the people just don't like. Look, if you have a city and they're telling you stop throwing your trash, and then when they remove you out there, you see these people out there, these late Liberian ladies are Boca, wait till election. Well, nobody gives a fuck about no election. You know, we're gonna do the shit right now, clean the city up. You go, and election time comes, you go out there, seek your peace, right? And you see what's gonna happen in the election. Most people are gonna be like, you know something, it was painful, but we're glad we did it. They're cleaning the city up because people want to come in the city and put their stupid markets everywhere, their trash, cut up coconuts, put all the coconut shells all over the fucking road and whatnot, you know, and people we're tired of it, you know? And the people that get loud or whatnot, no, man. Take that shit back to the village, you know? And that's what people saying, you know? And people think they're loud and whatnot. And then what happens is people like Yeke Kolobah, he's getting with these people, knowing he's wrong, knowing they're right. You got to have ordinances, you got to have cleanliness and whatnot. You know, the Pen boys and the KK boys, right? You
were the one complaining about people fleecing you when they had an ordinance that certain cars couldn't go on that Providence Island, and you were mad you had to pay $20 or $30.
When did I say that?
You had a show about it the first week in Liberia.
You fucking dreaming about me and getting your fucking sleep. I never said anything about that. What are you talking about?
When your wife came on a live and was blasting at you for putting your business out there?
That wasn't about that. It was a fact of the matter is when I went up there, right? When I went up there, the friggin' thing was open. You know, Providence Island was open, right?
Yeah, but the ordinance said that those vehicles are not allowed to pass that bridge.
I don't care about that, you know?
There you go. So you broke the ordinance.
You won't even listen to the damn conversation. That wasn't about that. You know? Okay. It was only about the fact that we walked up there to the thing, and the lady walked up there with us. I didn't ask her. I told the driver. I said
they were pretty much arrested. Carla, you're so naive. They were pretty much arresting you for being there with a keke. You shouldn't have been there. So instead of arresting you, the boy probably talked to them and said, "Well, he will pay you later."
First of all, jackass, you don't know what the fuck happened. Let me tell you what happened. We went down there to the bottom, right? And then he went up there and said, "Oh, I need the key to the province, the gate, right?" instead of me, I know that the gate was going to be open, right? He decided to invite these two ladies up there, and we walked up there, right? We walked up there, and we go there, and the freaking gate's open, right? So I walked in there like that, and I'm saying to myself, why are these women with us, right? So I said, okay, maybe they just want to take a walk with us. And then afterwards, they're like, oh, you got to pay us. I told him, I said, what the fuck am I paying them for, you know? Well, they walked up here with they escorted you. I don't fucking need no damn escort. I didn't ask them for that. I thought they had the key, you know.
Tyler, he went into the city with a KK. You can't do that.
You can go to the city with a KK.
No, you can't. Go read the ordinance.
I'm only there. I only went to Waterside. I went to Rob. Tell me how they get the fucking bent to the to Ducor.
I mean, I had to bring her up again, but your wife explained it to you that night.
The only place
they changed the laws and you can't carry pimping over there.
The only place you cannot go with a KK is in Syncor. That's the only place you can't go to KK with. You cannot go from like 16th Street down. That's where you can't. That's where the KK stop. That's it. You know that area is Syncor. Everything else you can go to. You can go on a rehab. You can go on A.B. Tolbert Road. You can go to downtown. Go any place else. You cannot go on Syncor. That's the only place you can't go to. You know, that's all you can't go to. You know, so please talk before you.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, Carla, because all you're going to get is matter and get
no.
mad.
I'm just saying you don't know what you're talking about. You know,
Carla.
You know?
I hate to say it, and I keep saying it, you get mad. The woman who lived there was telling you you're not allowed to go there with a pimp, and that's not my word. That was her words.
Look, jackass. We were not trying to go there with the pimp. You know. We're not trying to go to the Pan. We knew that because first of all he did was drop me off. I said, "Here, go."
No, you said it. I'm not gonna argue. All right, Carl, I'm just gonna leave, man. I'm not gonna argue with you.
We go across Gabriel Tubman Bridge, right? You go down Providence Island. You know, you don't need a freaking KK. You can walk there. So I didn't need a damn KK. You know, that wasn't the issue. The issue was the police lady said that they had my driver said they had the key to get it because sometimes it's locked up. But I went there, it wasn't locked up, you know. So I said, why do I pay this girl and I just walk right in? That was the issue, you know, not the KK. You know, if I wanted to, I could have had the KK drop me off right there, you know. But Ollie basically said that because I thought they had to walk up with us because they had the key, and you can't. All three of us can't drive in the KK across Gabriel Tubman Bridge. So I said, yeah, let's walk up there to get there. And they said, I walk up there, the freaking gates open. So what do I need them for? That's what the issue was. And I didn't have to pay them anyway, you know? So that's what happened, you know, get you clear about that. Okay, you got a visa, you talking like, yeah, caller, that visa got you thinking you're really at pull in Liberia. I never said I had pull, you know?
Caller, it says you can't go in any major street in Central Monrovia.
No. I don't.
I'm reading it right. I'm reading it right now, Carla. I want to pull it up. You're not there in the country. You don't know what's going on.
I was just freaking there for a week ago.
But I'm reading the ordinance. It's not you. You don't make the ordinance. I'm reading what it says.
You could drive. Look, you could drive on Waterside, all that stuff like Michelin. You could drive on Ashman, all that stuff like that, which we'll call, you know. You could do that. Certain times of the night, you cannot have a KK. Certain times of the night, you know. So
it says the main road. Let me read it to you. The main road leading to Central Monrovia, right? Hold on. Let me say it, Carla. Hold on. Let me say it. ELWA. Okay, you won't let me speak. I'm reading the thing. Let me read it.
Read Gabriel Tucker Bridge.
Let me read it. Starting from I mean, okay, you won't let me speak.
No, you're starting
from shit. Let me say it. It says here, starting from ELWA, which is in Painesville. Starting from there, you're prohibited from riding keke into the city. That's what it says.
Yo, that's a bunch of nonsense.
Let me post the link so you can read it out.
I don't care what that says, bro.
Oh, so you don't care now? Okay, you see? There you go, Kyle.
Hold on. There's KKs all over the place from what you call red light all the way down to goddamn Elwood.
But I'm telling you what the thing said.
Hold on. I don't care what that says. Look,
okay, then.
There's traffic lights there in Liberia.
That's why you had to pay that $20, Carla.
There's traffic lights there. When it had nothing to do with friggin' what you call. I paid $20 because these women told me that they want to get me inside the fucking thing. So why am I arguing with you about this? What's your point?
I tried to post a link to prove my point, and you refused it.
Hold up. What's your point of arguing about this?
No, my point is that the ordinance says they can't go into the city, the proper city, with that kicker.
That's not what point. But that's not what point. What is your point of arguing about this?
You asked me, I'm answering you, and you won't let me answer.
I didn't ask you anything. You know.
Okay, so why are you saying where's my point? I'm giving you my point.
You know, you keep bringing up the friggin' what happened, what you don't fucking know about, and I keep asking you, what's your point?
Carla, I was giving you the ordinance, and you said no, you don't care about it.
Look, the bottom line is this: I don't know what kind of ordinance you fucking read. You got to pull it out of your ass that's not what happened in the.
Can I post the link, Carla?
I don't care about your link. I was there.
All
right. I was just there a week ago. I was there. I was driving.
That's why you had to pay the $20. Your wife was telling you the same thing. I don't know if you heard her.
Okay, get the fuck. He said the same thing. I keep telling him, get the fuck off my show. One more fucking time, you're gone. One more time you come up on my show and talk like that, you're gone for good. I don't want to hear from you again. You see what he's doing? That's why he had Twitter. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? He just fucking just rambles on, talking shit and whatnot, ain't doing nothing, Fucking idiot, That's why you have to pay $20. What the fuck does that got to do with the fucking KK? He's all over the goddamn place talking a bunch of nonsense. Oh, that's what you have. Fucking corrupt motherfuckers like him trying to defend fucking corruption in this country and whatnot, All they want to do, every one of them, Dave, all they want to do is get in power so they can start looting and stealing. That's all the fuck
it is. That's what all the fuck it is.
Elvis wants his chance to get back to Liberia. So if he goes over there so he can join in the festivities. He ain't fooling nobody. Dude's a fucking corrupt motherfucker, I seen with my fucking own eyes, man. You ain't telling me nothing, right? You got people in America, right, making 6 figures, can't afford a fucking Jeep Rubicon, A fuck you gonna? And then people drive around all day, no job, no nothing. Come on, Dave. Was I born last night? Somebody's corrupt. Somebody's
it's like the government officials. They got their family members. They got great jobs.
Yeah, they're freaking milking the country.
Little stuff on the side. You know what I mean?
They're bleeding the country
deals on the side. Get this mom. Go get this.
And when I see little kids, Dave, when I see little kids out there who should be in school, they, and I'm saying to myself, man.
But Colin, that's what I get mad at too. Like, so why didn't that change in the last 45 years, 46 years?
It got worse. It got worse.
I thought the Congo people, those things.
The native people are the problem. Native people are the fucking problem.
I thought when the native people got those things supposed to change.
A native man don't give a shit about his people. Yeah, I say like this. I told Liberian women, I said, if this was my country, man, I'd fucking make this country heaven for you. If I was in power, I'd move heaven and earth. You women are so beautiful. I'd make this place a heaven for you on earth, right? Native man don't give a shit about his women, don't give a shit about the country, don't care about nothing but making excuses for their fucking stupidity, the historic stupidity. All you do is get up here, sit up here and lie. How the fuck you going to defend somebody, Yeka Kolaba? That dude said that Boca is going to feel his, just for saying that, he should have been arrested for saying that, for just saying that shit, he should have been arrested. And Liberians are making a simple mistake, that they think freedom of speech means you can say shit like that and get away with it.
No. You can't make threats to the president.
Yeah, threat to the fucking president, and you fucking still walking around. That shit wouldn't have happened in Tubman's time, So it is what it is. You got goofballs like Elvis. Ask me the same stupid questions. Oh, you know what he's doing. Shut the fuck out of here. Get on my show, So it is what it is, Like I said, I always give American Liberians respect, but I always wonder How?
I mean, for me, I give them respect, and I don't like to talk. I know everything they did wasn't perfect.
But there was an
They made a
imperfect
lot of
context. You gotta understand the
mistakes.
context of Africa. That's what the Black
Yeah,
Americans didn't understand when they went over there. Like, oh man, like when there was in 1940s, there was African American GIs that was in Liberia, right? Stationed in Liberia, right? One of them killed a white guy, that was trying to date
yeah.
a Liberian girl, right? And
Hmm.
so he was hidden. They found him. I think he executed him. I don't know where. Flew him back to America and court-martialed him, executed him where. I don't know. But the thing is, they were like the soldiers, like, man, the American Liberians should know more about, because the black soldiers that went over there and smelled no taste, they were all into the native culture, blah blah blah. They said American Liberians should appreciate this and whatnot. But some of them that actually moved there, their opinions changed,
Hmm.
after they moved there, because they were like, oh, because that's what happens. You go to Liberia, you're like, oh, you guys should be with the natives, you should be this, whatnot, and then, oh, why does this happen and whatnot? That's what that's our instinct, because Black Americans, we always look at the underdog,
Yeah.
that's our nature. We always look at the underdog. We always look at, oh yeah, these are poor people. Like, Dave, what do you think about this? Remember back in the days, Muhammad Ali and all these people said, "I'm not, no Vietnamese ever called me a nigger, and I'm not gonna fight fellow poor people." Now you look at the
I
attitude.
remember that. I remember that.
Now you look at the way Vietnamese think of Black people. Now, what do you think?
It was tough, it was, you know.
Now Vietnamese are the most racist people towards Black people ever. They're the ones coming over here talking about, oh, they're the ones that was behind trying to get rid of affirmative action. You know, they had this real hatred for Black Americans. Like, what the hell? And we stood in solidarity with them during the Vietnam War. But yeah, they got, so that's what I said, all this people of color shit, and we got Black America. What they do about Black America? We're freaking waking the fuck up, And what's happening in South Africa right now? Yeah, I understand that
I
the
mean, I
war.
understand what they're doing, but I don't like the way they're going about
I
it.
don't
They
like the
should
way they're going
go
about it
about
either.
it.
But
Yeah, I
I'm
don't like the
saying
way they're
I
going about
understand
it.
the fact that they're saying, why you guys keep holding apartheid era over our heads? Yeah, we came together, defeated apartheid, but shit, man, we got to move on. They're ready to move on from that, just start building their middle class, building their people, and that's what happens, when people get prosperous. Black America expects everybody to be in this constant state of struggle,
I don't like how they're going about it. Calling people foreigners, and I don't, harassing the people. I don't like how they're going about it.
Yeah.
They should
I
go
had
about
no
it in a
idea.
better way.
I had no idea there was that many Ghanaians in fucking South Africa, man.
Yeah,
20.
and Nigerians too. And I
Well,
think the last,
I
I
always
think
knew
the
about these
last
things.
straw too, Kala, was this guy, this Igbo guy going there.
Yeah, and you
I
come to
think that was the
you
last
cannot,
straw for them.
you cannot basically say we're going to take over Eastern Cape and create an Igbo kingdom when y'all
Yeah, I think that was the last straw. I think that was the nail in the coffin. They said no. Now we can put up with anything else, but not you coming in
and not,
claiming
not only
territory.
that, like, the thing is this, like
Uh,
Canola sitting there going off on, so nobody wants to sit in their country and hear that shit. They
yeah,
want to hear how they're lazy, they're that, because this is how it works. Back in the day, see all the shops that they have, the immigrants have. The
yeah,
Black South Africans used to have those shops 30, 40 years ago. It's informal shit,
yeah.
Now, over the years, they're trying to get education. They want to move into the modern world. What they're saying is, oh, you should open a hot. So, where you expect South Africans to open up a bunch of shops. A lot of stuff people be selling to them. The Indians, Somalis be selling bad food. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And so you want them to open up shoddy products and sell bad, outdated food and whatnot under the guise of, oh, I got my own business and whatnot. Everybody's like, yeah, they got shot. Yeah, but the bottom line, they're not doing it. They're not. South Africa is supposed to lower their standards, and so it's a tough call, man. But then again, those are Ghanaians and their property, It could have been a better way. You could have basically said, "Oh, okay, you're gonna shut down, right? But we're gonna give you a chance to sell all your stuff, then get the fuck out of here."
Just totally raiding. I got videos. They raiding their places. They
Yeah,
hurt,
yeah. I
stopping them from going to parks, kicking them out of hospitals. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
one girl was pregnant, and she girl
Yeah,
was like,
man.
at
Yeah.
first I didn't know what I was
Right.
watching, right? And the girl was like, first I didn't know what I was watching, right? The girl was like, I'm pregnant, I'm about to have a kid, but not. Anyway, you can't have a baby. At first I thought it was her mother saying you can't have her baby as a mother. Then I looked at the video closer. I realized there was in a hospital. I said, oh, I know what this is. That's a foreigner in South Africa. And she's talking about giving birth. And the girl's like, no, you got to go back to your own country and give birth. That was mean.
Yeah, that those things that like they taking it too extreme now. I understand it, but don't not like that now.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's
Uh-huh.
just sad situation. But the bottom line is this is what happens when we fell asleep
I'm
for the
also
last.
looking at something. I'm looking at something too, Kyla. It is. I mean, are some South African boys hand in this situation too?
Of
Because
course, of course it is. Of course it
Julius
is.
Lamema, he just got jailed.
Yeah, Malay was out of the
And then,
picture.
and then, then 2 weeks afterwards, this thing just explode. It looks funny too.
Hold on. Losi is telling me I said something wrong. And what the hell? Yeah,
What
we
did we
can't go
say
there and
wrong?
give.
God damn, what did we
Hold
say?
on. Oh, you talking about the birth? Yeah, Losi. Look, that's
No, Lozy, no,
Losi.
no, bro. I
Come
saw
on.
that video too, Kyle. No,
Yeah,
the
man.
woman
Come
was
on.
in the
You
street.
can't.
Oh, you can't give birth.
Yo,
No,
give
no,
the girl.
no,
Let the
no,
girl have
no,
a
no,
child, man. Come on.
no, bro. No, no, no.
I mean, come on. You can't do that, man. That's you talking about the life of it. That's a human life you're talking about.
Now that's too much.
Yeah, that's
I understand some of the stuff Lozy's saying, but he's going now. You're dehumanizing people now. Y'all going to the level of dehumanizing people.
yeah. But the thing is, look, Lozy, I get it, but what do we do? What do we do, man? Like we spent the last the black race has spent the last 50 years not doing shit. I gotta be honest with you. We didn't build black African infrastructure. Had we built black African infrastructure, Dave, all
No,
these countries
no.
would have top like medical centers and stuff like that.
And Kyla, to be real honest, I don't see any African leadership. I don't see the AU. I don't see these guys
It's
wanting to
like I
do it.
said,
I don't see these guys want to do it.
in Liberia, I got a taste of what's going on in the whole continent. So none of these African fucking leaders give a shit. All they care about is their salaries and pointing the finger at other people and stuff like that. The continent is not making any progress. And this is what happens is these people dump their problems right now. They dump their problems on South Africa, and it's what it is. The African Union, right? There should be no country in Africa that's not developed right now. I don't know what the hell it's going to take, right? But when you got people from the Congo there and all these other people there,
We're telling the truth, Lozy. We're seeing the videos. We're seeing the videos. We're seeing Victoria, Africa go ham on people. We're seeing the videos. So don't tell us we're not telling the truth.
yeah,
Don't tell us. We're seeing Victoria, Africa. We're seeing the other Zulu guy running around with the tribal garment. Yeah, we see it. We see it going on. It's massive videos all over the net. So come here, Lozy. Don't say
and the bottom line is this:
don't say that.
and also
We're
you
not
guys,
being
got,
ignorant. We're seeing the videos.
Lozy, have to
We're
have
seeing the
someone that
videos.
smoke. You gotta have someone that smoke for the white people down there.
Yeah, and you would not do it to the white man. You would never do it to a Boer. You won't look at a Boer, pregnant Boer woman and say, "Oh no, oh
what
no."
gets me is Dave,
You
right?
wouldn't do it.
Dave, American Liberians were thoroughly destroyed, killed, murdered, and like that. The scourge, but the boards are still there.
Yeah.
The boards are fucking still there. Ain't that something? And they really did kill people. They really did oppress people. The boards are still there. No, look. The bottom line is this: we're not picking on South Africa, right? Well, I understand your argument, right? I understand your argument. I can understand that, right? But there's got to be a better way how to do things, because unfortunately, you guys are part of
the
the
way you
team.
do
Man.
things.
You guys
Losey
are
don't
part of
even want us to.
Losey, whether
The
you like
thing
it
I
or
don't
not.
like about Losey is he doesn't even want us to criticize him on how to even handle the situation. We're talking about how to
I'll say,
handle the
she goes,
situation.
the
You don't
British,
handle the
Pepe
situation like
Rodriguez, the British were never in Liberia, bro. There are no British in Liberia. There's no
there's no
white
British in
people.
Liberia. Losey.
There are
I
no
mean,
white people.
but
There's no
BB,
white
chill,
people.
BB. There's no
There are
British in
no
Liberia.
baby. She's so fucking stupid.
There's
There are
no
no white
British,
people. There's no
no
white
British in
people in
Liberia.
Liberia. There's no white people in Liberia at all. There's no British. There's no white Americans. There's nobody in which well, I don't know about the British who owns what. That's what they always say. Somebody owns what? How they own West Africa? They don't own Liberia. I know that. There are no white people in Liberia. There's no white people that own land in Liberia. So that's what the Negro in America always does, right? They want to make it sound like everybody's under the yoke of white supremacy, like they are. You ever notice that, Dave?
Everybody's oppressed like us.
Everybody's oppressed like the FBA is. Everybody, everybody gonna put a feather in their damn head and fucking be an FBA and whatnot. Crazy ass FBA people and whatnot. Everybody's oppressed. Oh, by the way, other night where that crazy chick called in about the Copeland chick, you was on there, right? Dave, were you on?
Losey mad at us, man. He said we have no idea. He's mad. What Copeland? You said, that Copeland chick? Oh, Kala.
What happened after I got off?
Oh, I cut it off. I told you I didn't want to lose any brain cells. I told you that, man. I just cut it off. I didn't want to lose any brain cells listening to that chick.
First that chick was crazy, man. You see how, Dave, you see my MO now, right?
Yeah.
I started asking them questions when I don't know. But you just told me you was educated. You like that, right?
Yeah.
That's classic Colin Nation setup, man. So I already know what these people are. You just come at the Omex. Okay, what year was the Omex? I don't know. Can you name me an Olmec king? No. Can you name me an Olmec dynasty? No. So why are you talking about the Olmec?
He cursing us out in the chat, man. He mad at us, man.
What's the point of trying to explain crazy people?
Know nothing about South Africa. All the stuff we seeing on the net.
It's all out in South Africa.
It's just we don't know nothing. What about Victoria Africa? She's one of the leaders. What about her and the other guy? I forgot. They speak a lot of Swahili, man. These guys speak a lot of, I can't understand these guys.
These guys, I don't know what the hell.
They just speak Swahili. They know what they're doing. They know what they do when they speak the Swahili. They speak in their codes.
But what do you think about this argument? I said, now, in defense of the Black South Africans, right? Let me say this in their defense. One thing I will say in defense, right?
Yeah.
West Africans always talk about their tribal land, their indigenous land.
Yeah.
Right? Like Elvis, I was indigenous land to this. I'm an indigenous crew, the indigenous population, whatnot. Say I said to Ola, notice how he started laughing, right? Ola started laughing. I said, "Aren't you from Edo State, whatnot? Isn't that your indigenous land, right?"
Yeah.
So is the South Africans, are they allowed to? Then he started saying,
but for me, Kyla, like I said, when you had the last show, I said everybody should just go home, man. Leave the South Africans alone. These people have had it up to head.
Your head's a problem, right?
They don't want to see no other black people. Leave them alone.
West Africans do not respect. They don't respect Black America. They don't respect Black South Africa. For the simple fact of the matter is, they will forget the fact that people don't really understand this, right? It was Black people who built cities like Detroit. People don't know that, right?
Yeah, Detroit,
Chicago.
Chicago.
Some of the first black banks in Detroit were Black,
Yeah.
We attracted industry to Detroit, our population, right? Pittsburgh, Akron, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, and Cleveland, Gary, Indiana, Chicago. It went out, but a lot of black immigrants think that, oh, this is a white country and white people. No, white people went out into the prairies and they failed. Remember that?
Yeah.
They went out there in the Dust Bowl. They tried to say it was a Dust Bowl. No, those motherfuckers just couldn't farm, And then, and I'm not trying to be funny like that, but then they came and said, you know something? They started coming and trying to take jobs from black people. There was riots, The black people like, yo, we've been holding this shit down, and y'all just gonna come over here because you're white and you're gonna take it over. Like the 8 Mile section of Detroit, Black people were there first, and then whites came there, because they came from the Midwest and shit like that. And so next thing you know, there was tensions, because like this. But the people think of it was that they were the ones who built Cleveland. They're the ones who built Detroit. They're the ones who built all these cities, and we didn't do nothing, And also not saying the same thing about South Africans, It's black South Africans that in the mines. They're the ones in the mines. They're the ones basically built the roads, the infrastructure, and stuff like that. And the bottom line is the blacks that come there, West Africa got to give them a little bit of respect, simple as that. It's one thing to be there, but you can't just basically tell somebody, oh, this is a white man's country like Elvis is doing. You can't say that shit,
Yeah,
You can't say that shit because it was black people, labor, who made that possible, And it was a black government, the ANC, that allowed you to come here. Whites weren't trying to bring no Nigerians and other Africans here. Black people from other parts of Africa didn't start coming there until the fall of apartheid, So it is what it is. Like I said, they got some legitimate points, but the way they're going about it, what you got to do, Lozy, is get your government to do something. Your government got to do something. You guys can't take the law into your own hands. You guys got your government got to do something. And also, I don't know. The thing is, as long as the Africans want a modest, what do you think is a solution, Dave? Everybody in Africa wants
the major solution is to build major infrastructure throughout the 54 African countries.
But how do you do it? How do you do? But
we need maybe that if the AU can get involved and put in massive infrastructure development, make sure all 54 countries have electricity, 100% capacity, running water, hot and cold pipelines, water treatment, sewage and drainage centers. Massive highway systems where you can have trucking.
You see here, Canola, in Gomor, they're doing good. Look, of course you're gonna find anywhere. Of course, in the Congo, you're gonna find people that are rich. That's what they always go by. Kanola, there's people that got millionaires, that got big cars. Yeah, same thing's happening in Liberia right now. There's people that got money, but the bottom, look at the masses of people, though. And so, like I said,
he's saying if you follow your instructions, it will fail like the. What instructions are you giving South Africa?
What instructions are you talking about?
What instructions? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Africa's full of failed governments because those people choose to leave every at the hands of the government. Well, yeah. The thing is, though, who puts these people? Look, let me tell you something, Lozy. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? The black race, there's not one country except for Ibram Traore, for the most part, right? That's not chosen by the global white power structure, right? And this is how it usually goes, Lozy, right? An African leader knows whether he's elected or whatever, it's a joke, He knows that he doesn't really have any real control over the people in this country except for the military, whatever like that. What puts him in power is the fact that when he takes that trip to Europe, right, and he's shaking hands with Macron or any of the British leaders or whatnot, and that goes and played back home, right, in the African mind, right, if you're in good with the white man in Europe, you're the one in power. Why do you think right now you see? Didn't George Weah just had this thing where he was hosted by somebody? He's going around being hosted by all these different. You seen that, Dave?
I know he was hosted he hosted Nathaniel and those guys. The Hebrew Israelites. He hosted them.
No, George Weah is going around to different European countries, Arab countries, and whatnot, to get people on the thing that, oh yeah, he's coming back to power and stuff like that. So you cannot sell
He
your
brokering he pre-brokering deals.
yeah. So you can and make it seem like, oh, he got all this going on. Just put him back into power. That's how it works in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works in Africa. You go around and you build your international portfolio. You go shaking hands and people are like, oh, he's with such and such, whatnot. He's with such and such.
Former president is here. Former president of Liberia.
Yeah, he's all over the place. And Elvis don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, And so therefore,
he's surveying.
it takes
He's
out now
surveying.
that. This is what they do. You know, so Elvis can't give me a clear, concise fucking thing. They do everything they can to showcase any ill. I know there's corruption, like the whole country's corrupt, right? But they can't. They make it seem like the freaking sky is falling in Liberia, right? And they think Liberians are stupid enough to be like, you know something, we're gonna put Weah back in the power. That's not that stupid. They're not that stupid. They think they get like Yeke tried to make it seem like, there's imminent danger at the border with Guinea and whatnot, and blah blah blah. He even tried to friggin' instigate a war conflict with Guinea to create the engines of destabilization. He was hoping Guinea would invade so he could discredit Boca. That's how dirty African politics is. At some point in time, we need, who we need back in people like we need people like Idi Amin back in power. That's what Africa needs. Africa needs a bunch of Idi Amins. That's what Africa deserves. They need leaders, people like Idi Amin in power, because that's the only thing the African understands, like this. You're going to spend the next 4 years just yelling and loud talk. I said, what the fuck is he talking about? You're going to talk about some vouchers and whatnot. The whole fucking country is corrupted and inept. Don't tell me about no damn vouchers. Was it there when George Weah? Of course it was. It was corrupt when he was there because they recovered a lot of friggin' stuff on the Weah administration that people had cars, weren't even in office, Mm-hmm. And so when he leaves office, do you think all that stuff's going to disappear? No. So find something else. So all they want to do is sit back. Oh, Baka's corrupt. Well, not yeah, okay. So I'm supposed to be, if we elect Yucca, things will change.
That ain't gonna change, man.
You got stupid people like Elvis. That's what they fucking think, But Elvis is white because the people, I don't care what you see online, the people in Liberia are not stupid. They'll tell you, yeah, we got problems, but the country, every Liberian will tell you the country's getting better. They say that the country's getting better. It wasn't like that 3 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago, they're like, oh, life is hard. Ever since my Ellen left, life got hard, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, yeah, life is hard, We like Opon, but life is hard. Now they're like, yeah, there's like a peace in the country, People are happy,
And that's why, for me, that's why I say, everybody should just get out of there. Just get out and just go back to their home countries. Just leave the South
go back and build
alone.
your own countries up and build your middle class up in your own countries, right?
Leave the South Africans alone.
Yeah, let them work that out with the whites down there. They got enough on their hand with the whites, and the Indians and stuff like that. You don't need other black people complicating that shit because all you're gonna be used as a scapegoat, So it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, man, it's a really good topic tonight. You know, Black Americans, American Liberians. Like I said, because for the longest time, you know, you see these FBA clowns in here, blah blah blah. There's no comparison. There's no damn comparison. The American Liberians left their mark on the world.
If you give FBA a country right now, they won't even want it.
Yeah,
I don't think they won't even want it.
I don't really I could never understand. You know, that's not like I said, they really tethered to white people, you know? They're really tethered to the white man, you know. But I do know for a fact that the matter is, if it was possible, if that country was developed, whatever like that, but and it had finance, investment, stuff like that, it's very easy to do. You know, it's very easy to do. But the thing is, though, you need people to put that mechanism in place. But there's so many black people that's so tethered to America, right? The Grammys, the Oscars, you know, the VMAs. We're so American. We're so fucking entrenched in America. And then when we face racism, like, how do you keep going through this all the time? Can you tell me that, Dave? You mean tell me
deja vu?
There's no
deja vu, man.
So that's it for the rest of my life, our life. We gotta be dealing with white supremacy, racism, and all.
Just deja vu in a loop, just a circle in a loop.
Conundrum. It's a conundrum. You know?
That's why FBA wants you to be in a loop.
That's why for those weeks that I'm out of America, I feel so fucking free. You know? Look at Bibi Rodriguez, Jerome. Why she call me Jerome? You know, AK Collier, clown, like I must be striking a nerve with these people. You know,
you hit them hard.
I know I hit them hard, man.
Hit them in the gut, man.
Yeah, FBA people, man. Look, how do you know you're gonna live your whole life, right? Bibi Rodriguez has probably never been outside the United States. How do you build your whole life knowing that, like me? Look, I get the last laugh is when I go over Liberia. I'm there for like all those weeks, and I don't have to fucking look at a white person. You know, I'm in a black society, a beautiful black society. Where not just that little bit of time period, right? I'm ready to come back to America, you know, and be like, okay, whatever, like that, because I got that in my mind. I would, if I didn't have any outlet, man, I would literally lose my fucking mind. You know, you know, that just I said, look, you don't have to move to Africa, right? But goddamn, man, have a passport. You know, get on a plane, get the fuck out of here once in a while. You know, get the fuck out of here once in a while. We're like, well, Africans move, yeah, but every African I know go back to their continent. You know, they go back to their continent. They go back to their country for a little while. They maintain relations. They're not completely confined to the American reality. Even when I watch Africans on TikTok, right? They talk about Liberian dishes and blah, blah. They're involved in what's going on in the continent. It's an escape.
With wired.
But when you got black people in America, that's why you think Roland Martin. I don't give a shit about the Democrats. You know, it's not even like right now, Dave. The biggest thing is Latino racism. Are you concerned about that shit?
No, I don't care about that. I don't care about.
I don't give two. Am I missing something here? The Latino, who cares? Latino, I don't give a fuck. I have no relationship with no damn Latinos. The fuck I care about racism. What are we gonna do with Latinos? What am I gonna do a fiesta with them? You know. And so the bottom line is, that's why I said when you got that escape like I do, I don't give a shit about that. You know, MAGA people. I don't care about MAGA. What the fuck I care? I'm not trying to convince these motherfuckers. You know, I'm going to Angola.
They doing their own thing. You know what I mean? Collar, they doing their own thing.
And I'm going to do my own thing, you know?
You know, Kyle, you know, they the MAGAs, they doing their own thing. They worry about, you know,
whatever the hell they're worried about. I don't give a shit, you know? Don't give a shit about MAGA. I don't give a shit about the Latinos. And I know that people are Asian. Well, see, the Asians say this about black. I don't give a flying fuck, you know? The hell I care about what they think, you know? Why are these people fucking important? You know? I don't get it. They're only important to FBA people. You ever see FBA? They're battling everybody. You ever see these motherfuckers?
Yeah, man. I feel
Tariq is
sorry
always
for
at
them.
war with everybody, and
I feel
everybody.
sorry for them, man.
Yeah, because they're like their whole claim to fame is their proximity to white people.
You know,
That's
you
the
got a
fact.
lot of FBAs, like they so entrenched in FBA, they lost their jobs, they lost their girlfriend, lost their boyfriend. You know what I mean? They just by themselves. Nobody wants to deal with you, No.
Yeah, so what you call
It's
now?
sad.
Bimba Rodriguez, she's really mad at me right? She
Yeah,
calls me a low rent.
it's a really lonely life being an FBA,
Yeah, they are. They're very lonely
You
people.
lose your
They,
family because
FDA, look,
yeah, you lose
FDA
your
are the
family
most
because you're
sad.
FBA.
FDA are
God,
like the saddest
yeah,
black people on
man.
the planet. Imagine the only claim to fame you have is your love for the people that kicked your ass for 400 years. Really, man.
Yeah, man.
The white man kicked your ass for 400 years. Was that FBA Copeland chick the other night? I mean, I was like, oh man,
But that shit hurt.
it's
One
worse
minute
than
we
I thought.
Bantu, then we indigenous,
We're
then we
Hebrew,
FBA, then we
we're
Hebrew.
Asiatic.
And that-
I'm like, man.
oh, yo, Kala, you got to get the Afristan, man. We got to try to get the Afristan,
Like I
man.
said, I'm going to Angola next year. Look,
Some of this
I'm
stuff,
gonna make.
man.
Look. I got what I got to do is I need everybody's input for the what we need to do right now.
Yeah,
Right now, I'm
because
saying right now, we need to work on a flag for that's a flag we're going to use. That's a flag I'm going to plant on African soil next year. So we need to come up with a flag. It has to have our red, black, and green in it somehow. A design, whatever. We need to form a design, a flag committee. I thought with that king, what's it called, good king, whatever his name is. I thought he'd be a good one, but he's all over the place, man. Bottom line, that's a good brother, man, but he's still on that.
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
King Good, whatever that comes in so once in a while, King Goodwill King that comes in and control for the show. Young guy.
Oh, nah, Kala, I'll give you some designs. I could do. I could.
Yeah, give me some ideas,
give you
man,
some designs.
and I'll put it up on the show and see how people like it. And see, we'll
I'll
see.
give you some designs.
So the bottom line is this, and that's a flag we're gonna take and plant it on African soil, and say this is gonna be getting in Africa. It's gonna be up for the black race to come after that and say, well, okay, this is what I can contribute. Everybody make their own trip over there, whatever. Like, let's start this shit, man. Fuck it, because bottom line is this, man. Everything else is a fucking delusion, but like I said, I want more young men to come and join me on this, man. I'm an old man, want some more young men to come on this when the African is going to be a reality, we're going to speak it into existence,
I noticed a lot of people are talking about Liberia. I don't know. You put Liberia in the algorithm, you put it in the app.
Yeah, well, I will say like this: Liberia could
Gaza,
be Liberia. If, like I said, the only thing I'm worried about is, you got too many people like the Yeke Kabalas there, and that crowd there, right? That Liberia will be an excellent place for base camp. That'd be an excellent place to gather on the continent before we do build an African. That could be what Liberia's place or launching flags. Because you're gonna need a launching place. And Liberia would be the perfect place.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna need to build communities in Liberia. You're gonna need to build communities in Liberia, right? So what you go look at the Z. It's about exploitation. What's the exploitation? Right away, everybody we try to talk about building an African, having a flag, and everybody's getting mad. We got that means that Dave. We got to continue what we're doing. Not Liberian diplomatic perspective. Liberian. What does he mean by that? Not Liberian diplomatic perspective. No, I said Liberia is a base camp. Liberia could be a base camp. You need places where you gather and stuff like that, logistics and stuff like that, and whatever the African is going to be at, whether it's Zambia, Congo, Angola, whatever like that, wherever it's going to be at, but you need a place to launch it from. You can't We can't make the mistake Garvey did, launching anything directly from the United States. You know, can't be. We got to be already set up on a continent, and also the people the black people that's living in Thailand, living all over the continent, living in Egypt, living in Ethiopia, Kenya. You know, it's persuade them to join us. You know.
Yeah, but this guy here talking in the chat will never come up. He's a punk.
Of course, talk to
Talking this talking. This is another
talk
punk.
with actual Liberian politicians, the narratives, otherwise. I guess he's saying talk actually. I don't know. I don't know. It's in Liberia. It seems like you got Liberians that are good politicians, right? But they're not loud. The loud. Let me tell you something, brother. The problem you have in Liberia is a loud motherfucker dominate. You know, they dominate everything, right? You could be wrong until, like I said, I asked fucking that stupid Elvis, what the fuck is this guy Yeka talking about? Well, blah, blah. That's not what he's saying. He just yelling about Dave. Can you articulate what is Yeka?
Articulate nothing that guy talks about.
He don't say nothing but just fucking yelling. And people say, oh, he's a real leader. You're dealing with fucking savages. All they hear is yelling and loud talking and whatnot. Oh, that's a good leader. What the fuck?
They don't want to hear that, Colin. They don't want to hear the real, Colin.
No, I'm just serious. I'm sick and tired of calling fucking people what they are. They're fucking a bunch of savages. You know. And the bottom line is this: all they do is yell, blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about? What's your beef? Well, he took some vouchers. Yo, they've been doing that since the fucking country's been founded. You know, corruption and whatnot. Misappropriating the funds and what that's been fucking like that since the country's been founded. You know, it's a fucking African thing. Tell me something I don't fucking know. You know, so all they're just loud talking.
And then when you talk about fixing it, now everybody got a problem when you talk about fixing.
Oh yeah, they are seizing people's assets and so they're doing something right. They're seizing people's assets and some of everything in the country right now. You know. Season property and some of everything. So whatever they're doing, right, I don't see Yeke talking about that. You know how many cars and whatnot, illegal cars that were used by former officials and whatnot that was on the government's whatnot that they stopped. You know, therefore the government of the United Elvis. Sorry, excuse me. I don't fuck you. Sorry, Dave. Yo, look, the government of the United States is giving Liberian government Bucca high remarks for its anti-corruption like that. So something got to give. Now, the United States was like the biggest critic of Liberia corruption and stuff like that. And remember the former ambassador McCarthy, you know?
Yeah.
So the United States is watching everything in Liberia. They're watching everything, you know? And so far, they're pleased with what they see in this current administration. That being said, what is Elvis and all these other fucking CDC clowns talking about? They're not talking about anything, you know? Just that they know they can get online, say whatever the hell they want to say.
They want the country to still be fucked up, man. All
they want to do, this is what they do, is make a bunch of noise for 3 years. Hopefully that'll persuade people to vote for them. That's how African politics work. You don't sit there as an opposition, you know. What's the point of having it? I don't understand what a political opposition means, you know. What are you opposed to progress or like that?
No, it's not political. It's no political opposition. Everybody just want their share of power.
That's what they want. Their
little. That's all.
They all want their slice of the.
Yeah, they just want to slice. Yo, act like you opposition. And then for the right deal, you're part.
Yeah, you're quiet. They make noise,
part
and
of the
hopefully somebody will buy them off. Like, remember Eugene Fagon? Remember that clown?
Yeah.
You know, me and him used to have wars all the time. He made enough noise that George Weah appointed him assistant minister of information. You know, just to quiet him down, right? You know, what did he do? Because get on fucking thing. Darius Dillon in the Senate. This guy only had a 4th grade education, but he used Facebook.
But he's a senator. He's a senator. He's a big man.
Senator. And how did he get a fucking Facebook following? So missing on this shit about fucking Liberia and whatnot. This, that, and the other, trying to say I'm corrupt because I have I'm a diplomatic visa because I actually brought money to the country, you know, and they're always going to give me that respect, you know, because they know somebody like me, because the way I promote Liberia, they know me, you know, the way I promote Liberia and whatnot, you know, to people, Black America particularly and whatnot, you know, they think I'm an asset. That's why they give me this shit, you know. They know who the hell I am, you know. I was just mad because nobody giving him no fucking diplomatic visa. He's a fucking clown, you know. But yeah, so it is what it is. The louder you talk, the loud talking, blah, 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 blah. The people are like, what the fuck is he saying? I don't know what he's saying, but it sounds good.
And to me, Liberia too small for to have all those problems. Like I always say, look, you know, and I don't really like to talk about the the Congo people and Native. I don't like to get into that unless people start talking about it and I give my opinion. But it's like the country. I don't like the trajectory is going on.
The country is a small country, small population.
Too small to have all these problems.
It has abundant natural resources. It has fertile land, right? It has everything you need to develop a freaking modern food system to be exported, everything like that. It has everything you need to build. It has a freaking young population. You could build manufacturing all day, have plenty of labor, everything. Liberians are very skilled, you know? Skilled. You talking about skilled artisans, plumbers. I'm always talking up Liberia, you know? Mm-hmm. I see the potential in that country. It's unbelievable. Just that the friggin' people that's running the country, they don't give a goddamn. They don't have any vision for their country. You know? They don't see anything good about their country. They don't see nothing but what Liberia is just big elephant meat that they try to get their little piece of, you know?
Yeah.
That's sad. So that's why when people come here and try to sell me on this shut the fuck up, you know? I see the reality.
You talking about opposition, Kyle. You have 22 political parties, but only 16 only 15 tribes, 15, 16 tribes. But you got 22 political parties. How you gonna get something done?
You know what the funny part, Dave? In 2023, right? Me and Ross, right? You know Ross. Me and him was like, I first got there. Me and Ross was like, yeah, we gotta go get something to drink, in a hotel staying at, right? So we get some drinks, right? So buy some sodas and some damn water, right? So we went down there to the one part, pay the at Invincible Park, they got the police there at night, stopping people whenever like that, whatever it is. But you give them a little bit of small, you get by, right? So I went there, So I went there. There was a whole bunch of like little outdoor clubs and whatnot, little tiny outdoor. I forgot where I was at, I forgot exactly where I was at. I can't remember. Anyway, somebody said, "Oh, be careful out there. There's some trouble down there." I said, "Bloods and Crips?" No. The UP boys and the CDC boys are going there. All the fucking parties.
Political parties.
Yo, the UP boys and the CDC.
So Ryan.
I said, you gotta be kidding me. I thought you were talking about Bloods, Crips, Vice Lords. UP
and political parties. Oh my God, boys parties. And the CDC boys, they're going at it, man.
Boy, got the UP boys and CDC boys going at it. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh man, people can talk all the fuck they want. I know enough about this country, Liberia. I know enough about it that I know as much about it. Like, a guy told me in the airport, he goes, he saw me online. He said, he's like, yo, I know you. I seen you on YouTube or not. You're the guy that goes to Liberia. I said, yeah. And she goes, yeah, I seen it. And she told her husband, I know him. Anyway. And all of a sudden, I was like, the guy said, her husband goes, I'm going to Brewerville. I go, you mean Bravo? He goes, they start busting up laughing, right? And then one guy in back of me was like, damn, you're more Liberian than the most Liberians are. He said Browville. It ain't Brewerville, it's Browville. It's not Caldwell, it's Caldwell. So it is a Duport Road. It's not Duport Road, it's Duport Road. Oh man, it's hilarious, man. So I go way back, man. But look, yeah. So the bottom line is, I know enough about this country, man. I can write a book. So people tell me, so that's why it was somebody like Elvis coming here getting brand new on me and shit. Like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. He hasn't been there since he was a kid, and I've been there every year for the last 5 years or whatnot. He's gonna tell me, and I've been to the country extensively. Traveled the country. Interviewed a lot of people. Been there, ate the food. It's different when you talk about something and you're actually there for a length of time. And you're going back there and whatnot. You can't take that from me. You can't take that from me. And then I brought a tour group there. I convinced 20 people to put their life in my hand, and I was their host. And showcase the country. Can't take that from me. So these people like Elvis want to sit back and not do shit. Say what the fuck you want to say. All they do is they don't have nothing to offer the country. Not a damn thing to offer the country. All they do is sit back and basically like think they're gonna get in power or whatever like that. But it don't work like that. The country is gonna ask is like this. Trump. I don't know if I want to represent the United States. But I don't know. I don't want to represent the United States in Liberia. I like it because I don't know. If somebody gave me a year assignment, I'd do it. Just 1 year. That's it. And I get some work done, whatever like that. But I'm gonna use that time to get all my shit. Everything pertaining to an African done. So if I could do that, I'll have my own military shit set up, whatnot, use my diplomatic connections, shit like that, but it is what it is. But like I said, I like doing what I'm doing, and like I said, I do believe that Liberia, if I keep doing what I'm doing right now, Dave, I got connections, ambassador connection, whatnot, that I got connections. I'm friends with now an ambassador, and I got connections, right, that I want to use Liberia to launch me into the rest of Africa. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So next year, when I go to Angola, I might take Ross with me, I might take Ross with me next year when I go to Angola, We're going to build a pipeline between Angola and Liberia. That's what our goal, We're going to build a pipeline. There's going to be some Liberians we're going to invite to the country, to the African. We're going to invite some Liberians there. Hey, you want to be part of us? There ain't going to be no Elvis people, though, None of them motherfuckers, right? But you want to be part of this revolution, we're going to build this shit, So it is what it is. We're going to, like I said, Angola got billions and billions of dollars, man, What gets me is, how come Africans don't have any relationship? Yes, whatnot. I say, y'all on the same goddamn continent, right? I talk to Angolans. They don't know anybody in Ghana. They know nobody in Liberia. I said, you got to be kidding me. You don't know anybody.
You see value in it though, Colin. I don't see value. They just be in their own little world, their own little pockets.
Yeah, but I told Angolans, I said, y'all, they said, but Angolans want to be, they interested in Liberia. They want to be part of Liberia. They do. They said, yeah, we like Liberia. When they say they came there, they said when Ellen firstly got no, I don't think so, DK. You don't know Angolan. Angolans hate fucking Portuguese. They fucking hate Portugal. I know them. They fucking can't. I always thought that was that true. And you know who else the Angolans hate? They hate Brazil. I said, well, I thought y'all would be close. I said, no, Brazil robs Angola. They take all the money. They take the fake ass. They say the Brazilians keep making these mega churches, taking all the Angolans' money and shit like that, doing illegal mining and stuff like that. They don't, the Angolans want a break from the Portuguese world, Brazil and Portugal. They want out of that. They want to learn English and they want to be part of Black America. That's what they want. And like I said, Liberia could be a good place where the Black America and Angola meet together and build, And the number one thing Angola wants is people that could teach English, But Portuguese ain't shit, DK. They ain't shit, Angola loaned Portugal $32 billion like 15 years ago. Loaned them 32 billion with a B. Portugal's broke. Portuguese got to come to Angola to get work. Portugal ain't got shit. Angola are buying up a lot of real estate in Portugal, Angolas are in America. They are in America. I got many Angolan friends. The Vembas, I got a lot of Angolan friends. They're all in America, But the thing is, some of them are they got a lot of Angolans in America. But whole thing about Angolans in America is they completely become African Americanized. It ain't like a day where we got Liberians and Ghanaians. They keep their culture and stuff like that. Angolans completely become. Like I said, I knew this guy for years and whatnot. And he goes, "You should try Angola." I said, "Well, you know about Angola? I'm Angolan." This guy Antonio, he was one of the founders of the BAL. I said, "You're Angolan?" He said, "Yeah." This motherfucker was a thug. He was a hood nigga, man. Nigga was a hood nigga.
You like, hey, man, I thought you was
with gold grills, dreads, and gold grill and whatnot. Nigga, a YN. Nigga was a fucking from Angola. I think he got deported, He was the one introduced me to a bunch of Angolan people, So yeah, we got a lot of Angolans in America, but they don't like pronounce, until we build like this thing where, if they can come to Liberia and stuff like that, but in America, they just blend right. They forget about Africa. Just come right into America, America. You see that one fucking punk Angolan, that mixed race motherfucker that was on that show talking shit, Black America. Yeah, watch out for that dude. He's a fucking mulatto. Man, get your fucking, that's your white blood talking, you gotta be careful like that. Yeah, that's another thing too. What I don't like. See, like in Angola, you got some mulattoes there. I don't like, because some of them try to be black and whatnot, but they want to be black, but I just don't trust them. Before they were trying, when the Portuguese ruled, they were like in their own race. They distinguished themselves. Now they want to be like, because of African American culture, they just want to be like light skinned black people.
Yeah.
But I still don't trust them. I still don't trust them. I still don't trust these those mutt ones. But they're there. But the bottom line is this, man. Angola is a beautiful country. I can't wait to get there next year. So we're gonna be doing a lot, man. So we just need more people joining us in Liberia. That's where that's a start. I need more Black Americans not living there, but just visiting there. Tell me more about these guys that you said about that's interested in Liberia. You didn't tell me about them.
Which guys?
You said they talk about Liberia as a homeland, whatever.
No.
You sent me some videos. You sent me some shit and stuff.
Oh no, that guy, he was talking about he's from Chicago. He's talking about he wants black that guy I showed you though with the videos on your Facebook. He's different from my other friend. My other guy, he's just a black mega. He wants total 5 million repatriation on site, total takeover. He talking to Trump to get Liberia back.
Oh man,
He's a black mega.
Stuff like
that guy, he's a he's a radical.
DK,
no, I got the other guy. I got the video where I sent you. He's trying a soft approach. He's more of a soft approach.
Yeah, you gotta be a soft approach.
Yeah, I would say, the black Republican guy I know who talk about Liberia, he has a radical approach.
That sounds like 1776.
Yeah, he has a 1776 approach with
And with people like that will ruin it for the
this
rest of
guy,
us.
he's crazy.
People like that will ruin the rest of us because that's all the
That's me. He'll
like
mess
the
us up.
detractors need. See, that's what they think they're gonna come and take over. The mulattoes are not in power in decay. Like Angola is a black Angola is the closest thing you're gonna get to an African. It's a black African state. That's a perfect place to build a homeland. That's what Angola's tell me. He said, "Look, we got plenty of land for y'all to build your own homeland." That's what they always tell me. They always like, "Yeah, come over here. We get your land. Y'all deserve it. Y'all been through a lot in America. Y'all deserve your own land and everything." So we're gonna put this together. I think black nationalism is finally going to freaking take root. Because what else is there, Dave?
There's nothing else, Kyle. There's nothing else.
There's nothing else. There's nothing else. What else is there? There's nothing. And we tried everything else. We tried America. Like I said earlier tonight, I was talking to Clown Elvis, right? We basically believed in black people for the most part are really historically Republican.
Yeah, that's true.
That means we believe America is founded by institutions, a creed, founding documents, creed and stuff like that. Rule of law, founding documents, institutions, all stuff like that. We believe in these institutions, founding documents, like that. Like what Martin Luther King said, we hold these truths to be evident. But he's quoting a founding document. That's what we believed in, But populism overrode all that shit, Racism and racism populism overrode all that shit, You can have all the founding documents all you want or not, And the bottom line is, you're taking a chance, You're like, okay, the government says you're equal in America, but did that turn out that way? No.
Nah, it didn't turn out.
I mean, on paper it says all men are created equal, right?
But the paper is only as good as an enforcer.
That's what I'm saying.
It's only as good as the enforcer.
That's what we friggin' we fail to fucking realize, right? That paper is only good if you got the political will. Unfortunately, the same Republicans never went. They did bring the Civil War. I give them that, then slavery, But as far as that, they pulled out during Reconstruction. Why? Because they risked going back to war. That's why they pulled out of the South in Reconstruction. So they were like, okay. Do you know those people like Thaddeus Stevens really thought they were going to remake the South and black and white will live right next to each other? It sounds crazy, right? But there's actually people who actually believe that. But we have to pay the price for that shit with the Klan and everything,
Oh no!
I'm sick of dying for somebody's ideals and whatnot, So the bottom line, okay,
wasn't gonna happen.
But we went out there believing that shit, and we got strung up by the Klan and shit, Now I think black people are saying to themselves, "Is there something else out there?" And like I was telling Ambassador Johnson, I said, he was asking me, "So how are you know so much of Liberia? Why are you so into Liberia?" And I don't think I got that on camera. It was that same day I was talking where Ross was still talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this in that fufu, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said Liberia is the missing piece. Before we could do anything else, we have to get this story right. Liberia is like you have a puzzle, right?
Yeah.
If there's a major piece out of the puzzle missing, what happens? The truth is not revealed, right?
Yeah.
Liberia completes the puzzle. What was the answer to the oppression of America? Returning to Africa, building a civilization of your own. That was a missing piece of the puzzle. That's the part they left out of history. That's why we're in the situation right now. Because black people right now, that's why we got people like Bebe Rodriguez and Rico Miller don't understand. Liberia is a vital part of the puzzle. Whether you want to go there or not, that's not it. It is a part of the puzzle, Just like Harlem and the Harlem Renaissance is a part of the puzzle. Just like Motown, Detroit is a part of the thing. New Orleans is a part of the story, All these things. Liberia is a part. What do we do? The black Parisian culture, America, was part of the story. You know, Liberia was definitely a part of the story of Black America. You know, if you
Yeah.
don't understand that major part of the story, you're not going to understand the whole entire story of how we got here, why are we here, and what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here's what it is. Let's see if anybody else wants to come up. See, I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes. You lost Liberia, like you lost home. Oh, I don't think we lost Liberia. I think it's still there. You know, us as a group of people, yeah, maybe. You know, and everything. You know, but but when I'm driving around, Dave, you know that one part of that long road, is that Japan Highway that links Bentall and Carysburg and all that? Is that Japan Highway
By where?
in Liberia?
That connects where?
It takes Bensonville,
From Bensonville to where?
Brewerville.
I
Is
think
that
that,
Jamaica Road? Oh yeah, Somalia Drive. That's it.
yeah,
Somalia Drive.
Somalia
Whatever.
Drive.
Right. When you drive down Somalia Drive, right? Somalia Drive. When you drive down Somalia Drive, right? And you see how well put together that friggin' those towns and settlements are, right?
Yeah, I see how it's organized and how
Or how
it's,
organized that is and whatnot.
yeah.
No, the so-called American Liberians didn't go anyplace. They didn't go anyplace. They're still there. They're not there. They're not there physically, but they're there in spirit because they created a whole reality, that everybody follows. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and so yeah. So when people say American Liberians, so all they did was basically create 5 million new American Liberians. That's all they did. You know, that's all they did. You know? When you down Somalia and Japan Highway and all this stuff like that, you know, that's Liberia. You know, it's Liberia. It's really, really, really nice. You know, to see modern Africa. You know, that our ancestors were able to create. That's a missing piece of the puzzle. And the story of Liberia needs to be told. Are we capable of building a nation of our own? And the answer was yes, we were capable of doing that. Now, going forward, can we do it again? That's a question that I want to put out there in the atmosphere. Is Black America ready and capable of building your own nation again? You know, we did it before, right? That's why I don't let people tell, oh, Liberians are no. Those mistakes that were made, whatever like that, it happened, whatever. But say what you want, the country's still there. You know, I don't see a bunch of people packing up going to Sierra Leone. I don't see a bunch of people going to Guinea. You know, I don't see a bunch of people leaving the country. I see people still there making a living, right, in that piece of land, right? People are still there making things work. So when people say Liberia was a failure, I beg to differ. You know, I beg to differ. Say call America. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, I just think basically the problem is right now is this: Black America is going through some soul searching. Right, we're going through some soul searching right now. You know, and we're looking at our enemies are friggin' oh, why don't white people have to go nowhere? Because they're settled here. You understand something, ZV? White people are settlers here. They brought Black people here, the African here, to be their workers and slaves, and subservient class of a settler class. They settled here. This is where they are, Everybody else immigrated here. Black people were brought here in chains, Black American. Everybody else immigrated here. They're immigrants. White people in America, white Americans are settlers. They're settled in this country. They built the country. That's them. They built the country. You got to give it to them. So why internationally? Why look? White people went to Australia. They formed White Australia policy. Remember that? They went to South Africa. They went to New Zealand. What are you talking about? White people go all place all the time. They went to Argentina. They go all over the place, bro. And they settle. I think basically Black America is ready for a new settlement. Like I said, I think the signs are there. I don't see us going any further in America. I think we reached the pinnacle, the plateau of America. I think we reached the mountaintop already. It's like when you go, it's like, what else is there left? I mean, there was a black man in the White House, Dave. Tell me what is there left? All the stuff that we said we're going to strive to do. We have a black man that won, a black coach that won a Super Bowl championship in the Pittsburgh Steelers. Remember that? All the things, we talked about, if we could just do this, whatnot, we got a black woman on the Supreme Court, we have all these things we conquered. Now, nothing's satisfying. Now, I think it's just the friggin', the next step is nationhood, The next step is nationhood. And that's the frontier and whatnot I think Black America is ready for. I think we are ready for that, What it's like to govern ourselves, what's like to rule ourselves, what's like to build our relationship. Look, I want to have a relationship, Dave, with Japan.
Yeah, I like to have a relationship with Japan too.
I would like to have a relationship with North Korea. See what that does. I would like to have a relationship with China. I would like to have a relationship with Russia. But we don't have no relationship with nobody sitting here in America. Oh no, Ahmed. Oh Lord, man. It's Ahmed. I would like to have a relationship with all kinds of people. We don't know what the world is because the white man got us sitting here as his bitch. We got a lot to say to the damn world. Blacks are already in America. What happened? Look, we were not already in America. We were taken and brought here in America. We conquered this country. We did all this stuff. Now it's time for us to break free from America. Now we're being limited by America. Don't you understand that? Do you understand why they call me the college Genesis? Look, how do you don't understand why do we freaking basically need a nation? Because it's time for us to grow up and be adults. At a certain point in time, Dave, don't you move out of your parents' house?
You move out, you get your own place, you build your own house.
You make your own way in life, So the bottom line is that we cannot keep doing it. We're like children. Stomping our feet, talking about, but look, I am sick of that. Roland Martin. That's why you think no one's listening to Roland Martin, because it looks stupid now. I don't give a damn about no Kamala Harris, no Democrats and whatnot. We're so beyond that. Now it's time for Black people, the strongest Black people on the freaking planet, to have self-determination. That's what the African stand is all about. Self-determination. If you don't understand that, then you are an enemy of Black America. I think that's the next phase in our history. And the whole idea is to convince Black America by that. The thing is this, how do I deal with it? I have no idea. I have no idea. How people keep telling me, why you do it? I don't know. I let everybody come up here until they piss me off and I kick them off. That's the way I am, so that's how I am. I just people piss me off, then I kick them off. Then I let them back on, then they piss me off, and I kick them off again. It is what it is. But if you understand that the future of Black America is nationhood, I don't give a damn how many Africans come here. Maybe it's their turn to come here and do the American thing. Maybe it's their turn. I would like to turn America over to the African immigrant. Y'all could be the African American. We're going to be Africanism soon. They could be the new African Americans, Dave. So we're ready to move on.
Don't tell BB Rodriguez and them that, man. They
You know,
gonna
they
they gonna
look
lose their
right now. I look,
mind, man. They gonna
Dave. I be looking
lose
over my
their,
shoulder.
they
I be
gonna
looking.
lose their mind,
Yeah,
colleague.
I be
Don't
looking
tell
over
these
my
guys
shoulder.
that, man.
I be looking over my shoulder when I go to work in the morning. When I'm thinking BB Rodriguez out there on the cut trying to pick me
Or
off.
in the bushes, you know.
It was ski mask way. She go up there. I got you, Colin. My sight. These American loving Negroes, man, will do something like this, you know. Well, I'm glad, man. I'm glad you like. Look, what I want is, I want to know who's on. I made it. I threw down the gauntlet, right? Tonight, I said something to Kidola, right? I said very good. Did you hear what I said to him? He said, Colin, I thought you was a Pan-African. I was a Pan-Africanist, right? Until I realized what a lot of you Africans really felt about us. Then that changed, you know? Now, the only thing that's ever going to bring me back to Africa and Africa, my good friend, is support for an African. If you do not support an African, we are not brothers. You know, that's the way I see it. I don't give a damn what Diane Samir says, or whoever else says or whatnot. If you don't support the idea that it's our birthright now to have a state of our own, our ancestral homeland, then we're not brothers and sisters. That's just the way it is, you know, because we tried, Dave. Lord knows we tried, because we were like, oh, we're Pan-African just meant we're all black, you know, we're all black, whatever, like that. You're black, I'm black. We all come from Africa. Africa's a mother continent. We're not doing these motherfuckers start talking all this. My tribe, my this, you're this, and also we're like, wait a minute, where did all this fucking shit come from? I thought we were all black. You know, Africans are black. Without y'all not Africans, but that's what ruined it. You know, that's what started all. So now I'm like, you know, the only thing I'm interested in is our own homeland. You know, that's it. You know. Now people don't support that. That's fine. You know, then the black race will be further divided. Whatever like that. If I can do anything with it, because you know we'll be further divided and torn apart. But now, what do you think about this, Dave? Did you see that? I don't know if I sent you this, right? You heard about that Black Wall Street in Georgia, Soaptown, Georgia, shutting
I
down?
heard it closed down. I heard it shut down. I got
All
the
right,
word.
but the thing is, I didn't want to play this because I don't want a bunch of optics with Africans and whatnot. I'm saying people think I'm anti. No, I'm not. You know, so I try to like this. There was an African lady in there talking about blah 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 blah, and I was like, oh shit, man. Once the FBA's get a hold of this shit, you know.
What she said?
She was like, yeah, we blah blah blah. She had African fabric or whatnot. And then somebody in the comments was like, what the hell? First Essence Festival, now this. It was a bunch of Africans in the black. I was like, what the hell? They take over everything. You know, I was like, oh shit, man. You know, it was not a good look. Even though there may have been only a few African businesses, but they interviewed the African lady, you know.
Oh yeah, it was African. You know, it was a whole bunch of different businesses there, though,
Yeah,
Colin.
but they chose to interview an African lady. That was not,
Oh,
and so I was like, oh man, it's not a good look,
she was
man.
the only one available. You know, she was the only one available or something. You know, because there's a whole bunch of it was a whole bunch of black businesses. They're not going to discriminate and say, "Oh, the lady can't sell there."
But you know how that looks with the
With the FBA guys.
yeah.
They try to blame them and say, "Oh, they messed it up. Oh, they messed up everything." And they, you know,
Yeah, man, the freaking the Africans screwed everything up and whatnot, you know. Yo,
come
look,
on,
Rudy, I
man.
don't
These
care about what
guys,
you say.
man.
Your nationhood's okay. Nationhood's the only way. First of all, before you can be a nation, we got to become a people. You know, we got to become a people first. So I'm trying to get us to become a people first. You know, right now we're not a people. You know, we're not a people. You know, so we don't need everybody like this. We got to be. We just need leadership. You know, but yeah. So basically, you know, it's I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's we do these things. Black Wall Street. I heard Jamal Bryant was part of that. That's what I heard
Wow.
about that the Black Wall Street thing and that.
Okay.
I heard he was part of it. My whole thing is, man, we got to get serious about stuff. We keep doing these rinky-dink, trinket things and whatnot. And somebody was saying, "Man, that was like a glorified Nipsey Hussle operation." I was like, "Oh wow," They're like, "Man, everybody's selling shea butter," and I was like, "Motherfuckers was like coming off and whatnot." I was like, "Damn," And it's like it is what it is. But they said no real supply chains, no nothing and whatnot. I don't know. Like I said, I saw that years ago when you had a bunch of black businesses. Like, we want to have a black business. Everybody was selling fucking handmade jewelry and fucking shea butter. I'm like, that's it. That's what black. I realized how far behind we are.
Even try to put a supermarket in there, something like that. Some
Even a
stuff.
super Dave. You know what it takes to run a supermarket?
Yeah, it takes a lot. It does take a lot.
Yeah, that
You
dude
need you
Winston,
need a
whatever.
serious supply chain. So you was just. I mean, you're right. You need a serious supply chain.
Yeah, serious. And how many black people are actually serious?
Yeah, they don't have. Yeah, you're talking about a fucking large book, and it's a penny business, like you said. It's a penny.
The only thing black people could do probably good is open up a bunch of dollar stores. You can open up your own Dollar Tree for like $50,000.
Nah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's all you need. For your stock your inventory and whatnot. And they do promotions for you when like Valentine's Day. They'll send you a bunch of stuff for Valentine's Day to sell. Each holiday, Halloween, it's like they work with you. Yeah, what you call it? Dollar Tree is nothing. Dollar stores are nothing to open up, man. That's something black people could do. Go to China, find the product. All the stuff is made in China.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But how many of black people are even importing from China and stuff like
How
that?
many black people even think about going somewhere like
That's
China?
what I'm saying. You the same old damn thing, man. I like, so I don't know. We're not. That's why I said we got to become more international as black people. In America. I do give Liberians this, right? They have an edge on us to this day because they know how to ship things. They know how many black Americans know how to ship. Liberians know how to ship containers, barrels, and stuff like that. So do a lot of Africans. They know it's essential.
But that's crazy too, Colin. You got all these African Americans going back and forth to Africa. None of them shipping goods and stuff. None of them got logistics control.
Yeah, so the bottom line is laziness. Nobody wants to think on that.
Nobody's serious, man. Nobody.
These are the people that people want me to follow. We're not, Come on, Carla, man, join Dr. Such and Such. Get the fuck out of here, Yo, go ahead, Ahmed.
Yeah, man, David, man, how you doing? Carla, man, how you doing?
What's going on, man? What's good?
Yeah, a long time, man. Just been, busy working and different schedules and stuff like that. So, once in a while I do listen to your show, man. I was just questioning by, man, why you take that guy serious, man? Somebody like you, Carla, man, you're a serious individual, man. I have clowns like that next to you, man. Sometimes, man, I do respect you, Carla, man. Honestly speaking, man, I do respect you, man. Honestly speaking, I do respect you, 100%, man.
I appreciate
but
that.
Why have a clown like that, man? Honestly, man. Like today, he was on Dinah's show, running his mouth, and then he come up here to despise your agenda that's benefit for the people of Liberians.
What do you say about what do you say about my gender?
Huh? No, it's just like every time you come up with a good idea of how to better Liberia, he always like talk down on it.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that's all about. I don't know what's in the man's heart, whatever like that. I don't know what's heart, but if he actually loved Liberia, I'm starting to. I don't know, man. I can't judge anybody. Really, I don't really judge anybody. But I don't. I'm like this. If somebody was coming to my country, right, and showcasing my country, right, the way I do, wrote a book about my country, like that, the thing is, you gotta understand how it works in Liberia. Nobody really cares about the country. They don't.
I believe you.
Nobody, they really do not care about their history. They don't care about their culture. They don't care about anything. You know, they don't appreciate anything about the country. Whatnot. It's just something to talk about. That's where they come from. Whatnot. You know, and that's why you can tell when someone always involved in politics is why you never really hear me get into Liberian politics. You know, I think it's corrupt, and I don't have nothing to gain from it. So when he asked me about my diplomatic, I said only reason why they gave that to me is because as a favor, because I brought the first. Think about it, the first tour group of African Americans to Liberia historically. You know, I'm credited with bringing the first tour group to start with. We hired a bus. We stayed in hotels, put money in hotels. We paid for staff. We paid local people. We raised money for a school there. We gave away books, tapes, whatnot. We made our presence known with the local people there, whatnot. We met with some officials and everything like that. It was a well-organized tour that everyone's talking about. You know, that's a model of the Liberian Tourism Association right now. Was energized by the tour. Like that. They say like this. Now we have another tour group right now. Another group of people. They're bringing tour groups of African Americans over there all the time now. You know.
Well,
what I'm saying is, if you see this goodwill in your country, right? You got Val Thomas with International Focus Magazine, headquarters in Monrovia, right? We're showcasing Liberia. We're showcasing Liberia, the country, and everything like that. You know, we're doing this, doing our part, right? We're doing our part to saying, look, we're your brothers. We're gonna give you a helping hand. We're gonna use our connections in America. We're very connected in America. You know, we're gonna use our connections in America. Any political capital we have. And lend it to Liberian service as a duty, and we don't even ask for nothing in return. Just let us be a part of what we call our ancestral homeland, so we can all benefit. You know, by letting us do our duty. It's our duty to make sure Liberia thing. I would figure somebody like him was saying, you know, I don't like Kali, he's an asshole. But the bigger picture is, you know, the country of Liberia. He doesn't care about his country. He doesn't care, you know. He'll tell that he doesn't care. None of these people do, you know. And that's what frustrated me about this last time I was there. And I just had to come to that realization, you know, that this, except for a few people I know there, the majority of people there, all they care about is making little big deals with Europeans, getting money, graft, corruption, and whatnot, you know. And that's about it. Nobody's moving the country forward or anything like that. There's no spirit in the country, you know. The people that have the most love for Liberia are the Black Americans that live there. You know, like the Val Thomas. You see Val Thomas, Dave, every day on his Facebook profile. The man's 75 years old. He's like, every day I thank God that I live in the greatest country God's ever created, the Republic of Liberia. When he has a Liberian flag on his profile.
He's always at events, man. I see his page. He always at different events.
75 years old.
Always at events.
Anywhere in the world, but he chooses to be in Liberia. Him and Sister Blanford, you know?
Because of Carla, he feel free 100%. It is land. It's his land. He doesn't have to go.
He's a Black American. He's African American. You know?
He feels free. He feels 100% free. It's his land. But what you're doing eventually, right? You're gonna get into the right space, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, because anything that you do feel like it's the right thing, you put passion into it. Eventually, you're gonna crack the code.
Oh, that's what I gotta tell you. Eventually
you can crack the code.
But the whole thing, it just gets frustrating because I figured by now I'd have a lot of Liberians and people seeing the vision and whatnot. But all people want to do is talk divisive politics. You know, divisive politics, right? Look, I'm gonna tell you, you could take a country that's developed, right? You could take a country. Let's say every Liberian had a gold watch and a bank account and whatnot, you know, paved roads, toilet electricity, everything like that. There's still going to be people on the street protesting about something.
100%.
You know,
100%.
So it doesn't matter what it is. You know, there's always going to be people accusing somebody of being corrupt. There's always that's the culture that you're talking about, you know, and it's frustrating because I'm saying to myself, I seen what this country, I know what this country's capable of. I seen what I seen 5 years ago to now, and I'm very impressed by the progress I'm seeing. I'm very impressed how many Liberians conduct themselves. How the women act like young ladies. And the young guys act like little young gentlemen. I like the way the people act. They're very friendly. A Liberian does not walk past you without saying hello. They do not walk. How is this country as poor as it is? Why are people so friendly? They don't deserve all the negative stuff that they don't need. They don't need that.
Yeah, what color? You see sometimes the people that are talking down about your agenda, right? Which is the better the people overall, right? They're always clowning you and taking you not serious. But they here in America, when you really look at it, they're here in America enjoying the so-called West. It's like just like you said, right? Africans trying to be the new African Americans. That is true though. That is just like you was mentioning about a couple minutes ago. So people like that, man, are not serious people, man. You're a serious man to be every day, every time you go live, he's here. That's what I don't understand though. You're a serious man.
People can't
Why
say.
why come to your live every day? Every time you go on live, he comes here.
If you can't, I realize when somebody's serious or not, right? You don't do a show. I'm going on 2 years doing this show, right? And I'm doing a show like sometimes 6 nights a week, 6-7 hour shows, right? Have different topics. I'm engaging, engaging. I'm educating. Like I do educational stuff one night, this, that, thing. If you can't say one thing, this guy Kyle is serious. And also, do you ever hear me, Ahmed, ask for anybody for money?
Nah.
So why am I doing this? This guy Colin must really be serious about what he's talking about. He's not asking for money. I'm not asking for super chats. I'm not doing all stuff like that. I'm not asking for anybody's donations, anything like that. I pay for this myself. I travel on my own dime. All I want is people to listen.
Yeah, because it's the truth though, and then plus that's the end game.
Yeah.
It's the truth, and then that's the end game. All that. Yeah, so that's why you keep fighting. You keep fighting for it. If you do
not know the history of this country, and I want to tell the real history of Liberia, right? If you don't know the real history of Liberia, the independence movement in Africa, and stuff like that, you don't know the whole entire story. The whole entire story of the Black race. You got to understand slavery. You got to understand the independence movement in Africa. You got to understand colonialism. You got to understand neo-colonial. You got to understand all that. And so therefore you can make an informed decision about the future. Like we got to basically get ourselves as a race together, because other races of people are making progress. You look at Asia right now, right?
Oh man, they doing so much better, man.
Look, Asia is like, I'm like, it just breaks my heart, because this is how it is, man. A young Asian man, your age, right, has a choice. If he don't like America, he could bounce to Singapore.
Yep.
He could bounce to Malaysia. He could bounce to Beijing, China. Yep. He could bounce to South Korea. He could bounce to Vietnam. He could bounce to Thailand. All these places got high skilled. Indonesia, he got. But the Black race, right? We got 1 or 2 spots, with South Africa that's doing all right and whatnot. That's unacceptable. For a whole entire giant continent out there, there should be glowing cities where everybody should come in.
What color? Look how well you talking about it, right? And then at the same time, people come to your show and then try to like belittle you or downplay about your vision. This is what I don't understand though. Everything you're saying is about better people, investment, and all that. So then the future could be much better. You could easily, somebody like you, right? You got money. You could easily just spend your rest of your life in America and then die.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have to do. I don't have to do that though. You're right. I have a good life. I got 2 nice cars, house, everything like that. Good career, business. I can do that. But I understand there's something in me that tells me that it's like a void. I will feel empty, you know? I'll feel empty. I say it like this. No, our people need a break. When I look at the people that's dying in the Congo right now, I see people dying in the Sahel right now. I see people suffering all over the continent. I see people suffering in the Caribbean, suffering in parts of Black America.
100%.
This, it angers me, you know, it angers me because I know this is a result of like 400 years of degradation and stuff like that. And it does not have to be like that until we wake up and say, look, it's time for us to put our foot down and build, you know. And if the leaders or so-called leaders don't want to do this, right? I said, we're going to have one day be strong enough to have an agenda. We're going to submit it to the African Union, right? And if they don't do it, we're going to fucking round up everybody in the African Union, arrest them, put them in jail, put them in a dungeon, right? And then take over the African Union. That's what it has to come to. If we have to go to every last single African country and remove every last single head of state and burn down every government and start all over again, we have to do it. That's what it's going to take.
Let me put it this way, right? To me, right? I hope one day Liberia can have a coup and put the right people in power.
Yeah.
To me, that's the only way. That's the only way.
The thing is, the people that's in power are so entrenched in power, right? And you know how they're entrenched? They give themselves long elected terms, you know, 10-year elected terms and all stuff like that, right? And so people feel completely powerless, hopeless, because I tell people all the time, you don't have to abide by that, you know. The people had no say on how this, and also Elvis sitting there trying to defend these salaries. You got a poor country like Liberia. Do you know the average Liberian, when you add up all the stuff, you add up all the stuff that they get, perks they get, they make more than a U.S. congressman.
Wow. So no wonder. I think he's trying to be one of those people in Liberia eventually.
Oh, he probably want to be connected to somebody. Remember something, all you have to do is have somebody that you know connected, because everybody eats off the graft. You one person, a congressman, right? You're gonna benefit. People around them benefit. You know.
Yeah.
So the bottom line, so that's what it is. So how can anybody look at that and say, well, that's what they vote? I don't care what they voted on, right? I don't care what they voted on. I don't care why. You know. All I'm saying is the government right now, the system right now, is illegitimate. You know, you got people, Ahmed, when I'm over there, right? This one girl, she was out of school. The last week I was there, she was going to say, oh, you went to school? She said, yeah. Cute little girl, man. In America, she's so cute. She would be a princess. She was that pretty. I said, out of school. Every day I look up there, she's playing. I'm like, that girl should be in school. I get no school fees. And I'm saying to myself, God dang, man, you got kids out here on the street with selling candy and drinks instead of being in class. They're on the street hawking stuff to make a living. You know,
very common, man.
I said to myself,
very common in Africa, especially
and
West
I'm
Africa.
saying, I don't care what it is. I do not accept it. I'm sorry. I believe a child should have a childhood. I believe a child's formal years should be innocent. You know, if a society can't do that, the society does not have any authority, no legal or rightful or moral authority. When I was coming up, brother, say what you want right now, like that. I had things like Sesame Street. I had things like, you know, playgrounds, parks. Parents took me place, grandparents took me place, whatnot. I had a whole world. I had education. I had all this stuff like that. I had a childhood. I was innocent. I didn't have to worry about money, where I was getting my food was coming from, and whatnot. All I know is every Christmas I got toys under the tree, you know? I'm like, every kid should know what it's like, be born what it's like to have a decent childhood. But why? Because when they grow up, they say, the Bible says, train a child when he's young, and when he grows up, he won't part from it, right? If you got kids out there struggling and trying to beg for $1 and stuff like that, at the age of 8 and 9 years old, they're on the street hustling and whatnot, you know, what kind of adult they're going to be?
Nobody.
You know what I'm saying? So
And it's bad for society. It's bad.
When a society allows that, right? You ain't no moral authority to accuse anybody of corruption.
Yep.
You know, that's why I said when I listen to Elvis, man, I don't want to hear what you got to say. I seen with my own eyes. The whole society is fucking corrupt.
You know, let me tell you another honesty, right? And then because the first one was, you know, busy and timing, right? With, you know, with other things in life. But then the second thing, right, of me decided, I said, you know what, man, I can't, like, to me, I cannot be in the same panel with that guy for hours, man. Listen to him. I just can't. I just can't, man. I like, you know, like people like that.
I don't know. What I like to know is what is his purpose. You know,
That's what I'm trying to say. Like you two, like you a serious man. Like to me, I can't be constantly hearing people like that speak, man, because there's nothing positive that comes out of it. Like when it comes to better people life, there's nothing like, you know, like directly on point.
He tries to sound like this, but when
I can't do it, man.
He gives himself
I
away.
can't do it.
He gives himself away because the bottom line, this is how it is in Africa, right? I don't know how it's in Sierra
Leone. I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man.
Because you know,
right? Yeah, because you know, I care about Africa, man. I really do care about, you know, like people that is behind.
Yeah, let me ask you, you're from Sierra Leone, right?
Yes, sir.
But this is how it is in Sierra Leone, right? And I don't know how it is in Sierra Leone. This is how it is in Liberia, right? Your party loses the election, right?
Yeah.
Opposition party will spend the next 4 years, 6 years, whatever, like that, just disparaging everything, you know?
Yep.
Nothing's right, whatever, like that, you know? And even
not just disparaging everything, Kyla, but also provocatoring, protesting.
Yeah, they do that. They, you know, every time they look around, they're staging some protest. Like they use the pen drivers, boys had legitimate concerns about something. You know, they thought, you know, something that could be solved, whatever, like that, whatever, literally, right? They'll latch on to people who have legitimate concern. Now, the last one was, you know, the lighting and some of the stuff in the University of Liberia. The money's not there. We're not just saying, oh, see, look at these windows burned out and whatnot. This yellow thing. So what they do is they get the students up there. See, this is part of the corruption of the book administration. This is what they did during the rice riots. You know, this is what led to the coup. They start railing people up for all the problems they have and say, oh, yeah, see, this is what I had. That's what they do. And what you know what that tells me is that these people are not capable or ready for freedom of speech. Freedom of speech comes with responsibility, you know, civic engagement, responsibility. You can't just talk out of your mouth before you speak, right? Or you accuse somebody, but think before you speak. But you want power so bad. They want power so bad, they don't care. That's how they instigated the rice riots. They were trying to do the same thing. Remember that guy, the former, who was that guy? The CDC political boss. Remember that guy that turned himself in, Dave?
What are you talking about?
Batula, whatever his name. I forgot his name. You know, he basically turned himself in because he had a protest. He said, or else.
I think Mulu or something. I forgot.
Yeah, Mulu, yeah.
Yeah.
And so he turned himself in because evidently they're throwing rocks at the police and whatnot. The police are like, you know, he calls insurrection. Then he's like, oh, I didn't tell him to throw rocks. You egg people on. And how he got there? He said, I'm gonna take the Pen boys' cause, the University of Liberia's cause, all these people who got legitimate grievances over this, right? And create a mob. That's a whole Liberian playbook. You take little grievances here and there, and then you put them all together and create a mob.
Yeah, it's a big old, you know, man. Everybody there for their own interests.
And then you invite them down. You have some money.
One umbrella.
You have some
everybody there for their
you remember when Henry Costa tried to do that with George Ware. You know what George Ware did, right? George Ware brought those hot water trucks out there, right? And sprayed their asses and whatnot. They were marching on the Capitol. Joe's way, y'all ain't gonna have me on that damn pole. You're not, you know.
That was Costa. Costa ran
Henry
that.
Costa, yeah, Costa,
Yeah.
you know. But
That
everybody who
country,
knows studies Liberia knows this country, right? I don't know why Elvis is trying to get
But
brand
bang,
new on me.
look,
We know Liberia.
I'm mad. Look,
yeah.
look at Liberia, right? Liberia, they got 16 tribes, then they got 22 political parties. So how you gonna
That
get
makes no goddamn
representation?
sense.
So how you gonna get representation in the legislature? How you gonna get representation? You can't get representation. It's 22 political parties. There's only 16 tribes.
So which means
So
now David, is those like those 22 parties are there to cause a confusion and
No,
chaos.
all those
yeah,
parties
yeah.
are is they gather enough people to say, if you want my votes, what can you do for me? That's all it is, you know.
Yeah.
And then
If
like
you,
election time, what they do is they form into coalitions. So maybe like if my political party, maybe I came in
you gotta
in the
you gotta
president,
promise
I
to
came
be.
in like
You gotta
third
promise
place or
people. You
fourth
gotta promise
place.
people something.
They start running deals,
Oh,
you
so
know.
then so then it becomes like a bid.
Yeah, it
If you
become like a big, yeah,
so basically it's like a small coup. I got this
yeah,
percent of people that voted for me.
yeah,
So then if
yeah,
you want me to align with you, you got to give me the biggest money.
yeah.
Or you got to
Get my
you got to
tribe and
promise
get
me
my people
if
to
you
vote
win
for you.
if you win the
Yeah,
election, you got to give me this position as a minister or
yeah,
this
yeah.
position or this
Give me this
position.
certain amount for my tribe, for my people.
This
And,
yeah,
yeah.
the same dude was I don't know, man. There's some people, man, I just despise, man. I can't be next to them. I just can't be next to them, man.
And
The same
nothing gets
motherfucker.
done, but nothing gets
Yeah,
done.
but David, like, do you care about your people? Some people just don't care about them people, man. They don't give a fuck. That's just how it
Suddenly,
is.
they family. Oh, I got my cousin. He need job. My brother, my
Man, David,
sister,
man,
my son.
I'm gonna say it straight up, man. That country needs a coup. Or that country will not get fixed, man. That country need a coup.
I said, I said this right, and people don't like when I say this, right? I said the only probably thing that if Booker, I'm gonna tell you right now, Dave, what's gonna happen? I heard the breakdown, right? If the Booker administration somehow the Unity Party does not win and whatnot, I think the United States is gonna step in. The stakeholders and the international stakeholders invested so much in Liberia. You have no idea. You know, they got so much invested in Liberia all these years and whatnot. You know, they are not going to turn this country over to where the CDC. They see what type of people they. I mean, look, the optics of that. The opposite. He didn't got Yucca running around. He's a CDC man now. The world's looking at that. You know. The world wants to know Liberia is a serious partner in development and partnership and stuff like that. And when George Ware's the CDC came to America, remember they tried to engage the World Bank and the IMF, whatnot. They wouldn't even talk to them. They said these guys are not educated.
Wow. A whole nation, they treated him like that. Imagine. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's all about who you right now. The party that's in power, I think they all corrupt, but the party right now at least has dialogue with the rest of the world. They have at least dialogue with the rest of the world, and they basically take it seriously. You got Japan there, China there. You got a lot of people there that see a future of Liberia and whatnot, and they're like this. But whether they could, I think the vice president is a good guy. I think he might win the election. Dave.
Oh,
Booker's vice president.
he wants to run.
I don't know. He's a natural successor, right?
So, Carlos, so when is the next election?
The next is 2029.
29.
Oh, that's
years.
damn. That's after ours, because ours is 2028.
Okay.
Hey, that's gonna be hot.
So,
Man, West
so
Africa,
yeah.
like,
So the thing
yeah,
is,
that's gonna be hot,
all
man.
they're gonna do is
So what is like what every 6 years?
every 6 years, you
They
know.
do every 6 years, man.
But check this
Damn,
out.
that's a long time
What they gonna
because of
do
corrupt
is
motherfucker.
what they gonna do. I
Yeah,
know it should be on 4 years.
before it used to be 4,
It used to
but
be 4 when the American Liberians ran the country. It was only 2 years and 4 years. You know. They
Man,
turned
do a
it
coup, man, do a coup, man. Fuck that, man. Those guys are
the
too
only way
corrupt.
a coup is gonna happen. Look, I tell you right now.
Those guys
bro,
are
you
too corrupt, man.
tripping, bro.
I
You
tell
gotta
you, hold on. Let me
chill,
say this.
bro.
Let me say
You
this.
gotta chill,
Oh, check
bro.
this
We
out.
can't
Hold
be
up. The
talking like
military
that.
did say there's a clue. Is this the military did say when the CDC was in power, they said they did not like the fact that you had CDC militants, right, going in and out of political office or whatnot, and they were on police departments, stuff like that, with power and stuff like that. The military said they didn't like the fact that the CDC militants are using state power to abuse people and stuff. Remember that was going on, Dave? You know? And the military said if it does not stop, if anybody tries to do that, we're going to step in. That was a threat,
Like,
you know? The
like
military said it was
I
going to step
in the country, the military and the police don't get along.
They don't. The military and police
Accountability.
do not get along in Liberia.
Yeah,
What?
they don't
The
like each
military,
other.
the military, if you have a situation where if the police becomes politicized, right? Politicized, whatever like that, the military is going to step in, you know? And that would very well have if we and them get back to power and whatnot, you know, that's exactly what will happen, and the military will step in. It'll be over, you know.
Yeah, but check this out, right? 2029, that's about what? 3 years from now, if I'm not mistaken, or 3.5 years from now, right? So basically, the world is changing, man. The world is changing little by little. I think, man, people in about a year and a half from now, you know, because even in Sierra Leone, that was a coup attempt, but the guys did not went through about it the proper way, so they got end up, you know, what, like a year and a half ago, something like that. So they got you know, and stuff like that. But to me, man, because I know how Africans are corrupt, man. The corruption is deep. So
Yeah,
you can't just play this so-called
I think what it
democracy
is
thing.
I think it's just desperation. Until you basically create a society where everybody knows they're gonna eat, they're gonna have the basics, and at least the basics and stuff like that, and there's opportunity, there's tranquility, and there's abundance, right? That sense of abundance, whatever like that. Right now, people are like, you know, get in where they fit in, get in while they get in what they call guap, getting while the opportunity presents. Africa is a definition of guap, you know, getting what opportunity presents, you know, and people, if you're next to power or whatever like that, you know, you're trying to get yours because the bottom line it's about who eats and who doesn't. You know, in America, we don't know. Most people don't know who the city councilman is. We don't care, you know. But in Africa,
Goddamn right.
political office is coveted. You know, because why? You know why? Because that political office means that not only you eat, but several people around you are going to eat.
Yeah.
That's a steady paycheck, a job. You know, so political offices and whatnot, appointment position is coveted in Africa. That's why people always ask me. Like I said, when I talk to a lot of Liberians, and they're shocked that I have no desire to ever hold.
Yeah, me too, Colin. They be like, "Dang,
Yeah, something. They look at me like there's something
man.
wrong with me.
Don't
Like,
nobody
you know
want
what?
that headache."
I said, no, I do. No, I'm good.
Headache.
You know?
They shocked because of, you know why? They want you to get in and steal some money.
No,
But
they
you got I mean,
hold on. I don't
but you
think a
got
lot
principle.
of Liberians understand, right?
You
How
got
the
principle.
private
That's why.
sector works, everything. The only thing that works is what the American Liberians left was the government, you know?
You're
And
right on that.
Rhinestone concession,
Definitely
whatever.
right on that, Colin, man.
But the only
Definitely right
thing
on
that
that.
pays well or anything like that is the government, right? If you don't have a government job, you're nothing, right? It ain't
Yep.
like you go to Japan where you could join at 18 years old, join Mitsubishi and become an entry level worker, work your way up, whatever like that. Join Sumitomo, whatever like that, whatever it is, you know. You could work your way up and whatnot, or America, you could join Detroit, join GM or Ford, whatever like that. There's not that opportunity. The only thing that basically you could hope for in Liberia and many African countries is government, you know, and that's what they look at you like. You know, there's no like private sector or whatever like that. There's no companies. It could be, it could be, and it could be, but but they destroyed that. They had the Maserati group of companies. Richard Talbot was going to be the first black billionaire in the world. He was set to be the first black billionaire day before that plane crashed in Sino. He was one of the richest. He was the richest black man in the world. He was head of the Maserati group of companies in Monrovia.
Man, Carla,
But if they would have kept on that path, right, up into the 80s and 90s, Liberia would be on its way. They were building a private sector. They were teaching native people how to grow tobacco, do farming, manufacturing, and stuff like that. Small scale manufacturing, whatnot. But it all crashing in the coup and all that stopped and everybody just started focusing on political power and government power. That's what it is.
Carla, I'm gonna say this, right? Your work won't go into vain. Your work will achieve. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Trust me on that. Trust me on that, man. Eventually, you're gonna crack that shell.
Yeah, I think it's getting there. It's getting there.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Eventually, you're gonna crack that shell.
It's getting there. I think the thing is, if black people in America get their head up their ass and start realizing,
oh man, that's another trouble, man. That's another headache too.
Yeah, black America.
Man. I don't know how they don't see. I don't know how they don't see what you see. I'm like, I don't know how they don't see what you see.
Reparations over nation building.
Yeah,
man, reparation would never happen, man. That's.
I'm sorry to say. If we do a vote, conversations like there's a reparations check coming.
They want if we ask Bantu Mandinka, we want us build nation or let's try.
But you know why, David? You know what I believe. Yeah, I know why I believe that they keep thinking about a reparation, right? Because every time when they show TV, like news, right? They say, "Oh, America donate like so and so billion to Ukraine. Oh, America just gave this country in Africa like 10 million or 20 million or 1 billion, right?" But they don't understand the dynamics behind it, right? It's like money laundering. Half of that money goes back to a corporation in America as well. So it's like basically you paying yourself. So they thinking, oh my God, if America could give like Ukraine 50 billion, they definitely gonna pay us one of these days.
No, so, I'll tell you what it is, Ahmed. And people are not gonna like this when I hear this, when FBA people gonna listen to this, and they get pissed when I say this, but I gotta say it again, right? Most of the people, and I've been studying, do my homework. Look, that's a homework assignment, right? Go on TikTok, find out who's talking about reparations. I guarantee you, these are people with men. These are dudes that grew up with single mother, right, on Section 8 and welfare and food stamps, right? When you talk women talking about that, these are all people who.
Yo, Carla, come on, how you gonna say that, bro?
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I gotta tell it like it is, man. I'm telling the truth, right? Listen to you, motherfucker. Look, this is when I hate this day.
Single mom.
Dave, like the chick that called me the other night. About she's educated. Everybody wants to get on here and pretend like they're educated middle class. No, you're not. I know when I'm talking to a hood rat and whatever like that. A lot of these people who talk about reparations.
I'm not gonna lie, Colin. Most of the FBAs, they lower,
they're lower educated,
lower class.
They have a way. They have a way of revealing themselves. They try to act like they're educated middle class black people, but they're not.
No. Some of them slip through the cracks though and get a job in the middle class.
Yeah, but there's still ghetto ass people and whatnot. Their roots are in the hood.
Most of them from the hood. They just the roots in the hood. belly of the beast, bottom of the barrel.
And so the bottom, they may, they'll go to school.
Word, I man, bottom of the barrel.
Go to school for 3 years, 4 years, get a little degree, get a little job, and they did. No, you're the first person in your family to ever have a job. Degree.
Yeah.
So they act like they were always in the middle. You're not
Just
one
like
of these,
just
bro.
like we got our Bushmen, the same Bushmen we in Africa. They right there in the hood.
Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course,
right. I'm saying,
I
yeah, it's the
swear to
same
God,
thing.
of course,
Hold on,
of
bruh.
hold on.
I
course.
In
swear to
Africa, you got
bruh.
people one
First
generation out there.
time, like the first person in their family that finished high school.
Yeah, yo,
I'm
in
telling you,
Africa,
bruh.
in Africa, Dave,
Telling
you got
you,
people
man, bruh. Word,
first
bruh.
generation out the village
God,
or out
bruh.
the bush, right? In
Yeah,
America,
yeah.
you got first generation out the ghetto. You know,
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely that, man. That is facts. You're not lying
Word,
about
bro.
that,
they be
So
man.
running around like
those
they're running
same
shit,
rules
man.
apply here, bro. The same rules apply here, bro. Telling you, same rule.
No,
And so that,
the other
I
thing is
know
this,
these
right?
people. They really, look, people have look. Think about it. You got some people who got 3 or 4 generations of welfare, Section 8. They all they know is the state sending them money. So it's not conceivable to think that there could be a big payday one day.
Yeah, that's it'll be a big
Because
payout.
me personally, Dave,
So so they're hoping on the reparations.
right, Jay, yeah. Look, me personally, all I know is if my father didn't work, well, I did not eat. So I
Yeah.
know ain't no check coming in the mail anytime soon. My father had to get out there and work, you know. So I don't know that's why I don't have the reparations mentality because I don't ever remember getting any free money, you know. These people who believe in reparations, these are the people who've been getting money all the time. You ever see sometimes, man, where I knew this one chick, right? She was like, "Oh yeah, I got all my child support because she had 4 kids, and she was getting $300 a month for each kid for child support. Right? Child support would send her the check, right? And plus, she would get food stamps, everything like that. So altogether, she was getting sitting in the house all day. Altogether, man, 1 month she be getting like $6,000, man. So I'm like, yo, if you getting that good money and you ain't working for it, whatnot, you know, of course you're gonna believe that somebody's gonna be able to cut you a reparations check, whatnot, you know. But those of us who had to work for every dime, we know that's impossible. Ain't nobody
That's
giving you shit,
impossible. Anybody giving us shit. You
you
better, you
know.
better,
So
you better,
look closely.
you better
Everybody
go
listen
get
to the
that
show. Listen closely.
application and go get a job.
Oh yeah, you get a job.
Application.
Your
Your
reparations fill out
reparations
that
come
damn
2
job
weeks.
application. Your reparations fill out that damn job application.
What?
You
Come
know, so
on,
Man,
man.
it's like poverty following generations on top of generations. You know,
it's
some
not even
people,
say
their mentality
man,
is what lead them back to
it's a
poverty.
mentality. It's a
Yup, that's
mentality
what it is, man.
because these people, although we say they're impoverished, right? You go in their house. I would go in one of those houses, right? Open the refrigerator up. The refrigerator is sagging with food, more food than you got and I got. You know, more
Like
beef,
hoarders,
everything.
hoarders.
Go in their cabinets, when the cupboards and whatnot. All kinds of canned goods, dry food, whatnot. You know, go in their
Don't
closet.
forget the snacks too.
I mean, shoes they got. You know,
Oh,
shoes they got.
man.
See, I mean, what you call they got. You know, they ain't. Look. Bottom line, there ain't no poverty. You know, it's just greed, laziness, wickedness, and whatnot. You know, this that and the other thing. It ain't poverty. You know, it ain't poverty. You know, as the bottom line, just laziness and just backwardness and whatever it is. You know, because you go into that house, you see kids with the PlayStation on, the latest Jordans. You gonna see the motherfuckers with jewelry on. Dave knows what I'm talking about.
Word.
It
Man,
ain't poverty.
And see
You know?
that?
Dave, man, you probably date one of them females, man.
Oh, it
We
be
all
like
did,
that.
man.
That's how
Look,
it
we all did.
is.
I did,
We
man. Look,
all did, bro. That's
I
how
had
it
my
Pussy's
first
is.
pussy.
girlfriend back in the days, man. I know what I'm talking.
Pussy's
It
pussy.
I know what I
Pussy is
saw.
pussy.
I know what I saw. I didn't give a
the
shit back then.
hood, bro. You get what you can get. You get what you can get.
And you go in there and whatnot, and they have you
The
believing in that
fly,
shit. You know,
she
you sit
fly.
there. We say, yeah, the white man always. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, baby. You know,
Yeah, man.
I seen it all, man.
Man, the black race need help, man.
Yeah, we are fucked. You know,
The black race need help, man.
We need a
we are.
lot of
It
help,
really does,
man.
man. It really, really does, man. Look at I think what 2 weeks ago, you know, Kamala was I think she probably like had a book or whatever it is, or trying to announce that she might run back for presidency. And then you had all these FBAs making all this noise. I'm like, why the hell you focus on this woman? She's just a regular civilian. Worry about like
The FBA is really, let's be honest with
worry about like some
a lot of
government
these guys
position,
are
man.
closet MAGA. That's all that is, you know.
Yeah, like come on, like
they use an FBA and whatnot. I could look. Let me say this, right? Let me tell you my opinion about this. But what I did was I took some of the legitimate things FBA's try to use and I incorporated it in my message, right? But what they're trying to do is anytime somebody who's not a so-called FBA talks, they want to silence it. I'm like this. No, we're all black, whatever, like this, you know. The FBA movement, what they want to do is covet everything in Black America for themselves. Like me, I don't consider myself FBA, right? Don't call me FBA when because I think that's an insult, right? Don't call my ancestors FBA because they never knew anything about that shit, you know? They never do anything because at the time when our ancestors were coming up, we had people from all over the Black world who came and assimilated into our culture. That's the real Black America. You know, the FBA is some pseudo nonsense and whatnot that we got to delineate. Okay, you could distinguish yourself. I get that, right? I'm a distinct Black American, right? I get that, right? But when you say that at all cases, I can't be part of Africa, like people like Kala. Why are you going to Liberia? Because I want to be part of this country. That's part of our story. But we're delineating. Well, you can take your delineating ass the fuck out of here. You know?
What's the high emphasis on delineation? Why is it so? I don't get it.
What I think it is
I
this.
really don't get it.
What I think it is this. On one hand, they got legitimate beats, right? I don't think they take. But you never see people that take legitimate beats, right, and they take it too far.
Yeah,
I really don't think it's about. The legitimate beef is okay. Let's say the Caribbean. They say the Caribbeans, all the Congressional Black Caucus focus on immigrants, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's fine right there. But what's that got to do with you fucking hating Jamaicans? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
What's that got to do with you saying I don't listen to dancehall? I don't listen to this when I don't like this. I don't like this. Why does one have to do with the other, right? If you say, okay, we need to focus on Black America and Caribbeans, okay, yeah, they are like this. But why is it that it got do the Caribbeans are they allowed in our house? Are they coming to the cookout now? Or they cease to becoming part of our community now? Why is it got to be the extreme? That's what I don't understand. Why? Okay, you could say, something. Let's talk about this politics and stuff like that. But why is it got to be the extreme where if you basically saying, I mean, the stuff I be hearing these motherfuckers say, oh, Roland Martin grandfather was a fucking Haitian. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? His grandfather? Are you kidding me? You call Roland a Boule Haitian? I'm like,
from 100 years ago. We're talking about 100 years ago.
That was 100 years ago. You holding that against him? Goddamn. And then, for God forbid, I can't talk too much, Dave, because when I say stuff like this, sooner or later they're gonna be in the chat room saying, "Collar, that's because you're a tether, Collar." They'll be calling me a tether,
No, when you got disagreement with them, you're a tether.
You're a tether. When as soon as you disagree with them, you're a tether.
Now they call everybody. They do that to everybody. They do that to their own. Even you could be FBA today. We all moving. We all
you say one disagreement. Use a tether.
Oh, you talking that tether talk, man? Like, dang, already, bro.
Oh man, the black race is fucked, man. Blackface is fucked, man.
It's
fucked, man. It's fucked, man. It's fucked, man. Africa's in disaster. Black people in America is
No, you
is a
know the thing about
disaster.
Africa. You know the thing about Africa.
Yeah.
Look, it has a thing. Let me say this.
Africa's corrupt, man.
The thing about
We corrupt in a different way.
hold on, man, hold on. The thing about Africa is this, right? And I've always said this, right? The problem, and so it could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? The problem is, like me personally, right? Everything that I want to do in Afghanistan, Dave, requires Black people. Whether it's convincing Black Americans or reaching an agreement with an African government, no white people involved, right? Should be a done deal, right?
Yeah.
It should be a slam dunk, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do we get to the point where we can make this a reality, right? Because the whole thing before that, right? Everything was like the FBA, their movement relies on the white man coming to an agreement and giving them a check, you know?
Yeah.
The African required us coming to agreement and giving ourselves a break, you know?
Yeah.
It should be easy for us, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Should be, right? Now, what we got to figure out, that what I have to do is figure out how do we take those steps. We got to do our part, right? But me starts with me going to the continent next year, you know, and then start talking and saying, this is what we want to do, blah, 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 blah. And then people got to come behind me, you know, and say, well, we're going to get behind College Genesis. You know, like I said, I'll be the leader. You know, people want, I got the age and the seniority. When people want me to be the leader of this, I'll do it. And say, hey, look, we're going to do this, right? And the bottom line, me personally, Dave, if I've said before heads of state, I'm coming back. You know me. I'm coming back with something, you know? I don't want to hear no talk, no nothing, right? I'm like this. This is what we want. Boom, boom, boom. And not only that, Dave, why don't we, as Black American, why don't we have access to things like the World Bank, the IMF, international bodies of government and stuff like that? Don't you think we should have that?
Yeah.
Like the ANC, right? The ANC and some other thing I was just thinking about, right? Some other organizations, right? They be getting all kinds of money, endowments, billions of dollars, you know, while they're in exile and shit like that, you know, as a political arm or international arm, something like that. They even have freaking military attache. Why aren't we like that, you know? We should have our own military operations all over the continent, all that stuff like that. We should be having our own deals with different countries and whatnot. You know, it's time for us to start acting like it. And like when Bruce says, "Oh, we got to think," no, we got to start acting like we're seeking nationhood. We got to start acting like it. We got to start acting like we're a freaking independent nation. We got to start acting like we got to have Black men who aren't afraid. You know, once you get rid of this fear of the white man. You know, was a white man go? We don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. He's over there making a fucking. If the white man could make war with Iran for absolutely no reason, and we could do what fuck we got to do, right?
Yeah.
That's what the white man wants to do. I don't give a damn like this. We're people just like they are, you know. Well, the government. Well, I didn't agree to that. Were we at the signing of the Declaration of Independence? No. Were we at the signing of the Constitution, Dave? No. So why are we beholden to whatever these motherfuckers say?
I don't know any Black people who was there.
So why are we beholden to whatever they say? If they got their own geopolitical reality, we got to create our own geopolitical reality. You know, that's why I go to Liberia, right? I go to Liberia because I've said and they know this, right? Elvis said they know I'm pretty much a representation of Black America. They want more people like me there. They know if they get more people like me coming over there and stuff like that, particularly that's going to lead to the Black Americans who got money and power and success. If they get turned on to Liberia, Liberia's going to be on this upward trajectory forever.
The whole point, Carla. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what I don't understand. How can somebody think your plan is bad?
Well, I'm like that. If you got the right type of Black Americans, I said like this. I proposed that me and Kofi drew up a thing, propose a Liberian stock exchange. I'm gonna talk about that too next year when I go there, and I'm gonna put the final plans together for a stock exchange. But how do I get connected? Because the bottom line is, like I said, Dave, I would like to propose. I was supposed to propose that this year, the stock exchange, right? But then I just realized, man, when these people here, you know, and I'm sitting around like, people ain't gonna want to hear what I gotta say. The only thing that works, Dave, is if I got to have $1 million in my pocket, right? And I
Yeah,
walk around and start. By the time I cut all that $1 million up, it could probably get done.
yeah,
Is that a sad or what?
yeah. But that's how I gotta be. That's Africa.
That's how it is. And now the whole thing is, where do I get $1 million from? I could get 1 million things done in Liberia if I was able to bribe people and pay people off. I can get a lot of stuff done.
Of course,
You
yeah,
know?
but you have a problem. That's nothing. That's nothing to y'all though in America though.
But I don't have $1
I mean,
million. I don't have $1 million.
I understand, but like Colin, there's so many ways people waste money in this fucking country.
Yeah,
So
but
many
they
ways, man.
waste money. But the thing is, that's how people are. They'll waste money on Jordans, but they're not going to put their money into something worthwhile. Now, how do I convince people that something, man? We need a war chest, a money chest. We need to create millions of dollar fund for operations in Africa. Now, other people, when not, the Jews, they raise money, right?
Oh
They
man, they
raise
awesome
money.
at that.
They
They
raise
awesome at
money.
that.
They raise
If you got anywhere between maybe 10 to 15 million, you could buy the Liberian presidency.
Oh yeah, probably yeah. But the bottom line is this: it's hard for
Oh
us
my God, that's easy.
to get funding and stuff like that for causes and that because we don't donate.
30, you can probably buy that whole government with 30.
So the bottom line, look, you come there and you got $10 million, you're gonna get any legislation, and that's what it's gonna take. All the pleading, all the crying, all the rationing. I understand. The only thing Liberians understand is you're coming with the loot, and that'll get done. That's just reality.
Oh, you can get mad legislation done if you got $10 million.
Oh yeah, man, I can get everything done, man. Shit, we could probably get Sino as a whole.
You the biggest man in Capitol Hill. Everybody want to talk to you.
I could probably get Sino, right? That port of Sino. I could probably get that signed over in concession. We could probably build a tiny Afghanistan right there. Shit, in Sino County. We could probably take that whole county over, for the right price. It all takes fucking money, and I don't want to hear nothing. Like I said, people talk about Dangote. Is Dangote gonna fucking come in here with college and say no? So if he don't tell me about the fucking what Dangote got, because I don't really believe. I don't even believe he got $100 in the bank. To tell you the truth, I haven't seen no damn money. Everybody's talking about how
that's a one man. That's a one man. Africa is too big, man. Africa is too fucking big. But how come people not seeing your vision, man? Your people have so much money in this fucking country.
Oh, the bottom line, the day somebody comes see my vision and says I want to put
so much money in this country.
Vision,
and the worst thing is the money is still tied to the white man. But then your vision, it removes the white man and makes it independently for them and by them. That's what I don't understand though.
Oh yeah.
But I think, right? I truly think you heading through the right path. Probably like 2029 or 2030, you're gonna get more people that's gonna align with your vision.
Well, all I can do is keep saying what I'm saying, and
that's what I believe.
And what you call it, and be building what I'm building, and I'm glad Elvis exposed it. Everybody's starting to tell me that too. You're not the only one. People are like, Colin, how do you deal with this guy? I'm like, man, whatever.
I've been telling you this, man. I've been telling you this. I can read people, man. I've been telling you this, man.
So
I can't come to your show because of him. I'm sorry, I can't, man.
Really?
I can't sit at the table because of that same guy. I'm saying, I can't do it, man. I hate fake people. To me, Elvis is too fake.
Oh man, you see college.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man. Elvis is too fake, man, for me. Elvis is too fake for me, man. I can't sit there and listen to him for like 30 or 40 minutes or 2 or 3 hours. I can't do it, man.
It's like instead of saying, something, these are things I agree with Colin about, whatever. Like, this is what I disagree. The guy just all the time, like he said, he asked me, I said, well, that's why you had to pay $20. Look, I said it once as well. I had to pay $20 because I was misled in the fact that they came up to the the province. It was already open, right? So I said, what do I got to pay you for, right? So anyway, he sees going on. Oh, that's why you tried to drive. I said, yeah, you can drive across Gabriel Cuthbert Bridge. So that's a major thoroughfare. Yeah, you could drive it. You could, according to ordinance. Shut the fuck. I was just there. The only part of Monrovia you cannot bring a KK is in Syncor. That's the only place. Every place else, they say that, but people drive and do it anyway. There's too much traffic for them to stop it. The only place you cannot drive a KK in is in Congo Town, that part of Congo Town up to Syncor. That's it. That's the only part, because that's where they're doing a lot of construction too. Other than that, you cannot drive a KK. You can drive it any way you want. He said, oh yeah, that's why. So I just dropped him down, man. I don't want to hear your shit, and going back in circles. He likes doing that, saying the same stupid stuff all over again. I said, you asked me the same question 5 times. What's your point? Well, shut the fuck up, man. I said, look, that's what Hustle Smart be telling me. So why are you sitting there engaged this motherfucker?
Man, Hustle Smart's a real one. He's a real one, man. He's a real one. Those are the type of dudes that
I like him and Dave.
I would sit there. I would sit there and have fun with him.
I talk to off the record. I talk to off the air. Hustle Smart's really my no guy. You need a no guy. No guy is somebody say, nah, collar, no collar. That ain't right collar. No, you need that. I need that. To keep me on point. I'm not just invincible. I got people that I got to check in with my damn self.
Yeah, because Hustle Smart, he's more honest. Even though he might not be the most knowledge individual, but he's more straightforward and much honest with it. With himself.
Hustle Smart picks up stuff I probably overlook. I overlook a lot of stuff that he reminds. Oh yeah, that's right. You're right about that. So it is what it is. Anyway, fellas, it's been a good night. 5.5 hours. Yeah, I want to have any closing statements. I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this, right? I think, honestly speaking, man, I do believe that you're heading, through the right path, because at the end of the day, it's to empower, Black people around the world. So eventually, there's gonna be a sunlight somewhere, and I think probably,
the bottom line is only one way up. The bottom line, we're still under throes of colonialism and racism that has not been broken, and my job, if anything else, is to break that yoke. It can be broken, right? But you got people in the Black race, whether it's in America and Africa, that benefit from the way things are right now. These fake ass governments we have in the continent, every last single one of these governments really need to be torn down and rebuilt again. We need one country, Afghanistan, to rule over the whole entire continent and create a new government, one government, that governs, give everybody take Africa's natural resources, monetize it or not, and then make sure everybody has a basic income, a basic standard of living. That's what I believe. I don't believe people coming there robbing the damn continent and whatnot, Chinese people walking off with billions. I'm watching Lebanese taking so much money out.
Oh, man, those motherfuckers, man. So
So everybody's coming there looting the continent and everything like that. And I'm saying to myself, you're watching these people looting the continent, all these people looting the continent, just coming there for like this. And the only thing you guys can think about is getting in political office. So y'all can just like this. Nobody gives a shit about their country, whatever like that. And it's frustrating when I watch all this stuff. It's corruption. I see it, Anyway, Dave, you want any final thoughts, brother?
Nah, man. Just thanks for a good show, man. College Johnson. Thank you for
no problem.
Thanks
for
y'all up. It was
thanks
a good lecture.
All right, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. Keep doing your thing, man.
Take care. Y'all take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, no BS, man.
All right, later.